Good morning, everyone. This is a regular meeting of the members of the State Liquor Authority. Present today are Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Ford, General Counsel Riano, Deputy Commissioner of Licensing Held, and myself, Secretary Donahue. The next meetings of the authority will be April 4th, April 18th, and May 2nd. So keep in mind that the next meeting is a 3-week gap between today and the next meeting. We're going to take items, for the most part, as they're assigned in, first in Buffalo, then Albany, and then New York City. As your item is called, please approach the podium, introduce yourself. For the attorney's representatives, please also introduce your client and speak clearly into the microphone. Chairman, do you have any announcements before we get started?
No.
Okay. We're actually going to start first with the item here in New York. It's item 542D, NoHo Cultural Society, Inc.
Oh, no, I thought she was here. Then go to Albany, Tom.
All right. Well, we'll head to Buffalo.
Or Buffalo.
First item, Buffalo, is 450, Ichiro Japanese 168. All right, step up to, here you go.
Please say your name clearly for the record.
My name first?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Y-A-N-G-Q-I-N-G. The last name is Y-A-N-G.
My name is Duen Nguyen Linh, D-E-N-U-A-N, last name L-I-N.
So it looks like you've taken care of the issues with ingress and egress, the door.
Can I translate?
Yeah.
他说你的门是不是都弄好了？
Oh, yes.
All right.
What are your hours?
Say it again.
Your hours. The hours you're going to be open.
几点开门？几点？
Oh, 11:30
Until 11:30?
until
10.
10. Weekend is 11.
Excuse me, Chairman, board members, there's a language barrier, and the young lady standing to his left is, she said she was here to help him make sure he understands everything clearly.
Okay, do you understand what I'm saying?
You first.
I can speak.
Interpret what he is saying to your client.
Yes. Can I explain to him the hour for him?
Yes.
Okay. 几点开门？从早上11点半到晚上10点，周末是11点关门。
Okay. 11:30 to 10. Friday, Saturday, 11:30 to 11 p.m.
But did licensing board reject this because of the hall, or did we?
We did.
Licensing board.
Yeah, that's what, and they came back and
All right.
reconsidered.
So the only
It was
problem you
not
had
a-
was this?
Yeah.
Okay.
But because it was a previous.
All right, I'll vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve as well. Good luck.
We have evidence that the hallway is now secure and that the premises is contiguous. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item, Buffalo, 532, Rochester Meat and Grocery, Inc.
Good morning. My name is Miguel Reyes, and I am the attorney for the applicant. The applicant is Ali Ahmed Mohammed, and he is to my left.
What number is this, Tom?
532.
What's he applying for?
Grocery
are
store, beer,
applying-
wine.
532. I got the wrong number. My bad. Go ahead.
Yes, there was a previous application made about 2.5 years ago, and at that time, that application was denied. There was an uncle that had been convicted of a crime, and that uncle held a promissory note that was due and payable. That promissory note has been paid according to its terms in due course. The last payment, in fact, was made earlier this month. This uncle has nothing to do with the business any longer. In fact, the two brothers, my client's uncle and my client's father, used to have some unrelated real estate investments together. They have divided that. The family has, in fact, had a falling out as a result of all of these situations that happened with the uncle. My client is completely independent of the uncle. He has continued to operate the store since the prior application without interruption. He is a good young man. He understands that there can be no connection financially or otherwise between himself and his uncle. His uncle is persona non grata at the business, and I think that he deserves to be given his application. We had submitted an amended statement of financial affairs. There was a typographical error indicating this was on the amounts that were to be used out of his income tax refunds, and that was reduced from $5,000 to $3,500. The prior loan to the uncle and prior loan to the father had been fully disclosed before. The troublesome item was the loan to the uncle. That has been paid monthly according to its terms. There is nothing owing on that. The last payment was made earlier this month. It was paid, as I said, according to its terms. And the uncle has neither financial nor any other kind of interest in the business.
How long has he been operating this place?
Since the prior application, so about 3 years.
Wasn't he operating it before the prior application?
I believe so. I was not involved in the prior application. He tells me just now that he has been open since August of 2015.
So the previous license was canceled in October of 2017.
Well, there was a significant delay. There was a charge that had been brought against the uncle.
I'm aware of that, but what I'm asking you is, was he selling beer between 2015 and 2017?
No, sir, he was not. What happened was that...
I'm aware of what happened.
Well, but if I may...
I'm just asking if he was selling beer while it was licensed.
He was not.
And that license was in safekeeping at that time?
I would have to look it up.
The authority served us with an accusatory instrument shortly before the 2017 date to which you refer, and I resolved that as promptly as possible. For some reason, there was an amendment that was required, and that's when it was served. And that item was taken care of. The bond claim was paid. Everything was made good.
Is licensing satisfied with all the financials at this point?
Yeah, and it's really up to you at this point.
All right.
There's an overlap.
There is an overlap, but it was in safekeeping for a period of time? Oh. All right, I'll vote to approve.
Since you weren't selling any alcohol while all that was going on,
Well, we don't have evidence that it was.
that we have evidence of,
So,
anyway, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, and I'm willing to approve as well. Good luck.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Michelle, I've got nothing else in Buffalo.
No other matters in Buffalo.
All right, thank you very much. We're going to move to Albany. First item is 440, Walden Wine and Liquor, Inc.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. I'm James P. Kane from Brown, Brown & Kane, representing my client, Walden Wine and Liquor. I'm here with my client, Ron Kaur, and her interpreter, Ramneesh.
Is there any opposition there?
There is no opposition.
Okay, go ahead.
So Ms. Kaur is opening up this liquor store right outside of Walden on Route 52, which there are two main roads into the area of Walden, which is a village of about 7,000 people, residents. It's one of the main thoroughfares towards Newburgh. Her location is prominently located on Route 52. It used to be a former Dunkin' Donuts, which moved down the street. It's shaped like the little plaza, shaped like a soft L, and her location sticks out prominently on Route 52. It's a 1,300 square foot location. She's primarily, as I've written in the letter submitted to the board, she's primarily going to display and sell New York State wines as well as low-calorie wines for the health-conscious individuals. And she's going to promote via Instagram, Facebook, that sort of social medium. It's in regards to other locations in the area, the closest liquor store is Thruway Liquor, which is about 0.7 miles away. And then there's another liquor within, the other liquor store that's within 3 miles away is it's the Scott's Corners. And in looking over the submissions by those liquor stores in regards to gross sales, you can see that the inclusion of Walden Wine and Liquor, which we're asking for today, the community should be able to sustain it as the gross sales records letters that were submitted, with the exception of one entity, all of them have been trending upwards in regards to gross sales. And again, with the concentration on the New York State and low-calorie wines and New York State liquor, it's a little bit more of a concentration on, a little bit more, it's different than the other liquor stores in the area.
When you say concentration on New York and, what'd you say, New York and low-calorie wine? That's a new one for me.
Yeah, low-calorie wines. Yeah, they've been coming out with these ones that are, some of the names are Skinny Vine. They're actually, in fact, with the letter that I submitted, I included the chart that we came up with that shows the what a typical bottle of wine has 140, well, a glass, I guess, 140 calories. With these low-calorie wines, they're down to 85, 90 calories per glass. So with that's why we're saying with the health-conscious individuals now, particularly in the Hudson Valley area, outdoors, that's one of the concentrations.
So it just allows them to drink more with the same amount of calories?
I guess you could look at it
That's
that
good.
way.
I'm sure the nutritionist is all on board with that.
Diet
won't
wine,
tell
that's
them
new, yeah. Out of the 1,300 square feet, how much of that is going to be retail, would you estimate?
Well, about 25%, we're targeting 20 to 25% for the New York State wines and the low-calorie wines.
But I'm saying for total retail space, you have the 1,300 for retail, storage, employee restroom. So I'm saying of the 1,300, how much would be retail?
You've got about 900 to 1,000 square feet for the shelf space.
All right. I looked at this closely, and the closest store, which definitely is it has sales that are increasing. The other, as you said, the second closest store maybe looks like something's going on. The third one, we didn't get any response. The others seem to be holding their own. The closest store too, by the way, appears to be on the west side of town. This one is on the east side of town. So I think that there's a public convenience and advantage that would be met by the store being licensed. So I'm going to vote to approve.
I'm going to vote to approve as well. The closest store is 5,400 square feet, and the sales have increased steadily over 4 years. The next, and that's 0.6 miles away. The next closest is 3.1 miles away, and everyone else is heading further away than that. So given the distances and the size of the closest store, I don't see that you're going to really affect their business. I'm going to vote to approve. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it. Thank you. Take care.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
I have signed in Albany and in New York City. It's 459, Siren Retail Corporation. You already pulled this out for a New York City list?
What number?
459.
And just before everybody puts their name on the record, I'm recusing myself from this matter. And I'll have somebody else from my office up here.
Are they here?
I didn't know who signed in this early, so I'm all right now.
So who is there opposition
Not in Albany, sir?
here? Yes. So why don't you put your names on the record, but all of you, and then we'll hear from the opposition.
Hi, this is in Albany, John J. Bowe from Jackson Lewis on behalf of Siren Retail Corporation. and my colleagues in New York will introduce themselves.
Alyssa Yohe with Jackson Lewis on behalf of Siren Retail Corporation. With me are my colleagues Jonathan Bing, and then Raul Adorno, who's the manager of the premises, and Eric Baker, who's corporate counsel at Starbucks.
Okay, and why don't we hear from the opposition?
Chair,
Hi. Is that on, Jonathan? Is that
doesn't-
mic? Oh, it's on.
is it?
Yeah, okay.
Okay. My name is Christine Bertie. I represent Community Board 4 in Manhattan, where the applicant is applying for a 600-person location for roasting, demonstration of roasting and coffee, and then serving liquor. The location is in the meatpacking district, which is a very intense district with 24 applicants. And we should say that we have not rejected the application. We have asked for a certain amount of information, and we have asked for stipulation, and all of that has been rejected or not provided by the applicant.
So did they meet with you?
They met with us for one meeting in the community board. We expressed our, concerns, and therefore expressed a denial unless stipulation. And then after that, we have not been able to come to term. They have not wanted to meet with us, and we have not been able to come to term. It seemed that they felt it was superfluous to do that. The concerns we have is that this is a very, very intense space. There are 24 licenses within 500 feet, and it's a very heavy traffic area. It goes up, the traffic backs up in the summer, up 9th Avenue, and it really infringe on the projects and residents, etc. So what we had asked is that either the applicant reduce their capacity from 600 to 100, which was originally presented as the area where most of the liquor would be served, or reduce their hours, and in addition provide a traffic plan and a security plan. We have not seen a security plan for 600 people. We feel that it is a little bit very risky, because I don't know that Starbucks has such a great experience in that kind of operation. They have great, and I don't think that 2 or 3 baristas are going to take care of 600 people.
Have you seen the lines at the little Starbucks?
But you know what I'm saying.
Yes.
It's just, so it's not. It was not really a matter of denying. It was a matter of getting them to understand all the aspects of their operation and the context of that operation, and getting it to be reasonable and controlled. And we have not been able to come to term with that.
Okay. So you have stipulations that you want, but they were never, and they were discussed, but they were never, there was no give and take. Okay.
Right.
If I'm reading correctly,
Yes.
I see there's 4 basic issues here.
Yes.
Is that correct? About live music, where alcohol sales and consumption will
Yes.
be allowed to take place, detailed security and traffic plans, and certified sound engineer and
Soundproofing,
everything. Okay. I don't see any of that as being
Unreasonable.
unreasonable.
Right. And so alternatively to the number, the 600, what the applicant said is like it would be very difficult to limit the number because it's kind of a free-flowing space. So alternatively, we ask for reduced hours to mitigate one way or another.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we had submitted supplemental materials last Friday, which I think address a lot of the points, but I want to address some of the points that have been raised by the community board.
Well, why don't we start from the beginning? Why would you not sit down with them?
We did, actually. We met with the community board
That's what
twice.
she said, but there was no give and take whatsoever?
We met with them first in June of 2017. The meeting went very well. The information that we presented was accepted by the community board. There were no concerns raised by the community board at that meeting. At the end of the meeting, the community board presented us with a handwritten stipulation. There were 2 stipulations added to that sheet. One was that we would limit the number of live musicians in the space, which we had absolutely no problems agreeing to. And the other was that we would limit consumption within the roastery space to the Princi Bakery area and to the bar level on the mezzanine. The stipulations were signed that evening without full understanding of the restriction on consumption within the space. So the very next day, we reached out to the community board for clarification on that issue. And the community board did respond that the community board did intend to restrict consumption to the two areas. When we indicated that was problematic for us, the community board asked us to appear before them again in July, which we did agree to do, and we met with them in July again. At that meeting, it became significantly more contentious in that the community board was now telling us, well, many of the things we agreed to in that first meeting, we were a little bit too free with the restrictions. I think we should have imposed some additional restrictions. And ultimately, it came down to the consumption issue within the roastery. We explained to the community board why we couldn't agree to that because of the nature of the space and how the space is intended to be used. It's very difficult to limit patrons to just two areas.
Why?
Well, for one, we're only serving alcohol out of the mezzanine level. We're not serving in the bakery level. So if a guest can only consume in the bakery and on the mezzanine level, but the drink is purchased on the mezzanine level, how is the guest to get their drink down to the Princi Bakery area? You have to cross through an unlicensed space.
Well, you license that area that they have to cross.
The other idea behind the roastery is that guests are able to immerse themselves in all of the experiences that the roastery
Well, we're not
has.
telling them they can't. We're just telling, what they're asking is that they're not walking around with a gin and tonic when they do.
But that essentially prevents a guest from fully enjoying the roastery. If you have...
See, I think, and this goes on a lot, and I've said this before. No one, New York City is a big place. No one said drop this in the middle of the meatpacking district. The meatpacking district is an extremely contentious place to get a liquor license right now. You're dropping a place that, having read it, is a very interesting place. I don't question that. But you're dropping potentially 600 people into an area that right now, she's correct. I mean, I've been down there at night. Commissioner Ford has been down there at night. And it is, in the middle of July, it's a zoo. And to add 600 people showing up in black cars, because that's, a good portion of them probably will, and I understand their concerns.
Well, I think that a good number of guests won't show up in black cars. This is actually a tourist destination. That's really what this will be.
The whole meatpacking district is a tourist destination. That's their point.
But the concern is you have premises like Tao, who has over 30,000 square feet.
But you're talking about a place that has been there for a decade.
I understand, but they're operating.
Well, I mean, when they got there, it wasn't like it is now. And, we've just licensed a restaurant there, I think, a month ago. And that was their main concern, was the hours there, and we limited the hours. And it was a big high-end restaurant. It was a legitimate restaurant, but I get what they're talking about. And, I think the fact that there was no negotiation here kind of bothers me.
Well, I want to be clear, because the community board never asked in one of the meetings or subsequent conversations, which we did have multiple conversations with them following that July 11th meeting, for a reduction in hours. There was never a request for a security plan.
Well, I mean, and based on but then they did, and I don't tell them how to run their business, and they try to tell me how to run mine, but they don't. They do regularly request a reduction in hours, and you're asking for 2 a.m., which I can't understand for a place like this. I don't understand why it would need to be open for 2 a.m. if it's supposed to be an immersion into the making of coffee beans, and it's a tourist destination.
Yeah, I think, maybe Rebel, I'll let you address that.
Sure. We're just looking for that flexibility, because we do have opportunities where, the roastery will be used as a venue for an event, so you want to keep that flexibility, but for the...
See, and you understand that that's their concern. No one's concerned about what you're saying you're going to use it for every day. What they're concerned about is what you're not saying. And you're now talking about having an event with 600 people, which the majority of those people are not going to be tourists. They're going to be people showing up. It's going to add to traffic. It's going to add to all of that. And I'm not saying you shouldn't have events, but that's why you need to talk with them. Because inevitably what happens here is going to be worse for both people. I can guarantee you that.
So the mezzanine, is that above the first floor?
Yes.
Okay.
There was, so in my supplemental materials on Friday, there was a sketch of the overall layout of the roastery that was included with the materials that really gives you a good idea of how the space is laid out. And you'll see there that the mezzanine level is on the upper tier. And on the lower level, you have your Princi Bakery area. You have a full coffee bar, and I have to be clear that that is strictly coffee.
Right.
That is not alcohol.
What about the seating and dining on the south side of the building?
That's all part of the coffee bar area.
So there's no alcohol in that coffee bar area, the bigger part of the floor.
There is not. In the rear, there's a tasting area. That, again, is coffee. That's an area for guests to try different varietals of coffee that Starbucks brews at the roastery. And in the back is all of the roasting equipment, where guests can watch in real time the roasting of coffee and see the process of how coffee is made.
When you're talking about having events, these are buyouts. You're going to buy out the entire place. And what's the alcohol situation at those events?
Well,
I mean, is there going to be a service bar moved into that thing?
you know, obviously the goal is not to close the place down for events.
Well, if somebody writes a big enough check, I know you will. So,
We're very, you know, coffee forward. You know, the introduction of the Princi Bakery, the full sensory experience, the immersion is what our focus is. The flexibility, we would like the flexibility to be there just so that we don't.
but the question I'm asking, if there's somebody comes in and wants a corporate event and wants the whole place from 9 to 2 or 7 to 2 in the morning, what's the alcohol situation? Where is it going to be? Where are you going to serve it? Because they're not coming to drink coffee. They want the space.
Right. We would keep it a very controlled environment, obviously.
But where is the alcohol going to be? Are they going to have to walk up to the mezzanine to get it? Or is it going to be a service bar down below?
The focal point would be in the mezzanine area for alcohol.
So that's the only place you ever intend on serving it?
For the sake of an event, I would say that would be the.
I mean, ever, for anything.
No. A bar would not be set up in the experience bar, the lower level, or where the main bar is located, or the Princi Bakery. The focal point is the mezzanine, which is the.
I have been to the roastery in Seattle, which is the only other roastery here in the U.S. And I can tell you, having been to the roastery in Seattle, this premises is set up very similar to that space. That space is truly a tourist destination. When you go there, you've got folks who are in Seattle touring outside, taking pictures outside of the roastery because it's a novelty. You've got them shopping in the retail area where you can purchase coffee and glassware and Starbucks branded products. The focus of the roastery is not alcohol. It is coffee. It is truly a coffee theater experience. And the idea is to bring coffee alive to the guests that appear. The alcohol is really just an ancillary component of the roastery. I don't think Seattle has that many private events. Yeah, so I don't think that that's the focus of the goal here, is to rent out the space of the roastery and host private events in this space.
You just want the ability to, if someone.
And we indicated in the application that were the roastery to ever host a private event, it would be maximum 1 to 5 per year. So, and alcohol would be sold only out of the mezzanine bar.
No, that's.
And what about the security? Are you having any?
Yes. So We did amend the method of operation on our deficiency response to the licensing board, which included the fact that Starbucks has hired security. We provided the name of the security company and the registration number. There is a security office located, or security desk located within the roastery itself. So there will be security present at the roastery.
I think you said 2 security guards, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Can I ask one of you to come forward and point out to me on your diagram, make sure I understand exactly what you're talking about, you're going to be serving? I understand the mezzanine, but the first floor I'm not clear about. I thought that was where the first floor would be.
So this is actually.
Do you want to come up and look at this, ma'am? No, ma'am, I'm sure you have questions.
This really is the space altogether, with, not the basement.
And this area is really what I have highlighted here.
This is the coffee bar.
Yeah. Okay.
We've got seating here.
Yep.
This is your Princi Bakery area back
Right.
here. This is all of the roasting equipment, so casting power back here.
Okay.
We've got roasting equipment back here.
Yep. This is the mezzanine.
This is the mezzanine. Underneath here, this is your tasting bar. This is you have no alcohol being sold or served anywhere on the roastery. It's only on the mezzanine level.
Why, so that's, well, we can ask that question. I can ask that question.
All right.
Because that was exactly the point.
I'm good. Thank you.
So the question I have then, why isn't it being sold on the first floor? If you want to license the first floor?
Because the alcohol is not the focus of the roastery, and we don't want to inundate the roastery with alcohol. Coffee is truly the focus. When you walk into the roastery, the intent is for you to be hit with the coffee experience, and that's exactly what happens.
So why is alcohol then so important to that experience?
Alcohol has been a component of the roastery since the roastery opened in Seattle in 2014. Shanghai Roastery opened late 2017 with alcohol. It's an additional experience that Starbucks offers along with an expanded food offering menu that's not available in your typical Starbucks.
But the food is on the first floor.
The food is on the
So
first
in order to, if I want to drink with my food, I have to walk up to the mezzanine and get it.
Yes.
And then walk down to my table, and I'm assuming there's waitresses that serve you, or is it all served at a counter?
How is the Princi Bakery intended to serve?
There's service in those areas, but there's a flow of customers walking through the space, similar to a marketplace where, you know, each area will offer something different.
So are the waitresses going to bring drinks from the mezzanine?
No, there's no wait staff service, which to me also says the concern about patrons over-consuming would be limited, because in order for a patron to get a drink, you've got to go up to the mezzanine level to purchase your drink. Guests would have to keep making trips up to the mezzanine level, back down if they're sitting in the Princi Bakery area. It's not conducive to guests sitting down and really over-consuming or turning this into a nightclub atmosphere, which was one of the concerns that the community board raised. And
Well, they've, you know, I'm not saying you are going to do that, but people have come in here and told them no before, and I'm not saying that's going to happen here. I'm just telling you that I understand their skepticism.
And I certainly understand that, but this is also Starbucks. We're
How many employees? You're having 300 employees in this place?
80 to 120 on any shift, 300 total. So there's 300 employees.
So of the 600, 120 are going to, the 683, 120, give or take, are going to be employees.
Correct. Although our occupancy has been reduced to 620, I did include with our supplemental materials an amended method of operation. As construction has progressed, we've been advised by DOB that our occupancy is down to 620.
So with 120 or so employees, that means 500 or so patrons?
Correct. Correct.
Okay.
This building up yet? It's under construction or what?
Currently under construction.
All right.
I don't know if you want to talk kind of where we're at with construction.
Yeah, construction is ongoing. It's mostly an office building. It should be completed around October.
Yes, all the space above the roastery will all be offices. You may recall Aetna was supposed to go into that space, but pulled out, so another corporate tenant will be moving in. And as I indicated earlier, Starbucks has absolutely no qualms about agreeing to limiting the number of live performers that can be in the space at any given time. We told the community board that. We had no problem with that. The type of music is the acoustical music that if you were to walk into a traditional Starbucks, you'd see a guy in the back playing a guitar. That's what we're talking about for live music. We're not talking about bands. We're not talking about multiple performing groups. We're not talking about DJs. The recorded music that will be played is light background music for ambiance only. This is not the type of atmosphere that you'd walk into expecting to see a nightclub.
Okay. You have any questions?
I'm good. These are the conditions that I'd be willing to approve this under. I'm going to go with the community board here, with live music be limited to no more than 4 unamplified performers. I take it that's not a problem?
Not at all.
Okay. You're going to submit a detailed security and traffic plan that adheres to all of these terms, is that correct? Right, okay, yep. I don't know why I'm asking you, I'm telling you, okay, sorry. You're going to provide community board with report of certified sound engineer and implement its recommendations as necessary. And lastly, this is probably going to be the biggest sticking point that you're not going to like. I'm going to limit alcohol consumption to the mezzanine, period. And under those terms, I'd be willing to. Oh, and the capacity, 620 with 120 employees. Yeah, it's 500 patrons. I think they want it 450. I'm willing to go with that since the overflow is really employees, so maximum customer capacity of 500.
What if we just limit the hours?
The hours you're asking for are
rather than
I think
and let the
Starbucks-
let me do a little work
No, I'm just.
rather than limit the space.
Limit the hours?
Yeah. So 12 Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Sunday, and then 1 Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
I'm okay with that.
And then let them have it on the first floor.
I'm all right with that.
So we
Is that-
can consume on the mezzanine, but we.
No, in the first floor.
The roaster,
Right,
we'd limit
but
our
the hours are during the week, 12 a.m., 6 a.m. to 12 a.m., and then Thursday, Friday, Saturday, you can stay open till 1 a.m. And everything else he said, meaning security study or report, soundproofing, or what was the other, sound engineer report.
Sound engineer report, live music limited to no more than 4 unamplified performers. And what did you say, special events, maybe 4 or 5 a year, something like that?
Our application indicated 1 to 5, 5 being the maximum.
Okay, so 4 a year, 1 a quarter for special events.
Okay.
And then what was the limit on the capacity, 500 customers?
500 customers, yes.
So I think it is, I mean, the ALJ found it's in the public interest. I think, given the method of operation you've proposed, it certainly is, there's nothing like it in New York, I will grant you that. And so there's a public interest in that, but I do think that the community board has some valid concerns. Hopefully we address them. But I'll approve under those. And you're going to have a security contract with 2 security guards.
Absolutely, we already provided that
Okay.
information.
I think what you're proposing here is unique. As you said, there's only one other one in the country. And why not have it here in New York? So, good luck.
So a year from now, if Starbucks did want to come back and amend the hours, if operations are going well and the community board is in agreement, would that be amenable with an amended?
Yes,
method of
but they don't, I mean, I only ask that you go talk to them. Whether they agree or not, we can discuss here, but you do have to go talk to them first.
Yeah, okay, appreciate that.
All right. All set? All right. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good luck.
The next item in Albany is 442 Route 9 Liquors LLC. I believe we may have somebody down here too on that matter.
What number again?
442.
That's fine. We already pulled it. Yeah, we already pulled it.
You pulled it for New York City, but someone signed in Albany.
Oh, I got it.
You start. You start.
Morning,
miss us
Francis
yet.
Buscemi for the applicant.
And we have
His opposition.
opposition, so go ahead, opposition.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen of the board. My name is Philip Candle. I'm a partner with Martha's Vineyard LLC. We own and operate a liquor wine spirit shop at 1955 South Road in Poughkeepsie, approximately 400 meters away from the applicant's proposed location at 1895 South Road in Poughkeepsie. We have submitted, along with other liquor stores in the Poughkeepsie area, we have submitted letters of protest and results of an investigation which I retained a private investigator to conduct based on some information we had obtained from other parties owning liquor stores in Poughkeepsie. And some of the chief reasons that we opposed the applicant is our location is very close to the proposed location. We have excellent ingress and egress, and the ingress and egress to the proposed location passes directly in front of our store. So we do not see any additional convenience to any customers of the ShopRite shopping center.
Well, how close is the current store to your store?
It's probably, I would have to say about 0.7 miles.
This is where the existing, that's proposed, and that's where they are. It's right across the street.
So he's moving across the street.
Is that
Yes,
correct?
much closer to our location, and the
He's moving from,
customers-
how much closer? He's moving from 1890 South Road to 1895 South Road. How much closer could that be?
It's actually walking distance to the new location, whereas someone would actually have to get in a car and drive up Route 9 to get to the new location and to my location.
So you're telling me that if it's 0.7 miles, they have to drive, but 0.3 miles, they don't?
Because of the geographical location. The
But
current location-
your community you live in, everybody drives. I mean, we're talking about South Road, that South Road is almost 100% commerce, correct?
That's correct.
It's all strip malls.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
So you don't see a lot of people walking on it.
No, not at all.
Okay, anything else? I read the report you had done, and while it does raise concerns, it doesn't really point out anything illegal.
And I did point that out in my letter of protest, that I can't really comment on the legality of it. But I find that the relationships that are established over a very long period of time, both business and familial, do give cause of concern for how the business may be conducted. And, I'm not here to extol the benefits of Martha's Vineyard, but I think it's pertinent to this conversation because when we presented our application to the Liquor Authority, we were distinguishing how our operations and what benefits we were going to give to the community were different from other liquor stores. And inside the under 10 months of operation that we have been there, We have already conducted at least two benefits, one for Alzheimer's Association and one for a local women's shelter to benefit the community. Martha conducts educational seminars at the Culinary Institute of America in Hyde Park at no fee to the culinary. And she is conducting classes and holds very high-level certifications in the area of wine and spirits. The purpose or the atmosphere that we have tried to develop with Martha's Vineyard is a welcoming, comfortable, enjoyable place to shop where they are dealing with knowledgeable staff and will receive further education on to enhance their enjoyment of the wine and spirits. And I think if you look at how marketplaces are trending today, we have gone from very personal service in the late 19th century and early 20th century to very personal service, mass service to communities, and now we are looking at a trend backward to people are coming in and want a personalized service. The size of store that the applicant is proposing, I cannot see how, in my experience, they would have the kind of staff and that kind of person. I think the close proximity to our store is also, I can see where we would be cannibalized as far as our clientele.
Just because of the change in size?
Certainly, 6,000 bottle inventory is probably 3 or 4 times the size of most of the stores in the immediate area, the closest stores.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Is anybody else there, or are they all with you?
Yes, no, I'm here. I'm Patricia O'Shea from Hudson Plaza Wines and Spirits. I guess I'm a little bit surprised because when I asked what this was, the application was for $18.95, a new license inside ShopRite. So I'm a little confused. So I'm thinking that the purchase of Dakota has already happened and that this is a request to move. Can you clarify that?
That's correct.
Okay, so that's kind of new to me. That so back in August.
No, it's not. They're nodding their. Hold on a second. They're nodding their heads, and you're shaking your head.
Correct.
They're nodding their heads.
No, I think the question asked that the purchase of Dakota has already taken place.
Oh, you're trying to move it before you buy it.
Yeah, this was a simultaneous.
Right. It's happening at the
contract
same.
that we-
It's happening at the
I just
same
wanted to
time.
put-
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's happening at the
All
same
right,
time.
thank you for
There's been no
clarifying.
closing on Dakota.
Right.
So back in August, when I received a letter to put in my sales figures and a dispute if I would like to, at that point ShopRite was soliciting petitionings for a store within ShopRite, and the A-frame clearly made it sound like the people in the community were to believe that there would be a store inside ShopRite, and that's a little unnerving since I've been in this business 10 years, and that's been, the lobbyists have made sure that wine doesn't go into grocery stores, so it's made it very unnerving that that's a possibility. That
It's not. It's
that's
not.
something to be available.
It's not a possibility under the law now. It's not going into ShopRite.
But the store itself is slated to be in ShopRite, from what I understand.
It would have to have its own entrance and have its own. It would not. There would be no entrance between ShopRite and the store. That's not legal.
Okay, no connection at all.
None whatsoever.
Okay,
No
all right,
can
so
do.
that gives me a little bit more clarity of what we're here for today, but I really, the communication and this whole thing starting in August till now has been a little bit concerning, so thank you for clarifying that.
You're welcome.
Hi, I'm Charles DeMonte from Hudson Plaza Wine and Spirits. I just want to attest to the petition that they were having signed, that independent company come out, dressed in red vest, in ShopRite, asking people to sign a petition. The picture you can see for a wine shop inside of ShopRite. That's what the sandwich board says right here.
It's not going to happen that way. I don't care what the
Okay, but
petition
I'm just
says.
attaching to the petition, that's all. They said, because the people were telling that everybody was signing the petition, it was gonna be an add-on to ShopRite. So the people that were signing the petition were led to believe that they were signing this petition for wine to become part of ShopRite. Not that it was gonna be an independent
Oh,
store.
okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
So this petition that everybody was signing, they were misled to believe that it was gonna become into a supermarket. not that it was going to be its own entity. It's going to be one-stop shopping. It's not going to be one-stop shopping. Obviously, what you just stated, it's going to be two separate entities. But everybody who signed that petition was under the...
No, we got it. We got it.
Okay, okay,
Thank you.
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Buscemi, you're on.
Thank you. All right, with me today is Cipriano Talo, and who is the principal of the applicant, and Dwayne Flynn, who is the principal of Dakota. First, I'd like to address the issue. Mr. DiPaolo became interested in the business because other family members are in the business. Mr. DiPaolo has run a successful manufacturing mold injection, plastic injection business for many, many years.
Well, why Poughkeepsie? He lives in Bridgeport, Connecticut.
Mr. DiPaolo, I guess, can answer that. We discussed it. He met the ShopRite. He met ShopRite people. You want to address this?
Yes, I met the ShopRite people where I was at a charity function, and we discussed that I was interested in going to business, and they were in the idea that they might partition in the ShopRite in Poughkeepsie. And over a period of time, we got together with the real estate from ShopRite, and we worked out a deal.
Do you need that much more space, though? I mean, going from, what is it now, 1,300 up to 4,900?
Well, the part of this is driven because in order to do this, carve out the location out of the supermarket to make it effective financially. This is what ShopRite won't do anything smaller than this.
Well, I'm not approving 4,300 square feet.
What's wrong with buying and staying where you are?
49, you're right, 4,900 square feet.
Look, that's just in our mind, and
Now, you can move across the street. I mean, this is really one issue. You can move across the street. I have no issue with that, and you can buy the place, but you're not getting 4,900 square feet. You're going to get 1,300 square feet.
it's not going to.
So we just put a guy in, as you heard. We literally put him in there in April of 2017.
Not even a year ago.
And he's 0.7 miles away, and he's 2,400 square feet. We just added a store. By doubling the size of your store, the way I look at it, we're adding another one, and it doesn't need another one.
Well, first
Not doubling it, tripling it.
This Wine on 9, which was approved at some point, I don't know whether you're referring to that.
No, I'm referring to Marta's Vineyard, who spoke.
That Wine on 9 hasn't opened. It's still a tanning salon.
Where's that? I'm not even aware of that one.
That was brought up when you were voting on Marta's. But if I may be heard, I mean, this was initially filed as the contract is very specific that this is conditioned on the approval of the transfer and the removal to the new location. The application was filed that way, and the application was approved that way on December 29th. 42 days later, on February 9th, there was a rescission letter issued by the Liquor Authority indicating that they were rescinding the approval. So this transfer removal was already approved. And based on...
Because, our mistake, they were not aware that the size of the store had tripled. That was our fault. That's no question about that.
Based on that, wheels were set in motion over that 42-day period. I'd like Mr. Flynn is going to talk to what has transpired with him. We've got a letter as Exhibit E from ShopRite, which indicates that they've already spent $500,000 in starting this project. You've got the resume and the letter from Alexander, the person who's going to be our manager, who indicates in his letter, spells out that he's already resigned his current employment and he's trained the new person coming in at the store that he's currently working at. Public convenience and advantage is served here, and one of the reasons is the size of this store. And I listened to what Marta's had to say. And Marta's was talking in terms of artisanal products being a completely different type of operation than what we're looking to do. And I've given you Our size is needed in order for us to do the proper buying, in order for us to produce the discounts that we feel are necessary to give to our customers. You bring in, ShopRite takes in 20,000 transactions per week. Now, that's transactions. When two people go in, a husband and wife or whomever, go into a store, a couple goes into a store together, that's one transaction. So just at the ShopRite supermarket alone, you've got well over 20,000 people going into that store per week, plus everyone else in the shopping center. So the numbers are very dramatic as to what's being drawn into the shopping center. And we can serve that base very well, being the store of the size that we need. We have to be able to buy in. As you know, you have to be able to buy in to obtain discounts. The one store that will really be our competitor would be Viscount. Viscount is an extremely large store. I think it's located about 6 miles from us.
I think those stores that are a lot closer to that might disagree with you there, Counselor. I mean, you're talking about a store that's almost 4 times as large as what's there now, twice as large as a license that we just issued back in April. I'm with the chairman on this. There's no way I'm going to approve 4,900. I'm not opposed to you moving across the street. I don't think it's that far of a distance, and I still think it keeps an existing license more or less pretty darn close to where it is, but not, as the chairman said, doubling, tripling this, quadrupling the size of it is really like adding another store, so I'm not going to approve that. So
it's those quantity discounts, Commissioner, that give us the ability, our ability to buy in and stock.
But see, in April, when I put the other store there, it was based on the fact that there were sales that indicated that there was a need for it. We don't even know how he's affecting the sales at this point. Now, you want to come in and triple the size of the store to create a vacuum that we can't even predict what it'll do. And I'm not going to do it. I mean, it's just not going to happen. They can move across the street and to keep the status quo. I don't have a problem with that. And I think it probably is a better location because ShopRite's there. There's no question that there's a public convenience and an advantage to being near ShopRite for the shoppers. But I'm not making it a superstore. It's not happening.
I mean, it's to serve the public convenience and advantage.
And I think that they're being served. And until I find out what the other store that we just opened in April has done to that service, I'm not putting anyone else in there.
But again, the point being, with regard to consumer savings, it's not.
That's not the only thing we're looking at.
But it's one of them.
It's one, and the other ones you failed at every one.
I don't think we failed at every one.
Well, because of the new store, you're not providing anything to me that's going to. That other than being near ShopRite, that's going to serve the public convenience and advantage.
We're providing between 5,000 and 6,000 SKUs, which is well above these other stores that you're referring to. We're going to have over
I'm ready to
100
vote.
SKUs.
Yeah.
All right, I'd like to at least hear Mr. Flynn.
Well,
since this,
if they're ready to vote, they're ready to vote.
will you please hear Mr. Flynn?
Sure.
Sure, Mr. Flynn, you're here. Let's hear what you have to say.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm the owner of Dakota Wine and Liquors. Since this has transpired, and I received an email from somebody from the State Liquor Authority telling me that it was approved in December 29th of 17. I have already given my notice to my landlord. He's already put the unit up for rent with signage out on the street. He's had people come and look at it. My family has decided to move down closer to her family down south. I've still put my house up for sale. And I don't think I can rescind on my notice to my landlord. And honestly, in June, I'll be out of business.
Well, move. I'm telling you, you can move across the street.
That was a deal that...
But it's still a good deal for you, and I guarantee you someone will line up and buy that thing. Because we do 14 or 15 of these every 2 weeks. And that's a very popular road you're on for a liquor store, as you can see.
I completely understand that. It's just if something does not transpire by June...
Well, I guarantee you if they walk away, ShopRite's going to want someone else in there because that's the way they do it.
They may put in a florist, a dollar store. I mean, it's their space, they could, you know.
They
sell it.
usually want a liquor store. I mean, it's unfortunate that it went down this way because, you know, we obviously did miss it, but I don't know that that much transpired in 8 weeks that's going to affect everyone's life. And it just isn't, as I said, I'm willing to do it.
Our house did sell, our rental property did sell within 10
Well,
days.
I'm telling you, move the store and put it for sale, because I'm sure it'll sell.
Where?
Move it to ShopRite.
The ShopRite's not gonna do a deal for a 1,500 square foot.
Well, then this is where we're at. I'm not putting that's something that's just not going to happen right now at this space. So I'm going to vote to deny.
I'm going to vote to deny.
Only because of the size of the store. I would vote to approve a 1,300, maybe even 1,500 square foot store at the location they want to move to.
Yeah. I would even be willing to go even a little bit more than 1,500, but I'm going to vote to deny on the same grounds.
All right, next item in Albany, 438, G&S Partners LLC.
Why do we pull these things if they're not being called in order?
Because I didn't get the Albany ones until just the end.
Sorry, what number was that?
Plus, I want to make sure you're paying attention. I think there's only opposition on this matter.
Correct.
Oh, the applicant's not here?
Nope.
Then second call. I'll give him, I have to give him, I'm going to give him another half hour.
Okay, sir.
Next item in Albany. You didn't pull out this one either. 515, Six Whispers Corp.
Hi, I'm Maureen Anthony, owner of Six Whispers Corporation.
Joseph Anthony.
What are the hours going to be outside?
The hours would be 12 p.m. to 9 p.m.
And the live music goes till 9 as well?
No, sorry, the music would be till 9, and the outdoor patio would be open till what did,
As long as we're open, we'd like to keep it open.
Which is when?
12 p.m. till 4 a.m. is our liquor license, but normally we're closed by 2. It's only on the weekends we're open till 4.
So what the outside hours are, 4 a.m.?
They want 4 a.m. Music till 9.
And that would only be on the weekends as well, the music.
Greenwood Lake, 5:15.
And you're going to use this all day as well, right?
yes.
Is there a bar out there?
There is a bar out there, a small, maybe 12-foot bar.
And when you don't have live music, what kind of music are you having out there?
No music.
We just have, it's like a radio, like recorded music.
I see you have letters as requested here from the Chief of Police, Mayor, American Legion.
Yes.
They're aware of your hours that you want to stay open till 4 a.m.?
Yes, they're supportive of us.
Well, yes. I don't have any questions if you don't.
No.
All right. If they're okay with 4 a.m., if they're not, I suppose we'll hear about it, but you did get their support and recommendation, so I'm going to vote to approve. Music stops at 9, correct?
Yes, sir.
So I'm not going to create that situation. So the music's going to stop at 9. The bar outside's got to close by 11 all days.
Okay, no problem.
So the music is over at 9 and the outside area is closed at 11,
Okay.
assuming he agrees with me.
I agree.
Okay.
Excuse me, the outside bar or the outside patio, just to use the patio with no bar?
Both. The bar and the patio close at 11. I mean, you know, we had a there's a history here that obviously you're aware of and I'm aware of, and this thing was being used when it shouldn't have been for a while, and until I find out that you're actually using it the way it's supposed to be used, I'm not going to give you 4 a.m. There's residences around you that I'm fully aware of, and I don't know why they're not here, obviously complaining about it, which is why I'm granting it, but I'm going to shut it at 11.
Well, we've improved everything. We've worked with the police and the mayor.
No, I see that, which is why I'm granting it, but if you want to go later, you need to come back in a year. We'll see how this summer goes.
Okay, when does this take effect?
I don't know. When you hear from us.
Yeah, well,
We're going to send a letter out. It'll be a couple weeks.
So we wouldn't be able to use it this weekend?
I'm sorry, you'll have the letter in a couple days.
tomorrow. We've been sending these letters out tomorrow, just whatever conditions you have to
And
meet.
once you get the letter and the conditions are filled, yeah, you can use it.
There's no way to use it this weekend?
It's going out this week, by tomorrow.
No, probably. I don't know if you're going to get it unless you drive to Albany.
St. Patrick's Day, is that this
Day is
weekend?
big hit, you know?
Yeah, you can drive. You can drive to Albany, and we'll try to get it for you for St. Patrick's Day.
Yeah?
Yeah.
How do we know for sure?
No, call up Jackie tomorrow and drive up to Albany, and we'll get it all squared away.
Okay, great.
Okay, when you walk out there, just go ask to speak to Amy Lynn, okay?
All right.
And
Thank
she
you.
will be talking tomorrow.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
How did I forget it was St. Patrick's?
Jonathan, we're going to keep the feet open to Albany for the other one, but right now we're going to go back to New York and 481 Iguana New York LTD.
Morning, or good afternoon, almost everyone. Robert Romano for Iguana. I put in a conditional no contest plea of $2,000.
I'll accept.
Accept.
Thank you.
Next item.
All of that for that, right? All right.
Next item in New York, 516 Samba Inc.
Morning, Stacy Weiss, the applicant. This is a reconsideration.
So I'm voting to grant the reconsideration. It's clear to me that this place has been continually licensed and was there prior to the school being there, which is within 200 feet, so I'm going to vote that it's grandfathered in. And the 200-foot law does not apply, and send it back to licensing. Right?
That's what you want to do.
Right?
Yeah, it's fine.
I concur.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Next item, 508 San Cecilio Restaurant Inc.
And just to jump in very quickly, Stacy, it's my understanding that you did some extensive negotiations on this particular CNC with Alexandra. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Morning, Stacy Weiss for the licensee. It's a CNC.
508.
Probably got stuck behind your last one.
This is an offer of.
Hold on just for a second.
You're a genius.
I know you're not talking to me, so.
So what's going on with the outdoor space?
He's going to resubmit. He's not using it right now. He's going to resubmit an alteration application to use it. He's not doing anything. He's going to resubmit any applications that need to be submitted. He's not. He's complying with everything. With any charge that he has, he's complying with everything. He's using it as a regular restaurant now. He's not using the backyard. He'll resubmit any applications that need to be submitted. He's.
All right, I'll approve. Do we have a time we want this suspension?
Is it possible for him to get the suspension as soon as possible?
I defer to the board. I don't think it matters from
Possible
my
for
end.
that to happen?
It doesn't matter from here. You'll get it when the letter goes out.
As soon
I'll
as we
approve.
We can get it out.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you very much.
Chairman, before we get to the next one in New York, do you want to go back and take care of Albany, because the next one in New York might take a little bit?
Yes.
Okay. We'll go back to 438 G&S Partners LLC.
Good morning, Chairman and members of the board. I'm Kara Whalen with Mackey Butts and Wise on behalf of our client, Bob Keating.
Yep, my name is Bob Keating. My wife and I own Arlington Wine and Liquor. That's the one under R&D.
Their business currently is situated at 718 Justice Turnpike in Poughkeepsie. It's about a mile, less than a mile from the applicant's location here. Our client has previously submitted 2 letters to the SLA dated October 24th and also March 9th, which I believe your office is in possession of. I stand before you today requesting an opportunity to express some of our concerns with regards to the acceptance of this application. Of importance, our client had originally been started his business in 1983 in the area on a site right off of Main Street, and then had migrated to the current location, all within a very close proximity. Currently, there are about 6 liquor stores that are licensed in this vicinity, and it's becoming oversaturated. It's as of recent, there was an application that was accepted and approved for L&T Liquors on 51 Burnett Boulevard. Since that time, our client has.
Is that open?
Yes.
Yes, it is open and operating.
And how far away is that from the applicant's location?
The applicant's location, maybe half a mile approximately.
So why is that not on?
I don't know. Do not know.
And then,
So
There's actually four stores within a half a mile of this particular applicant for the liquor room. Half a mile or less. There's four.
besides you and the one you just mentioned, who are the other 2?
Poughkeepsie Wine and Liquor.
This gentleman right here.
Peter D'Antoni from Poughkeepsie Wine and Liquor at 701 Main Street.
We have, okay, but we have Arlington Wine and Liquor at 1.2 miles. I mean, what?
Okay, I'm
No,
701.
I'm not I'm talking to the Arlington Wine and Liquor. That's you, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
You're not how far are you away?
About a mile.
I'm thinking maybe under a mile.
The only one we're aware of is the new one in Poughkeepsie Wine and Liquor. Who are the other 2?
The other 2, there's the gentleman couldn't make it here today because he couldn't find someone to work the store. That would be Kevin on Hooker Avenue, and that would be Southside Wine and Liquor.
And it's under KKTV Industries, Inc.
That's a mile away. All right, who else?
We also have Linda Ruoff, that's currently in safekeeping on Smith Street.
Yeah, she's almost 2 miles.
Okay, and then O'Day Enterprises, Inc., I don't have the mileage on that. I know it's on Main Street, 298 Main Street.
All right, what are your concerns? Go ahead.
Our concerns are, since the recent opening of yet another liquor store of the L&T Liquors, our client in particular, and I can't speak for others, have seen a decrease in productivity and net profits because of this oversaturation of the liquor stores in this small area. Also, while we're seeing these increases in licenses and businesses that are opening, we're not seeing an increase in growth in the businesses that are currently open and operating. And so
did you see the sales numbers that your client filed with us?
I had not personally.
He's almost up $1 million in a 4-year period.
Yes. So.
Well, I call that growth.
Yes.
Right.
I mean, I guess my next question is, you really think that a 412 square foot liquor store is going to affect a store that's 11,600 square feet?
Well, I think it's not just this one store, but it's a continuation of opening of additional liquor stores one at a time. So while L&T may have a small impact on our clients' growth, yes, it may still be growing, but it's not growing to its fullest potential because the area is being now saturated with additional liquor stores. And then we have yet another one that is slowly going to be impacting his ability. In addition, this liquor store that for the proposed premise is located right now directly across the street from an elementary school that was and is currently still owned by the Arlington School District. As far as I'm aware, the school is not operating as an elementary school, but I do not know if the full scope of activities being held at that location has been disclosed to the SLA. It's certainly something that we could look into further at this point.
Well, what is it being used as?
We aren't quite sure at this point. All we know is that the elementary school had been relocated. We don't know if there's any after-school programs, or we do not know. We just know that title is still in the Arlington School District, and that we see some activity, but we do not know. We'd have to investigate that further.
There's also a church about 125 yards north on a corner, is that correct? Am I thinking the right
Yes.
place? All right.
Yes, there's actually 2 churches in the areas. The exact distances, I don't, I think each measurement is slightly different. I'm finding we have God's Way Ministries and also the Arlington Reformed Church.
Yeah. The one I saw closest, 125 yards, is beyond that.
Yeah. In addition, we also had some concerns with regards to the applicant and ensuring that the financials have been disclosed in their entirety. From our due diligence that we've done thus far, it's our understanding that relatives of this applicant had made application in 2015 and had an AX license issued for a grocery convenient type setting. Now I see from the county clerk's records that the property is currently owned by 36 Raymond Avenue LLC, and a principal of that LLC is in fact one of the applicants of the prior license. So
Prior grocery store license, though?
correct.
Well, that's not an issue. That's
right.
not an issue.
We just aren't aware if there's any financial profit sharing or arrangements between the applicant and the former applicant and now current owner of the property.
Well, I mean, the only thing we have is that he owns this, but it's not, if there was an agreement and we were aware of it, it would be fine. To our knowledge, there is not an agreement.
Okay. Well, again, we're just
Correct?
I don't know.
Yeah, we were concerned if there were any financial or any other interests of family members that, may not have been disclosed.
But
Given this-
I'm still not following what made you believe that. So it looks like he borrowed money from an LLC that a relative may own. I don't understand what the problem is if it's just an AX license.
The AX license was previously owned by, let me grab his name, by Harmanjeet Diliwal, and who is now the principal owner of this property. And it looks as though it's his relative who is applying for this application permit.
I'm sure it is, but I'm not following through on your logic. I don't know why that's a problem.
Our question is whether there's a financial interest.
There clearly is. He's borrowing money from his uncle or father's company. There's clearly
So
that
there's
interest.
There's a private loan. Okay, we weren't aware of that.
So, may I say something?
Sure.
Okay. So, to sum the whole thing up, the population in the county has been decreasing for 5 years. Every time a new licensee opens up, it just takes business from the existing stores. There's no new customer base that gets created. His first sale comes from one of us. And I have to add that the store that just opened, I forget the LLC name, but in the 44 Plaza, the store that got opened right at the end of the year,
L&T Liquors.
L&T Liquors, that was just recently approved down the street from us. We have seen in our January and February
see that?
numbers, a decrease of
You want
about 10%.
info on that one? Excuse me for a second. That LNT was approved by the full board
I
in
remember doing it,
August.
yeah.
They did not pick up the license till November of 2017. According to this, they're 0.9 miles away, and it was approved with 3,400 square feet of retail.
Okay.
And what I want to say is since that's.
No, I think you've said enough.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, they're over here, so they're even further away from.
Yeah.
the Proposed numbers.
I'm going to vote to deny. We just opened one that wasn't on our list, but it would be one of the 4 closest stores, and I don't think that adding another one at this time serves the public convenience and advantage.
I'm gonna vote tonight on the same grounds.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Paula, I have nothing else in Albany?
There's nothing else, sir?
All right, Jonathan, we're done with that. The next item in New York, 542D, NoHo Cultural Society, Inc.
Can we take, why don't you set up and you can come up. I'm just going to take 2 minutes.
All right, we are back on the record, and the next item is 542D, NoHo Cultural Society, Inc.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ford, Donald Bernstein on behalf of the applicant. With me is Mr. Scott Sartiano, who will be the ABC officer of what will be a private members club, meeting hall, recreational facility, shared workspace at Zero Bond, right at the corner of Broadway. Before I give my presentation.
Yeah, we have.
Well, before we have them, if you want to take them first, we have one elected official, a city council
sure,
member
they
and a
can speak,
representative
yeah.
from another. If we can have them speak first so that they may leave.
Yes.
Morning, Board. I'm City Councilman Rafael Espinal, and I am the Chair of the Consumer Affairs Committee. Good to see some of you, and all of you, I should say. But, most recently the work I've done was to create an Office of Nightlife here in New York City to deal with a lot of the issues that communities have with nightlife establishments and help build and bridge the conversation and that gap. Here, I have to talk on behalf of Zero Bond because I feel that they're running a space responsibly, or they're planning on running a space responsibly, and taking into account a lot of issues and concerns that the community board has. One, they understand that the community does not want them open till 4 a.m., so they decided to stay open till 2 a.m. Two, they're not running a nightclub, so we don't expect to see the amount of spillage and the amount of people out on the streets that you would see in a traditional bar and nightclub. So this is a space that I think will be run responsibly. It's a space that that contributes to the overall quality of the community, because now people who live in New York City will have a place to go, socialize, do their work in a very relaxed and creative environment. I think that those issues should be taken into account. I wouldn't be here if I didn't think that the space is going to do everything in its right to make sure that they're good neighbors to the local community. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
We have next a representative from Councilmember Chin's office.
Good morning, Chair Bradley and members of the board. I just want to direct your attention to, first off, my name is Paul Smith-Leonard. I am representing Councilmember Margaret Chin, which the council district this application is located in. Well, just wanted to direct your attention to a letter from Councilmember Chin, and also a letter from Speaker Johnson. Speaking for Councilmember Chin first, just wanted to draw your attention to the 14 stipulations, including a 2 a.m. close time, and the tremendous amount of work that has been done by members of the community and the applicant to address concerns from the neighbors. And also, if you could see on Speaker Johnson's letter, speaking to the applicant Scott Sartiano's personal commitment to addressing concerns from the community. I think that is the reason, specifically for this application and for the applicant himself, that both of these elected officials, including the Speaker of the City Council, are urging you to approve this application.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So now let me hear from the objectors.
Carter Booth from Community Board 2. I also have with me Toby Bergman, who's also from the Community Board. He's going to say a few words before I speak as well and start off the conversation.
Hi, good morning. I'm Toby Bergman. I'm a lifelong resident of Community Board 2, former chair of the Community Board, and a 20-year member of Community Board. Clearly this is one that people see in different ways, and including on our board. It's not a simple one. I think, to me, it's a very interesting area. It is an old manufacturing district. Now, however you interpret the zoning, and I understand and agree that we're not here to interpret or educate on zoning, it is a residential street. Bond Street is a residential street. Broadway also has a lot of residences, but it also has a lot of commercial offices, as does Bond. But it is not just a residential street, it's one of the most successful and highly sought after residential streets in our community district. So to portray this neighborhood as desolate and dilapidated and falling apart and in need of uplift is not really accurate. It is struggling on the ground floor with retail, as is many areas in our district, because of what's happening in retail overall. But I think my major concern looking at this is that we have very successful residential street, Bond Street. An entrance on Bond Street to this kind of multi-story, large eating and drinking establishment, which what bottom line it is, I think is just a mistake, and a mistake for an area that could be subject to many creative approaches to eating and drinking establishments on multiple floors, as in fact we have 2 more in the pipeline. So my input is really about this being a residential area that needs protection.
Your comments about it being desolate, are you referring to the applicant's exhibits about vacant retail spaces in the area?
That's correct. And there are throughout Manhattan and throughout our district, because of what's happening in retail and because there's been a lot of new major retail opened up in downtown Manhattan. So there's a lot of competition, and it from experience, these things do resolve after a period of time. They are problematic, but it is not a street that you're afraid to walk down. It is a street that people die to live on. This is where they want to live. And you know, just in terms of my experience, we've had this kind of thing happen in areas that are struggling on the ground floor. We had it in Chelsea 20 years ago or so, where there was an explosion of large-scale nightlife. We definitely had it in our community board. We had it on the far west side in the meatpacking district. And it's not just because of its activity, it's not necessarily good for the continued residential and change that's happening in the neighborhood. So I think it's a complicated one, yes. It's an interesting application, yes. Particularly with an entrance on Bond Street, I think it's the wrong thing going forward for the neighborhood.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Again, Carter Booth from Community Board 2. There's no question that there's going to be a tremendous impact from this business. It's a multi-story upper floor development. It's a huge space. I mean, it's not a small space. If you're outside looking at the building, it looks like it takes up a third of a city block in each direction from the corner. It's a very large, beautiful building. It's previously unlicensed. The entrance to the space was recently constructed. It did not previously exist on Bond Street. The building itself built this building built the entrance to this building on a residential block. The entrance should have been built on Broadway, where the space has traditionally been accessed when it was previously used as office space. The hours that was previously used were normal business hours, daytime use. I had an opportunity to visit the space and walk through it with Ms. Sartiano, and space takes up half the 5th floor, the 6th floor, and a yet to be constructed top floor. It was clear to me that there are other ways that the space can be accessed that are not from Bond Street. If you walk in there, there are other points of entry onto those floors, and that was something that I think has been a big part of the discussion going through this whole process. I think a lot of the people who are here today have spoken at our meetings, they've spoken at the 500-foot hearing, and they're here again. So, you know, really the issues, I think, have been laid out to some extent in all the materials. I think more than 20 pages of
So is
things.
access as much of a big of an issue as everything else?
Well, I think so. I think that's a huge part of this
How
discussion.
big is this building, floor-wise?
I believe 6 stories, I believe.
So he's got the top 3, okay.
Right, and the top floor hasn't been constructed yet, So they're adding an addition onto to the top of the building, and
Oh, so it's actually only 5 floors, soon to be 6.
correct. Yeah.
Right, okay. I just
So-
wondered how tall it was.
I mean, that's really a big, you know, Broadway is Broadway, and then Bond Street is Bond Street, and this area in the last, you know, since the 70s, there's a significant transition from this area into being residential, built many new buildings. Almost all the new buildings that have been constructed on Bond Street include provisions that they won't have eating and drinking uses on the ground floor. That's something that's regularly discussed issue. So putting this use in on the residential street is really a huge concern. As far as
Well, actually, based on the voting and the elected officials, it doesn't appear to be that huge a concern to everybody.
Well, you know,
because you guys were not
you have
50.
Assemblymember Glick has written a letter in opposition. to
True,
this,
but what
and-
I'm saying is your board, not 50-50, but there were significant people in support of it, a significant number. There is a neighborhood group, there's a neighborhood group that very actively opposes license regularly here.
Sure, I
who's
was
in
a-
favor
I
of.
was
So
a board
what
member
I'm
of a
saying is it's
predecessor
not,
organization for that.
but it's not everybody that's against this.
But not everybody is for it
Correct.
either. And the main issue.
So it's not clear.
And the main issue, if you look through, is the impact on Bond Street. And
For those
that's-
against it.
That's true, but that's the main issue. I mean, that's for some people, that impact weighs in on a different.
I mean, I just
level
find,
across
to me, I find it very illuminating that the people that come here and oppose things regularly, such as Councilwoman Chin, and she's been here herself opposing things, to get a letter supporting something, to me, says a lot.
I think it's fair to say that you know, certain parts of the district don't always see eye to eye, even with our
Well, that-
local-
I'm sure
local
that's true,
elected
too.
officials, and I think that that's certainly the case here. You know, but it's interesting to me, what we're concerned about are the nightlife hours. You know, this is, the issues that we're talking about are not daytime use. I mean, as a workspace, a co-working space, you know, you've had a few before you, you know, there's quite a number in the pipeline, but the hours of operation for those nowhere near approach the hours
Well,
of
this-
operation that we're discussing here. And it was mentioned in the submissions to you from the applicant and some of the comparable spaces that were brought up, and those hours are, that those spaces are used are much earlier. As far as, you know, the group where the discussions for this are supposed to happen is at the community board. You have a mixed vote, but I think that's reflective of the issues that are before you and the struggles and the changes. And, you know, one of the things that you have, it's a bit of a misnomer with the voting record. There was no vote that carried from the committee when this was originally voted for, and it went to the community board. It's a mixed vote. There's been lively discussion, but at the end of the day, the issues are.
So you're saying the community board's licensing committee did not vote on this?
No, it did, but it did not carry. A vote did not carry because there was.
It says here,
Right, you need more than half of the people.
How many are on it?
At that meeting, that there were 8 people, and it did not carry.
How many people are on the committee?
I believe that they are 11. But you know, the main issue is that again, it's the impact. So when you have an entrance that's on residential street, you're dealing with pulling traffic onto the residential street. You're dealing with noise from people coming and going. You're dealing with the Ubers circling. You're bringing this all into the cross streets, and it's not taking place on the avenues, and particularly on Broadway, where this would be certainly be much more appropriate having an entrance. And as far as it was presented to us in some respects. I can't remember which hearing this took place. I mean, this is an all-in-one solution, you know. And the issue here that we have again is the evening hours, and it's really what's happening after 11 o'clock. That's the concern, and also a building where there are other options for other entrances to have that entrance created mid-block on a residential. On the residential portion of the areas, and you've seen from the submissions that you have, that's a big concern. So
I don't disagree with you on that.
So
the hours after 11 o'clock, that's a main focus for you?
Well, you know, it's about the entrance, because the entrance is what's dictating that's what leads to discussion, and that's where the impact is coming from, where the people are.
Everything
And,
else is inside.
and that's right. I mean, but the movement and the circular movement of a 400 or 450 person, operation, that's really the concern. And I think that it's difficult to even have a discussion about the hours of operation because depending on where the entrance is, you've got different scenarios. And so that's really some of the main issues. There were plenty of opportunities during this process to revisit this, to come back, to have discussions, and nobody came back to discuss it, and so we're left making a recommendation on what was before us, and that's.
And what was the vote?
I think that you should have it in front of you.
I'm looking for it, I do,
Sorry,
but I have, unfortunately, I have 500 pages here. No, I knew that, I'm talking about the full board. Okay.
That's right, so.
All right.
It's
and-
25-17, actually, against.
Okay. You don't, or you do? Well, I'll find out. Why don't we let the next person go?
That's what's written.
There are key members of the community also.
Yes, come on up.
Good morning, I'm Mary Clark. I've lived on Bond Street since 1979. I've written two original letters, not form letters, and I'm not going to read them because you have them. but
We
I
do
just
have
wanted-
them, and I have read them.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for reading them. I just wanted to come here in person to just put it on the record in person that I am fervently opposed to zero bond. And I thank you for the opportunity.
Okay,
to express my opinion.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for coming.
I'm Denise Martin. I have lived at 35 Bond Street for 40 years. I also would like to present to you 3 additional letters of opposition from people at 20 Bond. My objections are the ones you have heard. People are going to leave this club. Many of them are going to leave at 2 o'clock. There is no way, really, that there is not going to be talk on the street. The entranceway, the set-in entrance that already says Club Zero on it, will not hold more than, I would say, maybe 10 people. If more than 10 people are waiting for their cars, where are they going to be? They're going to be outside. We have another concern, which is the way that Lyft and Uber actually operate, which is that when they know there is likely to be significant traffic, numbers of them will stay around the neighborhood. This is a residential street. It is more than that. It is a Belgian block, rather poorly maintained street.
It's a what? I didn't hear that.
Rather poorly maintained Belgian block. It is very loud for traffic, which I hear from my loft. This is a very large operation. Those of us who've lived on the block for a long time feel that it's just too big for the neighborhood. We have people in my building with small children who go to public school. There are people in the building right next to the proposed operation who also have small children. It's just too big. The other thing I'd like to point out is that it's hard for me to believe, and I know there are other views on this, that this will create any real help or services, public services, at least for the residents. There is no plan for any kind of cultural activities that would be open to non-residents. In fact, there doesn't seem to be a plan for cultural activities for members. People who go to this club and use it for eating and drinking at many bars until 2 o'clock in the morning are very unlikely to patronize any of the established neighborhood businesses. So I doubt, though I could be wrong, that it will be a benefit to the neighborhood. I appreciate having the chance to speak with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I just wanted to point out that that when you're hearing from quote-unquote residents, the neighborhood group that you're referring to only advocates for its membership. And there are many people in the block who live in the area who are not members. And the vote that you have before you, if you look down at, a large number of the people who are voting on there are business owners. Yes, they are stakeholders, but they are not residents. And so I bring that point up because it's not a traditional neighborhood organization that puts flyers up on the corners and says, hey, we're meeting, come meet this guy.
No, but
here's
they
what's
do
going
oppose
on."
things.
Oh, I understand. Like I said, I mean, I was a board member of a predecessor organization to this for many years. I mean, we're familiar with the group, but it is one of two groups in our community board which is different than what traditional neighborhood organizations. They have a large budget. They do a lot of other activities, and I just bring that to your attention that it's different than what you're typically have in front of you.
A number of points, and I'm glad that Carter brought up that point because we do have some residents from Bond Street who are not part of Zella's organization who are here to speak in support of this application. As you know, we have the support of the City Council Speaker and 2 City Council members, and as you also know, we have the support of the NoHo Bowery stakeholders, and Zella Jones, the president of that organization, is here. Very important that this is a very much negotiated application. We originally wanted 4 a.m. Why? Other similar private members clubs like Norwood Soho House, they have 4 a.m. And there's a reason for that because this shared workspace, meeting hall, private members club is developing even more and more to provide alternative uses of space for all hours that go far beyond the traditional use. But because there were concerns expressed about that, and because we wanted everybody to be assured that we are not running and not going to operate a nightclub there, we agreed to close at 2 a.m. and we will firmly abide by that. We agreed to 14 or 13 other stipulations with the association on garbage, on music, on venting, on windows. They asked us to have security. This is not the kind of venue that needs security. We don't need security inside. They asked us to put someone on Bond Street after 10 p.m. Done. We agreed to do that. Not a problem. If it helps the neighbors or makes them feel a little secure, we're happy to do that. So
You really need that Bond Street entrance?
it's the only entrance that's available. Remember also 2 important things. One, it's only about 100 feet off of Broadway. It's right there. This is not mid-block. On the other side of Bond is Lafayette, another major avenue. Another very, very important point about this. We hear very often when we go to meetings, we're going to cater to 35-year-olds, we're going to cater to this, and what the community boards say is, you don't know who's coming to your place. You don't know who's going to patronize it. The difference with our private members club is that we do. Not only do we know, we control it because we control who is coming in and who we accept as members. Beyond that, a code of conduct is required to be signed by every member. And if they violate that by being disruptive to other club members, staff, the facility, the neighbors, how they treat the space, they can be suspended, they can be expelled.
Well, I
can
think the
tell you-
biggest concern that seems to have been expressed, and he's using it as the doorway, I'm using it as the fact that the majority of these people, given the fact that they're paying for a private membership, are probably not taking subways. And they're going to show up in either Uber or black cars, and I don't even think it's the dropping off that's the issue, I think it's the picking up. So what are you going to do to
So,
control that?
First of all, the normal place they would go is Broadway, because if they want to go anywhere. In terms of calling an Uber, and this is something that we discussed and agreed to with the association, what we will do is in our membership agreement, we will tell people that they are required to call for pickup on Broadway using the Broadway address of the building. So that if they call an Uber, they give, what is it, 670? 670 Broadway, the Uber driver says, I'm here, they walk out, they walk around the corner, and they're there and they're picked up. Now, can we guarantee that every single person will do that? No. But will it go a long way to reducing any issue? Yes, and if there are people that abuse it, and we can find out and monitor that by seeing if cars pull up, because we'll have someone downstairs, and we'll have security downstairs. If they are, yeah, and if anyone abuses it, they can be suspended or terminated. And I can tell you that having represented private members clubs now for a long time, including Soho House, they do expel members. When we said this to the community board, the response was, well, you're not going to expel anybody because you want their membership. People are going to want to come to this club, and there are some, we're going to cut off the membership at some number.
Well, that's my next question. What number?
about
And
1,500.
and the majority of them you expect to be residents of New York City, or
Yes, in fact,
you're not doing this in Los Angeles as well, and Chicago, or?
No, there's no sister clubs that they would have reciprocity. And we've talked about this, and I know that Scott is committed to working with the local neighborhood to draw people from the community, because the best thing he can do is do that. And you have people here from Bond Street that are eager and anxious to join this club. But I think the control of membership is an attribute to a private members club that gives us very good, strong protection that a lot of the problems that may be associated with a regular OP licensee can.
Well, I think that, I understand where those concerns are coming from. I don't necessarily have them, but I think they're coming from his history. And, I don't know how you're going to have a nightclub with only background music. I get that.
Well,
but
it's not a nightclub.
No, I think that's what their concern is. One of the concerns is that it's going to turn into One Oak, and I don't expect that to happen. But
It's not going to happen, and we don't have a 4 a.m. close. We don't have a DJ. We don't have live music. We don't have dancing. The landlord is here, and I can tell you the landlord is going to make sure that it does not turn into a nightclub. Scott left that business years ago for good reason. I think he's about to become a.
So you're out of all of those clubs? You're out of Butter completely?
I also want to, can I address the sound issue? They didn't raise this, but this was an issue that was very important to show what we've done to make sure, or the measures we've taken to make sure this is not a problem. And I want to point out that when we were at the CB meeting, the normal quality of life issues that you typically hear, that was not the overriding concern, not even the entrance on Bond Street. You know what it was, and you've heard it so many times, it was the zoning issue.
But that, and Mr. Booth and I have had, I think we've made our peace with that. But you guys, I'm sure, haven't, but he and I have.
We have not, but I'm hoping that your message sometime.
No, I think
sinks
that's
in.
something that he has to deal with another agency
But I
on,
can
and I'm
tell
sure
you-
that's going to continue to be an issue here, but that's not my
But I
issue.
can tell you, at the full board meeting of the community board, when the supporters outnumbered the opponents by more than 3 to 1, that many people on the community board said, we don't want to consider this until the zoning falls into place. And as you said, Mr. Chairman, a lot of money goes into these places, a lot of different components, and operator may elect, let me find out if I've got a license before I go to DOB and landmarks and do all this and spend all this money. We have since gotten the ZRD1, and the zoning has been confirmed for a private members club with these floor plans, so that has been resolved. We went to the 500-foot rule hearing. The ALJ found that the public interest test was met.
Well, that's, and the other thing I want to ask is, so one of the residents brought up the use of this space, because obviously it's not open to the public. Based on the license, it can't be. But is there going to be any use donated to anybody? Or any
I think,
cultural?
yeah, if there are not-for-profit groups in the area, I don't know that we've identified all who they are, but we've told the community board, we've told Zella's organization, bring them to us. If they're not
So
members,
if
we
Mr.
may
Booth
not,
wants to bring the community board in there for a community board meeting, that would be available, or?
if he calls me first on the agenda, we'll talk about it. But the issue with that is that we may not be able to serve alcohol, because if they're not dues-paying members, I don't think we can. But if they want to have a dry
Just
meeting
use the
or luncheon,
space.
and just
Right.
use the space, I'm sure that, and we've committed to that. I think that's in one of the 14 stipulations. Even the hours were not raised with the community board. Once we backed off 4 and went to 2 a.m., no one raised that as a problem. That was not an issue.
My question, I know you're gonna have.
Well, it clearly is.
You're gonna have pool tables, you know. That's a big difference in noise generation between a pool table and a bowling alley.
So here's what we did.
I knew you were gonna,
Yeah.
knew I was gonna ask you that.
So here's what we did. There is an alleyway on the east side of our building. It's called Great Jones Alley, and there's a residential building next door. Our building, by the way, is entirely commercial. The Equinox Club occupies the rest of our building that's occupied. No residents in our building. We wanted to assure the community board and the residents next door that they would not hear anything from the inside of our facility. We have no outdoor space at all. So what we did is we invited Carter Booth, the co-chair of the committee, and another member of the CB2, and residents. Residents didn't come the first time, but I think they came later. And with the landlord's assistance, we had Equinox turn their speakers to the east wall and blast their music, 10 times louder than what our music is going to be. We stood outside with 1 or 2 of the community board members. We got the call, okay, the music is blasting, and you couldn't hear anything. So if you can't hear that, you're not going to hear a pool table, you're not going to hear a bowling pin. We also were told that there's a concern from those neighbors that people in our club, our members club, will be able to look out of the window of the facility into their bedrooms. We said, tell us what you want to do. We'll cover the windows. We'll put blinds. We'll put shades. We agreed to do that. So no one's going to be peeping in. I mean, somebody's going to occupy that space, and the person that comes in, if we don't get a license, may not put in shades or windows. But we will, and that's one of...
So you're blacking out the windows is what you're saying, or the shades are going to be up during the day? Correct what? You're blacking them out permanently?
So, you know, again, we have done everything that we have been asked to do to alleviate any of the concerns. I think that those...
They may not want you to black out the shades, because then nobody can see what you're doing in there.
Well, maybe they want to look in.
Maybe I ask them what they want.
So we do have a number of supporters. I would perhaps
Sure.
have Zella speak first.
Yeah, you can. Go ahead.
First, I want to say thanks to everybody for taking their time to get here and be here. This is the 5th hearing. I think everybody who's here in support, maybe if you could raise your hand. I appreciate you all for being here. Some of these people...
We're not going to hear from all of them, are we, Mr. Bernstein?
That's up to you.
Yeah.
But literally, some of these people have been here for their 5th meeting. A few facts that I think are important. There are about 75 condos on that actual block of Bond Street. I think almost 30 owners signed letters in support saying they want to be members. I mean, so when you talk about local support, you can't get much more than that. I've done this many, many times. Been in front of a community board 9 times for liquor licenses. The first time I've had to come here. I know you brought up the issue of zoning and laughing. It's not really a funny thing to me because Mr. Booth asked me to get zoning attorneys, zoning reports. I spent a small fortune on this, and then when I did it, he basically said he didn't agree. So then I decided to wait before I came here, and I spent a tremendous amount of money and time. It takes almost 2 months to get a ZRD1. The Department of Buildings effectively told him that he was wrong, and in the community board meetings, it was all about zoning. No one ever asked us about time and things like that. We actually asked to meet.
Well, and in his defense, and not speaking anything about your location, there are a number of places that have questionable zoning. I understand his concern,
Right. But
clearly it worked out in your favor here, which is good.
Yeah, well, you know, the other thing, you know, so yes, there's a lot of support. I sold and got out of the club business years ago. I owned 6 nightclubs. They're all still open and operating all over the world. If I wanted anything to do with a nightclub, I would still own them. That was an agreement I made with my wife over 3 years ago before we got married, and it just was something I wasn't interested in doing. So what this is and what you're seeing it is the plan has never changed. I know sometimes people go to the community board, and then by the time they get here, it's like a totally different operation. What I say is what I do, and what I've said I wanted it to be has never changed from before my first community board meeting. I met with all the outreach to all the community board groups that I could and made those agreements, and it wasn't, it's never varied, and that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Can you tell me a little bit more about what this club is going to be about? I mean, what's your eligibility requirements? Tell me about it. What is it?
Yeah, so it's basically, you know, the movement is being made, I think, out there in general. The co-working space, networking, and social spaces, everything's becoming kind of one big thing where people are, you don't have the delineation and definitions of people working 9 to 5 in a cubicle. They're always working and they're always socializing. It's kind of a mixture. So the idea is to bring, you know, the social networking and co-working spaces all together. You have lots of meeting areas. It's, look, any business in New York starts with the community. So you kind of, as far as membership, you're going to start with the community and kind of branch out. The Equinox that's in the building, I think, has about 2,500 members already. So
what is the Equinox?
Well, it's a gym, just to give you context.
High-end gym.
What else is in the building besides the gym? I remember reading it. I'm sorry. What else?
Right, so it'll basically be the gym, us, and then there's a retailer who I believe is here who effectively, assuming that this project gets off the ground, he's going to take the retail space and half of the a little more than half the 4th floor.
So will there be any other operations in there that will be open as late as you plan to be?
Well, Equinox is open, I believe, until maybe midnight. So not as late, but it's open till 11 or 12.
So it's not going to be someone that you're going to be disturbing inside the building?
No, there's no. there's no one, and they're all very supportive of it. Equinox is there, and obviously the person taking the retail is doing it contingent on my opening because he believes it'll be good for the community, which I think goes into line. I know that there's a gentleman here, I don't think he lives on Bond Street, but he was talking about the area. We did a chart. Within 4 blocks, almost 60% of the retail on Broadway is vacant. So you're going to have the retail, this building's going to be entirely leased based just by someone because they like what I'm trying to do and they're going to retail. So yeah, I think all those things come into play when you're talking about the community benefit. And the idea as far as members, New York City, it's a melting pot. So, you know, all types, diversity is key. Without diversity, it's, you know, not interesting.
Do you have a price point?
For membership, so similar to Equinox, it's going to be about $2,500 a year. And again, the cost, it's not cost.
It's what?
Yeah, it's not cost prohibitive. Like I said, it's very in line with a gym membership.
All right, well, why don't you line up your...
Supporters,
Yeah.
quickly state your name. Brevity gets you points, okay?
Well, my name is Tom Connor. I've lived in downtown Manhattan for the last 55 years. So I've seen things go up and I've seen things go down. I'm also a member of the community board, and I was on the SLA committee at the time. And as I recall, the vote was, I believe, it was 4 in favor, 3 against, and 1 abstention. That's my recollection.
That's what I have as well.
Yeah. Now, I've heard a lot about. It's very hard to hear here, by the way, but
tell me about it.
As an older person, this concept that they have impresses me and makes me want to see such a place come into existence. It will be a club where there'll be restaurant, there'll be a restaurant, a bar, and a place to do work. You can bring your computer. You can be there in the daytime or the evening. It's also, someone mentioned that it's very expensive or something like that. But we were told at the community board meeting that the price would be very similar to what you pay for a gym. So I think it was like $200 a month.
Yeah, he just mentioned that. That sounds like what it is going to be.
I didn't hear it.
Yeah.
But the other thing is, as a longtime resident, I've seen the neighborhood in that area. I heard some talk that it's going up. If you go there at night, it's dead. You walk down an empty street, it's frightening. And since this has all been coming back and forth, a lot of people have spoken to me and said they wish that you would grant them the application. They think it would be good. And then there was some concern about how many people would be coming out, but they wouldn't all be coming out at the same time. They wouldn't all be going in at the same time. This would be a club similar to other clubs. There are clubs in the city like the Harvard Club, Yale Club. It's not a new concept, but it's certainly new to downtown Manhattan. And as I said, as a longtime resident, I do hope you'll approve it, because not only is it good for young people, good for older people. We older people, you don't realize this yet, but older people can't really go into a bar and have a drink. They stand out. Everyone is young. They feel uncomfortable. This would be a place.
I better stop then.
What?
I said I better stop.
That's how I feel.
So I realize that. And so there's a lot of benefits to having such a club. And I hope you'll have a very open mind and not be swayed by Carter Booth. and I do speak for myself, but I am a member of the community board. I don't represent them. I'm here because I'm concerned. I'd like to see something good come out of this application.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, I'm Zella Jones. I represent NoHo Bowery Stakeholders Incorporated. We represent about 1 million square feet of NoHo. That's not all of NoHo, but It's a good chunk of it, and we have over 400 members. When this began, when Scott first came to me and with this proposal, I had all the typical reservations about it, but the more we talked, the more I met people who are in this mobile work environment. And you can read U.S. News and World Report, and you can read Fortune, and the numbers are huge. They're really, really huge. I have a 33-year-old son. I moved to NoHo in 1975. My son is a millennial. And every single one of his friends is very industrial, very studious and involved in business, but not one of them has an office. Not one. They have their cell phones, they have their touchpads, they meet people here, they meet people there, they're on the phone at midnight, they're at the phone at 1 o'clock in the morning talking to Britain. They're all over the place, but that's how commerce is coming. So the more I looked at Scott's proposal here, the more I thought, wait a minute, this really probably works pretty well with NoHo. We also did a survey of all of our members. 47.6% of all members of NoHo Bowery stakeholders work from their home or work independent from an office. And then I started looking around to see, well, this is definitely an amenity for NoHo. It's in a proper place. Scott has doubled the size of the vestibule and put in a full-time desk right on the street. We are ready to put in for no parking and no standing from Broadway to Great Jones Alley, to prevent anybody from even thinking that they can park or hang around there. The parking and the vehicular traffic, the livery options on Broadway are terrific. You go down the block, you can go east, you can go west. It's easy to get out of there if that's what you need to do. But my bet on this one, given the amount of membership he wants, is that it's going to end up being very local. Very, very local. It's the kind of place that works. Right this minute, it definitely works. I went by another restaurant the other day on the corner of Bowery and Bleecker Street, and it's been a restaurant forever, Saxon and Pearl. And they've got an A-frame out there saying, we're open for you to come in here and work all day long, because they don't have any business in the morning or in the afternoon. So, I mean, it's happening. This is it. It's happening. I am not at all upset about a 2 a.m. closing on this, given the amount of security that's going on that building. You will hear from somebody who actually lives across the street who has no objection to this going on at all. Because I know in my house, they're sitting in my living room, they're doing business at 2 o'clock.
Okay, I'm going to have to, we have a lot of people to talk.
I know you do.
I appreciate I appreciate you showing up in the comments. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for the background.
Good morning. My name is Gil Traub. I've lived on Bond Street for 22 years. I serve on 3 boards. I serve as the president of our building. I serve on the NoHo BID, and I also serve on the NoHo Bowery Stakeholders Association. I feel that this project of Scott's would be wonderful and a great asset to our block. I've gone ahead during our annual meeting, and we had a meeting between all of the shareholders of our building, and we unanimously believe that this would be a good project, and our entire building agreed that this should move forward. And I certainly hope that you will consider Scott's application and approve it. I think it would be not only good for the community, but it'll be good for jobs. It'll be good just for the area as a whole. I serve on these boards because I love where I live. I love the neighborhood, and I think that we do need a little bit of help as well. A lot of businesses are closing, and I think that Scott's project could help enhance the area and drive other business to Bond and Great Jones and the other streets that are in a little bit of trouble now.
Okay.
So I thank you.
Thank you.
Right across the street.
Okay.
Right across the street. As a matter of fact, my apartment can see the space that is proposed. So
Okay. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Molly Rieger. I'm a new member to Bond Street. My fiance and I are moving actually this week to 25 Bond. I am one of
What are you knocking on apartment doors?
what'd you say?
No, I'm asking him if he's knocking on apartment doors. You've been there a week and they found you?
No, I heard about it and I'm so excited about it because I'm a registered dietitian. I see clients one-on-one, and currently I'm not in a place to have my own office. So I'm seeing people in coffee shops and public places, which for what I do is really not ideal. So I'm over the moon about this concept. I think I can think of 5 other women that are in the neighborhood that would also be over the moon because they are currently doing the same thing as I am. So I'm really excited about it, and I'm on the street, so I can't think of any objections. And thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Honored to be here. My name's Alan Roscoff. I'm for Credentials. I was Assistant Vice President at the New York State Urban Development Corporation under Mario Cuomo, so I am old. And I also was co-author of the nation's first gay rights bill, and I was also the first openly gay person to be appointed to a community board, and that was Community Board 2. And if you believe it or not, it got a lot of press because I was number 1. And as important, I live at 450 West 17th Street. I moved from the village about 9 years ago, and I got to know Scott because he ran One Oak. And I could tell you that people in the building were really full of sorrow when Scott left what's called the Caledonia. He was responsive. He took calls from everybody, the management, related management, the staff, the concierge, and all the neighbors thought the world of him. I was very upset when Scott moved to L.A. because, and I went to visit him there a few times, he wanted to get out, he wanted to settle down, he wanted to have a child. And by the way, that child's due on April 5th, so everything is like timely happening. I did take a tour of the facility, and I was incredibly impressed. It's not a club. It's not a nightlife facility. I compare it to the Princeton Club. And you know better than me that most of the time when elected officials come here, they're against something. But Corey Johnson's for it. Corey used to be chair of Community Board 4, and he knows Scott, and he knows how responsible he is. Margaret Chin, it's in her district, and she's in favor of it. And Rafael Espinal is in charge of economic development for the city council. He took a tour, and he testified that he believes this will be a major plus to the economy of New York because the concept is new. And if I may say, everything that Scott touches business-wise turns to gold. It's not in the middle of Bond Street. It's right off Broadway. So it's not in the center of a residential block. It's, as I said, there would be complaints if it was on the ground floor. Well, it's upstairs. I think that's even better for the community, that it's upstairs, so you don't have people, in a storefront. You got the Equinox there. I mean, it's a great, great, innovative facility. It's going to employ people. We need employment in the city that's going to pay taxes, and it's going to be something we can all be proud of. So that's what I have to say, and I thank you all very, very much.
Thank you. Shorter, please. We get it.
Hi. Good afternoon or good morning, whatever it is. My name is Miguel Acevedo. I'm the Tenant Association President at Robert Fulton Houses, which is a public housing development located in Chelsea. I met Scott years ago. Then I met his wife, who wasn't his wife at the time. And one of the first things that Scott did when he came to our community was say that he was going to give back to the community as he moved there. First thing he did was he employed 3 residents from Robert Fulton Houses. Many times we are stereotyped because of where we live in this city. Unfortunately, he didn't look at it that way. Then he said, is there any other things other than employment that I can do for your community? I said, yes. We have family events annually with the NYPD and the New York City Housing Authority, where we close off the street on 17th Street between 9th and 10th Avenue. Scott is a #1 supporter of this event every single year since he moved to Chelsea. and he continues to support us even after he left the One Oak establishment. He also has taken children from Fulton Houses, which I have pictures if you like to see. I brought kids here before in support of this to show that he's taking these kids to the farm, taking these kids to ride Playland, taking these kids to Great Adventures. Him and his wife eat with the kids on the playgrounds. They hold their hands. They do everything with these kids as if they were their own. So I am here in full support of this application.
All right, thank you.
Hi, my name is Doug Nye, representing Ownership Paramount Group. I'm going to take a leap and say you haven't heard of Paramount Group, but we're a 13 million square foot portfolio that we own in New York, Washington, D.C., and San Francisco, primarily large corporate tenants like a Morgan Stanley, a Showtime, and that kind of large multinational tenant. Scott was a different animal, and we were ultra sensitive to Scott's ability to carry this through. We really put him through the ringer and came away thoroughly impressed with Scott and with this proposed use. We believe it's a huge asset to the building and to the community, and we really do support it.
Thank you.
Daniel Baker. I'm representing 50 Bond Street. I've owned an apartment there for the past 10 years. I've known Scott for 2 decades now.
You're representing the whole building or just you?
No, just me.
Okay.
Sorry. And I don't think there's much more I can do except attest to his character. I'm a member of other private clubs in New York, the Metropolitan Club, for instance. I heard the Princeton Club mentioned. I don't think this will be exactly the same thing, but I do know the way Scott operates, and I would stand behind pretty much anything he did.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jessie Schuster. I live at 372 Lafayette in NoHo, which is right around the corner, on the corner of Great Jones and Lafayette Street. I'm a young entrepreneur. I started a interior design firm in 2014, and currently I work in a shared office, which is very cost prohibitive. Currently I'm working on 2 projects. One is on 6 Bond, right in the neighborhood, and the other is 32 East 1st Street. I just recently finished designing a restaurant on 4th and Lafayette, so this neighborhood is really near and dear to my heart. I think that this would be an amazing opportunity for young women, young business owners, young people like me who are inhabiting this neighborhood, and this would really give us a great, collaborative space to work in, to socialize in the neighborhood, which is desperately needed. And I don't really see why there's opposition to this. This is something that I think a lot of people really want and would benefit from greatly. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, my name is Eitan Sugarman. I own 2 restaurants in New York with 4 AM liquor licenses. I have a relationship with Scott for over 50
You don't want to
years.
tell us which ones?
Sure. Southern Hospitality Barbecue on 45th Street, 9th Avenue, and the Hunt and Fish Club on 44th between Broadway and 6th. So I've known Scott 15 years. I think everyone else has done a great job talking about his character and what a great operator he is. I want to tell you a little bit about what a similar business has done for my neighborhood. So a business called WeWork, which is a very similar type of place with collective workspaces, moved into our neighborhood about 2.5 years ago. I have to tell you, it's been a real adornment to our neighborhood and our community. It's brought a lot of additional ancillary business with us. We work in complete cooperation with each other, and it's really done a lot for the Bryant Park community, for our community. I think Scott's concept is wonderful. I know what a wonderful operator he is. I think you're going to find this to be an adornment to your community. I lived in there for 11 years. I lived on 134 West 18th Street. I know the neighborhood well. I think he'll be very happy with what he has in mind. I support it completely.
Thanks.
My name is Brandon Charnas. My family started Katz's Deli on the Lower East Side. May have heard of it. Been a member, sent salami to the boys in the Army. Been a member of the community my entire life. I work about 4 blocks away. One thing I wanted to say is that, number one, the rent is too damn high. Let me tell you, I cannot afford it anymore. We need a place like this that's cheaper than an Equinox to go and work. I need to take my clients and show them a good time and also have a meeting with them in a quiet workspace, but then afterwards have a drink with them and convince them to do a deal with me. I need this badly, number one. Number two, they're talking about spilling onto the street. It's not like you're getting off an elevator and walking right upstairs into the workspace. There's 1,000 square feet of space with a doorman and a security guard that you can sit and wait for your car to arrive. And if they end up putting them on Broadway, even better. You'll walk there once the car arrives. There's a lot of space on the downstairs. Last thing I want to say, you're going to hear from, someone came up here and said this is not going to help the surrounding communities, the surrounding economic state of Bond Street. Let me tell you from someone who works there, 676 Broadway, vacant. 678 Broadway, vacant. 4 Bond, vacant. 636 Broadway, vacant. 638 Broadway, vacant. 7 Bond, vacant. Okay, so it's very clear. There is tons of vacancy. There's a retailer here today who sells women's athleisure clothing. Athleisure is a new term of art, I guess, but he's only going to take this space if this project happens. He's taking 4,500 square feet on the ground where right now, if you go to the space, there's a Cushman and Wakefield sign with big graffiti over it. It hasn't been leased in 4 years. This is the most amazing thing ever for this community. And he's here to say, I'm only taking it if the project happens. That sold it for me. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
The retailer Brandon mentioned, I run a business called Bandier, which was founded by my wife and I.
Can you just note your name for the record, please?
Neil Boyarsky. And we sell women's activewear. So obviously, in a city, if you drive around New York City, you see a ton of vacancy. Rents have gone through the roof. And so as a retailer, we constantly look for certain dynamics when we start to make assessments as to where we would potentially open a property. And considering that our business has come to be over the last few years, we are very sensitive to what the dynamic is of the neighborhood, where, how it's changing, what the potential is for us to have customers come in to, have a successful business, hire people. So as Brandon had mentioned, we're considering taking 5,000 square feet on the ground and also taking some office space in the building. And for me, I am concerned a little bit about all of the vacancies that exist on Broadway. Some of the consideration that I'm making is that when we go into a new area, as an example of what happened on 72nd Street and Lexington Avenue, there were 4 vacancies. They've all since been filled up. One of the next door neighbors that we have now is a company called Joe and the Juice. I don't know if they sell alcohol, so I don't know that they would have come across you guys, but they now have 10 establishments open in the city, and they sell juice at et cetera. I think we will, in addition to Scott attracting us and his business and the idea of the customers that would be coming potentially into our store as a result of being members at or associating with with Scott's business, we are looking for that sort of thing. And as in turn, I think we would attract other businesses that are health and wellness focused. Equinox is a draw for us in that building. So we start to make this calculation based upon how the property is looking and how it's shaping up and what the potential is for the neighborhood based on rent and potential customers. So I just wanted to offer this in support that, to me, it would be a very big detriment to us being interested in this space if this project were not to go through.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Adam Hennick, and as a member of the community, I've been an entrepreneur. I'm not going to go into all the reasons that people have said about the seamless blend we have now between the work and social and how that's useful, because that's been discussed, I think, thoroughly. What I will talk about is membership in an establishment like that, and how, at least from my personal experience, when you're a dues-paying member of something, you take pride in that establishment. You want to, exert confidence, and you want to take care of that venue. You're not recklessly, throwing other members of the community into some bit of disarray because you take pride. You want your club to be successful. That's why there are code of conducts at these places. You don't pay dues for somewhere and then just behave recklessly because you know there are consequences. You don't want to be removed from the premises. You want to take care of those premises. You want to abide by the rules and regulations that are in place so that your club, which you take pride in, can be as successful as possible. I've been a member of the Penn Club, fortunately, for a decade since I graduated, and I would never go there, show up, and then walk outside and just start screaming because A, that would be, I'm not crazy, and B, you know, there are rules. I wouldn't want to be expelled or suspended from my membership, and that's the way you see people behave all the time when they're members of these private clubs, because when they do behave in ways that are, you know, oppose against the, you know, bylaws and the regulations, they get removed, and then all the dues that they've paid, whether it's initial fee or annual dues, it was all for nothing. And I think that's very important to note when we're talking about behavior within the community and putting community residents at risk. That's not the type of people that pay dues to an establishment to join and promote the wellness of their club.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
That it?
I don't know about you, I'm overwhelmed.
Of course you are.
More? Ally? Yes.
Hi, I'm Allie Sartiano. I'm the applicant's wife. I just wanted to speak really briefly on the nightlife concerns and reiterate again that as a
You're going to
family-
tell us he has to be home by 11 every night, is it?
Correct. Yeah, we're obviously expecting our first child who's due in 2 weeks. Thank you so much. And we made a deliberate decision as a family to leave nightlife almost 4 years ago. So I can assure you that now is not the time that we are looking to re-enter that in any capacity. So I just wanted to personally ease a few of those fears from community members who are incredibly concerned about that being the case.
Okay, thank you.
Did you hear that, Scott? We're not looking to go back, just making sure.
Well, there you go.
Anything else? Anyone else? No? All right. Well, she looked like she was trying to hide.
Our family owns the place at 4 Bond Street, and I agree with everyone. I didn't want to add because I felt like everyone was an opinion that this was a great thing for the neighborhood. But just to let you know, as a neighbor, I do agree that it's.
Okay, can you put your name on the record for us?
Christine Renzi.
Thank you. And you're right next door? Oh, I have a question. Private events.
There can be no third-party private events.
So a member can have an event?
A member can have an event and invite guests. As a general rule, the number
So you're
of
not
guests.
doing weddings, you're not doing,
We've agreed to that in the stipulation with Zella. No weddings, no bar mitzvahs, no social things. If someone wants to have a luncheon for their company or a late-night thing, they can do it.
okay. And up to what amount? Like if I'm a member, how many guests can I bring in there? Can I bring 50?
So in general, if you're going there for dinner, it's 4. If you have an event and you do something like that, you can go up to about 50 people. But just keep in mind that, again, people are paying to have space. It's not supposed to be
Right.
crowded or busy or blocked off, so that's not, you know.
That's not your goal, okay.
Yeah, we don't want them, other members to be unhappy if they don't have access to space.
Okay, and you have no outdoor spaces and no intent of having any? Okay.
All right, anything else, Chairman?
No. Yeah, go ahead.
The interesting point in the zoning, I just want to point out that the applicant had met with the borough president's office, and we got an interesting letter back from their land use council regarding this, and I think this is an important point. This is complicated. It isn't straightforward, and what they said is there are some conflicts within the zoning text, and that's what makes this an issue, and why people talk about it a lot, is because it's not as straightforward as it would seem.
I don't ever, whenever we talk about this issue, I'm just going to clarify. Whenever we talk about this issue, I'm not telling you it's not complex, and I'm not telling you that there may be issues involved in it. I'm telling you that it's not my issue. And mostly because, and we've had this conversation privately as well, is because if I have to deal with New York City zoning, which I would never be able to understand, I got to deal with 62 counties, locality zoning. And that's
Absolutely.
just not going to be, I'm not
saying it's-
capable of it.
Like many of these things, they're very confusing. You know, this is not the only private members club that's before our community board in the last 6
Oh,
months.
I'm sure.
We've got another one that we're hearing tomorrow night. We also, which is also across 5 floors. We have on the upper floors, not on ground floors. We have a distillery that is
No, I
not
understand
subject to
all
the
that.
500-foot rule. That's 4 stories. I mean, these are huge operations that are coming in, and both these clubs not on the ground floor. And that's
But it's a
where
DOB
traditional. No, right. But what the point is that traditional uses that were normally here before are ground floor uses.
Correct, and they're going to have to clarify that.
And that's an issue for us is when you're filling in upper floors and then talking about ground floor vacancies, it makes no sense.
But the minute that there's no zoning, he'll be gone.
Well, I'm just saying it's complex, and that's why a lot of time has been spent on it. That doesn't mean that there weren't other issues. The way it was presented, it sounded like, oh, these other issues don't exist. They did. They were just
right. I get it.
2 sentences, move on.
It's a unique. It's a changing landscape. I get it.
Right, and as far as we got very short notice that this was going to be on the agenda today. In fact, I had sent an email. I'd raised this with you before. I'd sent an email on Wednesday asking if this was on the agenda today. I got an email back, no. And then less than 24 hours later, we get an email back, and everybody was notified that it's on the agenda today, which is why there aren't other people who are in objection to
arguably,
this.
he could have double the amount he had.
Well, but I think that they know beforehand as the applicant that they're pending before you.
No, they didn't.
No,
I went and looked into this situation when I got back because, as you said, we talked about it privately, and they didn't know either.
And you have correspondence from the building immediately next door, which is 2 Bond. The issue that the people who are in opposition to this have is the entrance that's on Bond Street because of the impacts that it creates. And the impacts, sure, they have a waiting area, but people come in and out. It's where people live.
Could create.
Well,
Not
you've got
will create.
450 occupancy. The number of for-hire vehicles have tripled. The way stuff works, they just circle around and around.
But how many times, he's got 450 occupancy because that's what they gave him. How many times do you think there's going to be 400? That's why I asked the question, are we having private events? He just indicated to me no. One, he's not having them, and two, he's clearly not interested in having them. So I don't anticipate there's going to be 450 people in there ever.
Nobody's suggesting that. The point is that it's a nonstop use, and what's traditionally an area, the use of the space used to stop at 6. It was a
that's a zoning issue.
And no, it was an office. I mean, that's what it was before. And now it's being used as a nightlife on upper floor areas. And when I say nightlife, it's an area after 11. The concerns about a nightclub, that's really being taken out of context here. The idea is that there's an impact at night. I mean,
I get it.
That's really the issue. As far as most clubs are traditionally, you hear people talking about Midtown. This is not Midtown. This is an area that, as Mr. Bergman had said, it's grown beyond most people's expectations as a residential
Well, just
area.
because clubs are in Midtown doesn't mean that they can't be downtown.
No, but the point that I'm saying is that they're not in an area that's predominantly residential with an entrance on a residential street. The
Union Club is not in a residential area?
Well, but it's.
I can name 5 clubs that are in not only residential area, but high rent residential areas.
Sure. And actually leads into the next point. The minimum size of apartments in this area is 1,200 square feet. And so when we're talking about people not having enough space, it's not. The people have space. That's why so many people work from home in that area. Many of the areas are live-work zoning. This is a very unique space, and I think that going back to what Mr. Bergman had said, that's why people are concerned. The people who are concerned for these specific issues. And really, if the entrance were on Broadway, where it had been to these upper floors, we would be having a very different discussion.
And I understand that, but he didn't move it.
But
the landlord moved it.
Sure, there are many options.
And there's obvious reasons why he did that. You and I both know what they are.
Well, but also most of these buildings,
and he probably isn't attracted to the building if the entrance isn't
most of these buildings, when they were constructed or not constructed, but they're looking at office spaces as the first use. One of the things that we would like to see, and what we're seeing a growth, is in office space, and those are the types of uses we'd like to see. Envisioning these as upper floor eating and drinking establishments with later hours is really not what anybody would have envisioned, and it also it's a higher paying rent than an office space. So of course people want these if you're a building owner, because
I don't know if that's possible given what he's planning on charging. That's why I asked him what he's charging. But I'm not going to get into that either way.
But the point that is.
But it's clearly given the amount he's charging, it's not super exclusive
but we're just
for
going to
only
go back
billionaires.
to this. The impact, again, as we've said from the beginning,
Here's the I get it.
The hours
yeah.
of operation, the people coming in and out. You know, we're not concerned. I mean, there's a reason there's regulations concerning music. That's not our concern, is whether you can hear the music outside. It's the impact. And that's really what it comes down to. And it's impact of people coming and going. They're going to be smokers. You know, all the rules you put in effect is just, it's mitigating the impact. It's not, I mean, there is an impact. That's really the issue that we have at the end of the day.
Well, and okay, thanks.
And, I think that I've covered most of the things, and it, and I think that, and I just want to go back and just reiterate that
We're not reiterating.
No, well, that you know, nobody's mentioned, you keep mentioning the letters that you've gotten. You've got quite a number of letters in opposition, including from the
All right,
building.
I'll do this for you. There is significant support for this application. There is also significant objection. I will grant you that.
I just want to point out two quick things. One is a letter, it was in your file, but it's from John Weiss, who's the head of CB4. If you read the last paragraph, and I'm not friends with him, it says in 10 years. This is only the second letter of recommendation he's written for someone who came before him. The second thing, because...
Well, and I want to make clear, especially to all the people that showed up here, I don't think, and even, I think I'm speaking for Mr. Booth, I don't think anyone has an issue with you.
Okay.
This isn't about you.
Okay.
Right? Am I correct?
I've said it at every meeting, I'll say it again.
Yeah.
Very nice guy.
This is about, I mean, I understand what their issue, but I never had a concern. Yeah. Right. No, I don't think this was ever about you, and I believe you've left the nightclub situation. I wasn't concerned about that. It's a different
The other thing I was just gonna bring up
establishment.
was he brought up the neighbors at 2 Bond. This is their letter they wrote on September 17th. I met with them before September 17th, so that's about 6 months ago. If you go back and you read that paragraph by paragraph, the first thing they said was, we didn't like a 4 a.m. closing. We don't like music or noise. We're concerned about outside. I addressed everything in there. I mean, they talked about it being a nightclub. So literally every issue they had, I addressed. Again, I'm not trying to change what I've said I was going to be, but I think also the community is kind of making it a bit of a moving target because at the end of the day, some people just don't want new businesses and new development, which I can't really, there's no argument I can make on that.
Correct.
All right. We still got a room full of people here. So let's get on with this. Any more questions, Chairman? I'm certainly not a millennial by any stretch of the imagination. But I haven't had an office that I've worked in for 11, 12 years. And I carry a laptop, 2 iPads, and 3 iPhones. It's ridiculous.
He's got them all up here, actually.
But that's how I live, and I work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, because it doesn't matter where I am as long as I am. So I understand that mindset. So I really think it's a great idea, and I think that this place could be a real asset to a lot of people who can have an office there locally in their neighborhood. I think it's a nice, safe space for the women who spoke today to meet clients and things like that, and not be in any fear or concern about anything going back home in the office, so to speak. So I'm going to vote to approve it, but on the basis of a few things here. Number one, all these stipulations that the NoHo Bowery stakeholders has issued, they are all part of the license.
Agreed.
Okay. The security, well, let's talk about the hours first of all. The hours, I'm agreeing to them on Friday and Saturday to 2 a.m., but I'd like it to be a little bit earlier on Sunday through Wednesday. Can we live with?
I think what we could do is restrict the 4th floor and close that earlier. The 5th floor, it's the main room. It's got the restaurant in it. I think we need that 2 a.m. 7 days. I think that if you want to reduce the hours to, say, 1 a.m. on the 4th floor where the bowling alley is, I think that's fine. I think we can do that.
What else is on the 4th floor besides?
There's another bar there. There's some seating there. We could eliminate one bar.
I can live with
at
that.
1 a.m.
Okay, all right, we can agree with that. The security, I want that there though every night after 10 a.m.
10 p.m.
10 p.m., I'm sorry. And I would like security to enforce the use of Broadway for pickup and drop-off. I would like it to be in the member stipulations that there's absolutely no smoking or loitering on the Bond Street side. You know, can't stop people from smoking outside, but definitely not on Bond Street. And also, I don't know how, I understand that there's been alterations, so you do need the Bond Street entrance now, but I want you to do all you can to stress to your membership that we want Broadway used mainly as much as possible.
Yeah, and that's part of our agreement with them, so yes, we can do that.
So, under those stipulations, and I'm doing this also because obviously you have a lot of local support here from the neighborhood, not just people who've signed their names to a petition. And you also have support here from the New York City Council member Margaret Chin, which surprised me. She usually doesn't come here and support. You have New York City Council Speaker Corey Johnson has submitted a letter, and Council member Raphael Espinal, who came today, which I'm glad to see. It's the first time I've ever seen him in person, so now I know what he looks like. So anyway, I'm going to approve under those terms.
I'm going to approve as well. I mean, I do, in retrospect, want to point out that they're also, I think, since I've been here, this is the most volatile application I've had, given the amount of support and objection. And not only did we have all of those elected officials in support, we also had an assembly member who was objecting to it. Some of her concerns was the zoning, which obviously, if that's an issue, that's something that is dealt with out of this room. She's concerned about the outside roof space, which you confirmed to me is not going to be an issue, and the high occupancy nature and the late operating hours. I'm in agreement with Commissioner Ford's hours, and that the stipulations all be included. The one thing I do wonder is it possible to go down? What's the complete maximum occupancy right now? Is 475?
450, and that went down from the original.
I mean, could we go to 375? 400?
It's just tough. Keep in mind, it's also a large space. It's never meant to be overcrowded. It's not designed to be overcrowded. So when you...
How many employees are you having? 80 at a time, I mean?
Exactly. So when you subtract the employees, you're effectively at that number.
All right, I'll stay with that then. And then the same requirement regarding the parking and the smoking, and I do, that needs not only be, I'd like you to put signs up, and also put it in the membership agreement. And if you can, the best person to enforce that is you. And that's probably the only thing we're going to hear from the community board, that's not being done. So you have a pretty good track record in that regard, so I would just ask that you do enforce that, because that'll keep you out of here and keep them away from me. The other, pardon me?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask.
I think the hours are the hours that Commissioner Ford said, which I agree with, are 2, but on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday are going to shut the 4th floor at 1.
Sunday through Wednesday?
Yes.
Okay. You had indicated Thursday.
And part of that stipulation is the use for not-for-profits?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to...
By definition with the CL license.
Okay. All right, that's it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. That must have been fun, Carter. No, I mean the last 3 or 4 months on this.
Yeah. Thank you, Carter.
Next item is 449 M&H Liquors LLC.
$449.
New.
There goes half our crowd.
Yeah. Charles Nguyen for the applicant. With me is Nayad Estiva. He is the sole principal of the corporation. This is an application for a new retail liquor store at Madison Avenue on 118th Street in East Harlem. My discussion will center on public convenience and advantage.
Okay, is there any opposition here?
I believe there was a letter.
There was, yes. Okay, go ahead.
Applicant is replacing a prior liquor store. Applicant's store location was a liquor store previously, Madison Avenue Wines LLC, under serial number 1151711, was licensed at this premises as a retail liquor store from 2004 to the summer of 2016, over 12 years of servicing this neighborhood. This is just one store replacing another liquor store, as I put on my Exhibit 1. Applicant is an open store. 3 of the 4 closest stores are Bulletproof stores.
What is the closest store?
Christina's Wines and Liquors.
All right, so what's at 787 Madison?
1787.
1787, because that's not,
If you look on the SLA licensing, I don't know what they...
both, yeah, they gave us both
They
addresses.
have
that's the
both-
store he's opening.
Yes, that's the
Okay.
store he's opening.
All right.
Very confusing.
Okay, go ahead.
So Christina's, which is on the corner of East 116th Street and Park Avenue, 1 avenue over and 2 blocks down the street, is the closest at 912 feet. The Bottle Zone is the second closest store at 117th Street and Lexington Avenue, which is 2 avenues from applicant and is a walking distance of 1,289 feet from applicant, and that also is a Bulletproof store. And then we have Lexington Wines and Liquors, the 4th closest at 123rd and Lexington Avenue. Again, 2 avenues from applicant. The walking distance there is 2,278 feet from applicant, and that's also a Bulletproof store, and I have that set.
So just for a second, go through the Bulletproof again. Are all 4 of the ones you just mentioned Bulletproof?
No, 3.
3 of the top 4 are Bulletproof?
Correct.
And he's open?
And yes, my client's open store, just like it's interesting, it's the same type of operation that the current the store
Does his,
had operated.
why did he decide to get in the liquor business?
I have that as part of his background. He's been working
Did you just see how long the last thing took? We're going to skip some points here.
No problem.
Well, he applied-
And you usually tell me to rush anyhow, so it's no different
Well,
from any other.
this isn't his first venture into owning a liquor store.
No, he put in an application, but for public convenience and advantage, that he didn't follow through
But
on.
nothing to do with him personally like that.
Right.
Okay.
Applicant has been working at Port Liberty Wine and Deli in Jersey City, owned by his sister, Adiyam Atsiba, for over 5 years, which is a gourmet deli with a New Jersey liquor license, selling high-end wines. He's been looking for an opportunity to have his own liquor store for the past 2 years. That's why Commissioner Ford's question with regards to another store, there was an application. They didn't follow through on it. He was advised of this store by his sister-in-law, Miazas Weldy, at ABI Liquor and Wine at 2095 Madison Avenue. It's at 132nd Street, 14 blocks above Madison Avenue.
So he's going to compete with his...
Well, it's not competing. It's 14 blocks all the way up Madison Avenue. And it was she that he told...
Is that
told
Bulletproof
him-
too, or?
No, it's an open store. And it is also a perfect store for him because it's only 725 square feet of retail space because that's the ground floor. The basement is another 525 feet that will only be used for storage.
What's he going to do that these other stores are not doing?
He has, as I said, 3 of the 4 stores are Bulletproof stores, basically minis and pints. When I went into each of the stores, that's their basic sales. He's going to be high-end, which is the same type of operation that his sister operates. And also, very, very important, as in the case in most of the East Harlem, there's new construction and gentrification is expanding enormously. Just across from applicant is an entire newly constructed 1-block complex designated 1798 Madison Avenue of legal 3-family block townhouses, approximately 10 in number. Values are in the $2.75 million range. Across the street, 1 block to the north, between 118th and 119th Street, is the new Family Health Center of Harlem, encompassing that entire block.
And
then-
what is he going to quit the job that he's doing now?
Yes.
Okay. I don't need anything else.
Okay.
Do you need any?
No, I will vote to approve based on the fact that he's replacing an existing store. The others seem to be, the other 1, 2, 3, 4 closest stores seem to be holding their own, and he's going to be an open floor plan, whereas I think 3 of the other 4 stores are Bulletproof. Is that what you said, Mr.
Yes,
Lynn?
yes.
Yeah, so I do believe that there's a public convenience and advantage to be replenished, put it that way.
I vote to approve on the same grounds.
All right, thank you.
Can we take 2 minutes?
Yeah, 4.5.
Seconds.
What's
All
next?
right, we are back on the record. Next item is 447, Monty Liquors LLC.
Oh, Jesus. Go ahead.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good, great. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for having me. My name is Neil Vasaki for the applicant, Monty Liquors LLC, doing business as Monty Liquors. Just waiting for one more gentleman who's going to be the applicant. Here I have Antonio Mandera. His brother will be here shortly. Just stepped out to the restroom.
That's all right, we'll let the opposition go. They can go first, so go ahead. I just wanted you to put your name on the record.
Okay.
Thanks.
Sure.
I'm Charles Lynn for the opposition. I represent Richmond Hill Grapevine Wines and Spirits. Here representing them is Chun Phi Lee, and that is the closest store. City Wine Cellar Inc., which is the second closest store, John Ha, and the third closest store, Wine So Fine, represented by John Nicolo. The proximity of the stores is extremely important. The closest store, Richmond Hill Grapevine, serial number 130735 at 77C Richmond Hill Road, is a 2,000 square foot store, and it was just licensed on May 1st, 2017, less than 1 year ago. It's
But
variably...
it's been a package store since 2009, hadn't it? Or is that wrong?
No, it's a brand-new store.
Hang on. Haven't gotten that far.
Okay, go ahead.
What I did make a mistake, however, Chairman, is that I had put Nescott Liquors, I had said that they were a new store, and I was mistaken. They are a transfer. They were also licensed in May 2017, and I had them as a new license, but it is a different licensee. That's one of the reasons why we don't have sales figures on that store.
Can we check to see if this is a new one or not? Because that's going to be important. Go ahead.
The two next closest stores are both on Richmond Avenue. City Wine Cellar at 2295 Richmond Avenue is 1.06 miles from applicant, and Wine So Fine at 3275 Richmond Avenue is 1.15 miles from applicant. Both are 2,000 square foot stores. Applicant is at 2823 Richmond Avenue, so it's right in the middle of these two existing stores. I have annexed as my Exhibit 1 an area survey, which is a small version of the poster that I put up, which shows that there is in a radius of 3.39 miles of applicant. There are 6 liquor stores currently operating on Richmond Avenue, just miles apart from each other. It's also blatantly obvious that this area is saturated with liquor stores, with a total of 10 stores within that 3.3 mile radius. This area is basically all car transportation, with Richmond Avenue being the largest and most extensive thoroughfare in this area. It's also interesting that all of the stores along Richmond Avenue are all on the same westerly side, as the easterly side is substantially marshland and wetlands bordering Richmond Avenue. I have annexed as my Exhibit 2 the population census numbers for 10312 and 10314, comparing the 2010 census, 2000 to 2010 census period, and the estimated census figures for 2016. Both zip codes evidence a stagnant population growth in this entire area. As far as gross sales figures, 2 of the 4 stores that supplied gross sales figures, Richmond Hill Grapevine, being a brand new licensed store, had only the 1-year figures, and again with no costless net cost liquors, also being a new store, again a transfer but not a brand new store, they're unable to show any figures as well. However, City Wine Cellar, which is the second closest store, had significant decreasing sales for each and every year being reported, and another, my client, Wine So Fine, has somewhat, as the Commissioner would say, stable sales, but it's been gyrating up and down throughout the entire last 4 years. All of the near stores to applicants are in the 1,800 to 2,000 square foot size, none of which have basements, and most of the stores are all in shopping plazas. So all of those stores that are on Richmond Avenue are in shopping plazas. Another 2,700 square foot store makes no sense when the authority just licensed the current store, Wine So Fine, and net cost is a store, which is the 4th closest, is a 5,000 square foot store. And the only reason that I put up the poster is because, again, it may look like a significant large area, but from the applicant, which is in the black red box, you have Richmond Avenue going all the way this way, Richmond Avenue, Richmond Avenue, Richmond Avenue. All of these are stores on Richmond Avenue. In addition to that, this store right here, as I said, is Grapevine Wines, which is a brand newly licensed store. City Wine right here is the one that's had significantly decreasing sales all in the last 4 years. And in addition to all of this on Richmond Avenue, you have all down here as being one area, and then you have all over here of 1, 2, 3, 4 different stores servicing this entire area here. All well serviced, all well serviced. And what's interesting, and it didn't come out in the poster all that much, but if you look hard, this tan area, it's incredible. This is all marshland. This is all swamps. It's uninhabited. So when you talk about this area, it's not a densely populated area. It's just the opposite. And it's all entire commercial area along here. And this is very important because, again, you have so many stores along this major thoroughfare, as well as all of these stores right here. I don't think public means an advantage is served, especially when another license was just licensed recently, 1 year ago.
Thank you.
All right, so what did you need me to look up? Sorry, I've got all sorts of information.
The closest store.
Yes.
Our application says it was licensed since 2009.
It's been licensed since 2003. It's transferred twice.
So what are you saying?
You're talking about 77C Richmond Hill Road, right?
I apologize
That's
for
all
the
right.
transfer.
In our information on Nescott, it indicated since 2015, but it's been licensed continuously since the early
That was
1980s.
the transfer.
And
I'm
City
asking,
Wine.
wait, so
Okay.
whereas 77C Richmond Hill Road is 2003, it's been licensed since? Okay.
Yep, and the one next to it, City Wine Cellar, that was new in 2007.
2007.
Yeah, it was a new license
Okay.
at that time.
All right, thank you.
Covered?
You got it.
Just what I'm gonna do for the moment, because Mr. Lynn is excellent at what he does, and he throws in a ton of facts and circumstances which really have no bearing at the case at hand, and the small area that I'm gonna specifically talk about, but I definitely respect all he spoke about, so I'm gonna read this. And I wanna focus on an area that is really specific as to where my client would like to put his package store. Also, the 4 closest stores, I had Richmond Hill Grapevine Wine, which we just spoke about, that was licensed since 2003, transferred. I have that at just under 1 mile at .83. Driving distance, naturally, a mile. Also, the other 3 closest stores are at least, as a straight distance, at least a mile, and they go upwards of 2.5 miles. Now, I just want to make sure we have the right 4 stores. So Richmond Hill Grapevine Wine and Spirits, Richmond Hill Road. We have City Wine Cellar, naturally, 2295 Richmond Avenue. Then we have way on the other side, Wine So Fine, 3275 Richmond Avenue. But the 4th one I have is 3555 Victory Boulevard.
That's what we got.
I thought he mentioned some other.
Well, then there's a Nescott, which they're both about the same distance.
Correct. Yeah, Nescott is about 3 to 4
3 miles,
away.
yes.
Yeah, 3 to 4 miles away. Okay. So that being said, this case really is all about public convenience and advantage, and where the stores and the other package stores are located to specifically aid in people who are shopping in and about the small area of the Staten Island Mall that I like to speak about. So with that, I'm just going to go to my poster, talk about a couple of things, and I'll try to kind of fine tune it as opposed to throwing everything out there. So the poster shows basically at A through I. A is the store that we're specifically talking about on Richmond Hill Road with this pink thumbtack. The one on the other side, H, is Wine So Fine on Richmond Avenue, and that's clearly on the other side of the Richmond Parkway. It's in a totally different zip code. It's in a totally different shopping center. As far as I'm concerned, it really has nothing to do with what's going on in the mall activity. I like to say just not really in the scope of the stores that we should be talking about. That's my true feeling. So I want to talk about the 6 other major things that are happening basically within either a 0.6 or 0.8 mile from where Costco begins and where the mall ends, okay? Where the mall ends, I have it at 0.8. Where the mall begins, I have it at 0.6. So we have a really, really heavy-duty, congested area of shopping where there's no package store. Just something personal, you know, I lived right behind a city wine cellar for 40 years. I lived a block away. I know this area inside and out. I was actually at the mall when they first opened, somewhere in the 80s. They had Macy's and Sears. And I've seen the growth, the tremendous growth in this area. So with that, we have the mall, and I put in my paperwork on Friday. Just wanted to add some facts. They're doing a tremendous addition to the mall. There's over 240,000 square feet of retail, stores, restaurants, et cetera, going on right now at the mall that is scheduled to finish up this year, the end of this year. And that's going on right now. And that's just evidence of all the people from Staten Island that are drawn to this little mall area, aside from people that I know come from out of the borough to the mall. So we have B being the mall. C is it's just behind the mall. It's right here. That's the Crossings. They have some major stores over there. They have a Babies R Us, a Fridays, an Outback, a Panera Bread, and a bunch of other stores. That's just to the top right of the mall. D is where my applicant's going, he'd like to go. That's in the Pergamon Mall. Now, in the Pergamon Mall itself is a destination shopping center, which is used unto itself. You have a Stop and Shop supermarket, you have a Best Buy, a Toys R Us, a Bed Bath & Beyond, Petco, Michaels, Raymond Flanagan, and a bunch of other retail stores, including the Fly-Floor premise, which is which is D. And I just wanted to mention, I didn't mention this before, but my two clients here, they hold 2 on-premise licenses on Staten Island, full on-premise. They have pizzeria restaurants dating back from 1991, 1994, and 2003. And for many years, my clients wanted to open up a package store, and coincidentally, this location, the Fly-Floor premises, is 2 doors down from one of his restaurant pizzerias. So he's literally going to be 2 storefronts away. And so not only, you know, his shopping center, the Pergamon Mall, just flush up against it, it backs up to the Richmond Shopping Center, which is F, and that just in the last several years went under a major reconstruction. They redid the entire shopping center. They added a Target there within the last couple of years. And like I said, it backs up to a Target, Ashley Furniture, Home Goods, Old Navy, a post office, a bank. There's a big Miller's Ale House back to back. And then naturally to the right, we have Costco, all within a 0.6, 0.8 miles. And one more critical factor, not only is everybody driving around this area, as we know, up and down Richmond Avenue, people drive, there's a tremendous amount of public transportation activity that goes on right in that spot. As a matter of fact, just maybe a couple of hundred feet away, maybe, actually, I'm exaggerating, maybe 1,000 feet away, right behind Target, which is right adjacent to the shopping center, probably walking under a minute or two, is the UConn bus station, and they have many buses and bus stops, and I've driven by there many times. Also in the mall area, you have many bus stops all over the place, so a lot of times people basically come from different parts of the Staten Island area, all over, they take buses, they go to the mall, they shop in the adjacent, shopping centers. It's just a tremendous area that's constantly, full of car activity. And I always laugh because once the Christmas season rolls around, you really don't want to be anywhere on Richmond Avenue, even remotely, passing the mall. So the next thing I want to talk about is, the sort of 2 closest stores are, like I said, Richmond Hill Road and H. H, again, giant marshland, way on the other side, different zip code, totally focuses on different areas. That's at least the way I see it. Between A, on Richmond Hill Road, Richmond Hill Great Wine and Spirits, right here, and H, you have basically 2.3 miles of nothing. You don't have a package store to service any of these 6 or 7, major happening areas with tons of car traffic, vehicular traffic, etc. And again, this is in a small 0.6, 0.8 congested area. Now to talk about the store specifically, the literature that I got, the store is going to be basically just short of 2,700 square feet big, naturally not bulletproof. It'd be very extensive hours. We have the manager here who has almost 2 years experience in a package store. My clients will also be there, and they're going to have internet sales, monthly wine tastings. And once they figure it out and flesh it out, you're going to find out really what kind of wine is tailored for the customers, because my client's from Italy, he has a passion for wine. So at this point, it's just going to be a full-service package store, nicely stocked, and as time goes on, they're going to figure out what wine and how they can best suit the people coming in. So what's really important is, let's just talk about the store A for a moment, where it's located. Because Mr. Lynn likes to talk about, the 9 stores on Richmond Avenue, which I can get to afterwards. And all those 9 stores basically start from the second closest city wine cellar, and they go way to the other side, the Forest in Richmond.
I'm going to ask you to move on to the store, because what you're arguing over here is half a mile, and everybody is driving. So, to me, a half a mile is irrelevant if you're driving. Well, you're talking about that there's 2.3 miles between the 2 pink dots there.
Right.
And you're going to put your guy right in the middle of it. Right. So they're, all right, a mile, but everybody's in their car. Okay. So
what I'm pointing out is that everybody in the car.
no, I get that. So what are these guys going to do that's different than everybody else?
Well, they're gonna have a large package store that basically is gonna be fully stocked. They're gonna find out, what the people want, the need for what types of special wines, and they're certainly gonna go that route. It's just really convenient for all the shopping areas around there, and
But I mean, what came out of the sales numbers that we got is that that there's no increase in demand based on the numbers that we have.
Okay, well, the numbers that I received, I didn't receive any numbers from City Wine Cellar, and
We did get those late. You're welcome
I
to.
requested for them, but
Well, they just came in, and you can look at mine.
Yeah, that's
But
story-
they dropped. Yeah, she's down $1 million over 4 years. Yes. He. I'm sorry. Did I say she or he? And then 2 stores one other store we don't have numbers on, which I don't even. Is it open, Nescott?
Yes, it's open. I don't really know about that. I mean, when I drive by,
It's been there. Nescott's been there
I don't have any-
since the 80s.
Okay, so that particular parking lot is a very congested, small strip mall on Richmond Avenue. But I want to also talk about the one on Richmond Hill Road. I mean, that's what basically is off of Richmond Avenue. It's very difficult to see it. They don't have good signage. They're about 5 doors in from Richmond Hill Road. Half that shopping center basically is vacant. I sent up a picture on Friday where there are basically 5 stores that aren't vacant. So as far as I'm concerned, people travel, even if they do go by car up and down Richmond Avenue, nobody really knows about that store. And so with, taking into consideration the distances and the store on third closest one, which is 3275 Richmond Avenue, I could almost, right, what we did have is the half-year sales. I'm curious to know why we don't have the full numbers for 2017. But if you looked at the half-year sales, if you doubled it and you added a little bit, and I know that these liquor stores make a big bundle of money in the holiday season, it would seem to mean that their sales are at least the same, if not better, if you look at that. And then, like I said, the store on Richmond Hill Road, those numbers basically, I have nothing to compare them with, but they have the benefit of that store being licensed since 2003. It's not a brand-new store. Although somebody took it over, corporate change, it's been licensed for many, 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 many years, and I would imagine that those numbers would continue to stay the same. I mean, I'm trying to say that the focus point of this whole.
But why would you believe that those numbers would stay the same if we put another one a mile away? Because what these numbers indicate to me is that there's not more people buying liquor. There's not more people on Staten Island, and there's not more people buying liquor. So why would you think that store is not going to affect the closest store?
Well, if it might be affected, the fact of the matter is with public convenience and advantage, I mean, I know you look at 6 or 7 criteria, and what I'm trying to point out is that there's such a great distance between those 2 stores, and it's such a highly populated shopping area that in and of itself, I believe, is like the strongest indicator of satisfying the public convenience and advantage. Coupled with the fact that there's a lot of bus activity, there's a lot of people that are walking between the shopping centers over there. There's just a lot of the mall area. They're adding 240,000 square feet. We know that it's a destination, mall. I mean, I didn't really look up the numbers, but this is not about 10314. The increase in population and demographics that you go on Sperling's and you get it from statistics from 2010. This is about people. This is about businesses and shopping centers that are expanding dramatically in and about the mall area. I guess those people who do this figure out and calculate, the congestion and how many people are going to be there. I mean, they're not opening up 240,000 square feet. I'm trying to get somebody licensed there eventually. It's a big steak and ale house. They're opening up a gigantic supermarket, by the way. I put one of the exhibits.
What's in the plaza he's in? What stores? The plaza the applicants are in, what stores are in
Yeah,
it?
absolutely. So that, that in and of itself, right there, basically within a few steps away, you have a Stop and Shop, a Best Buy, a Toys R Us, a Bed Bath & Beyond, a Petco, a Michael's, a Raymore and Flanagan, and maybe upwards of another a dozen retail stores. I mean, just his shopping center alone is just massive. And like I said, it's just adjacent to the mall parking lot, and it's just adjacent to the the crossings at the mall, which has the Babies R Us, the Fridays, the Outback. And I know that area really inside and out. I'll be quite frank with you. Nobody in their wildest dream could imagine that in the last 20, 30 years, there's been no package store in one or two of those shopping centers. Not that it necessarily means anything at this point, but certainly you take the congestion and you know,
Do you have any questions?
this store over here, just
Go ahead.
so you know, it's on the other side of the expressway, okay?
No, I understand, I get that. You're arguing distances, and that's not really, I'm not interested in it, because it's a mile, and they're in cars.
As far as,
Yeah, but, all right, but not everybody's traveling, look, okay, so not everybody's travels on Richmond Avenue.
I get
I
that.
can tell you like 8 other roads that people get to the mall and get to that shopping center. So to throw out that there's 8 or 9 stores on Richmond Avenue, that's really not fair. That's
Okay.
really not fair, because they get to this location, from Richmond Avenue, from Plantain Avenue.
I think we got it. Go ahead, you have,
The store at 32, what is that, 3275 Richmond Ave, is that the one on the other
Yes.
side? Yeah. That's not as much of a concern to me. I mean, I do think that's serving another area of the island, so I will agree with you there.
With that, may I add something?
Quickly,
No, we're
'cause I
done.
wanna- All right.
Can I add something
No.
really different? Okay, thank you.
You know,
unless you want to hear it, I don't need to hear it.
no, I'm good. I get it. The other stores, this location, I see the point that there's, it would be great to have a store nestled within that bunch of retailers there. You got Best Buy, you've got, what other ones do I see here? Best Buy, Raymore and Flanagan, I mean.
Stop and Shop.
Yeah, I see a Stop and Shop. I see a great deal of foot traffic there. And I also see some a cluster of homes and so forth just beyond that would be served by a location here. My concern is that looking at what the other stores are doing, and they don't really seem to be doing very much. I mean, nobody is trending up. If anything, they're just treading water. So I see this as being like, a good location. I understand why you're going for it, but I just don't see that there's a public need for it because I don't see the demand for it. So at this point, I'm going to vote to deny.
I would have voted to approve, given the plaza it was in and what else was in there. I think there is a convenience and advantage to that, but I don't disagree that the numbers don't really indicate that there's a demand, but I think there was a convenience and advantage.
Can I just say something?
Yes.
So the numbers in, I only got numbers, I know you just showed me numbers for.
Well, one store, the second closest store, is down $1 million in 4 years. That's a lot.
Right, but maybe he's not getting a significant portion of that.
But
whole
nobody showed me that. Nobody showed, I should say I voted to approve. Nobody showed Commissioner Ford that. I mean, what we look at in my theory is, being someone who does occasionally have a drink, is that when people want alcohol, they know where to find it, and then they go get it. So if someone is down, they're doing $4 million in sales, and 4 years later they're doing $3 million, that tells me that the demand for alcohol probably, and everybody else is down or flat as well that's nearby, tells me that the demand in that area has gone down. Because the sales aren't going, unless somebody can point to a 10,000 square foot store that everybody's going to that's out of this area, then no one can explain to me why all the stores are either flat or down.
Which sales? I mean, just if you don't mind me asking,
The second closest store, I showed it to you, she was down $1 million over 4 years.
Right, that's the only store that we see.
No, the other ones are all flat. No, like he said, they're barely treading water. And then the closest store, we don't have any numbers on.
I didn't see those numbers, okay.
Yeah.
All right, the next item is 496, Stokes and McGinley, Inc. Mr. Lynn? You,
So do we, so let's get up, let's go.
don't let it happen again.
This is a CNC for $3,000.
I'll accept.
Accept.
497, Horseshoes, Inc.
Again, a CNC for a $3,000 offer.
I'll accept.
Accept.
522.
Want a second?
Hold on for a second. 522 is Fire Lounge, Inc.
No,
this-
that wasn't mine. Y&L Yankee?
All right, well, that's the one you wrote down. So hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What's the name of the,
Y&L Yankee. J&L Yankee. 521.
Yep, 521.
Okay, okay to dismiss.
Dismiss.
Dismiss charge one.
Thank you.
Next item is 475, Vineyards of East Meadows LLC.
Good afternoon, Alexandra Burstein from Nolan and Heller on behalf of Vineyards of East Meadow. I have Ryan Leonard here, and it looks like we may have some opposition, so if you'd like us to step aside and
Sure, thank you.
have them go first. My name is Hong Chen, first name H-O-N-G, last name C-H-E-N. I'm attorney for my client, Diamond A8 Inc. She just opened the store last year, October 19, and the gross sales from that time to the end of year is only $180,000, and she spent $500,000 of all her savings to compete with other stores. However, she told me after 2 weeks, after her closing of the store, a new store opened like a supermarket style, which is at 1230 Old Country Road, Westbury. And their products are very low and approximately 25% less than other stores, which is a big hit to anyone.
But
run
we're here to
business
talk
here.
about the other store.
Yes, but I just give you the situation here.
How close is she to this current store that's moving?
That's 1.2 miles.
And how close is she to the new location that they're moving to?
She doesn't. The new application who moved from current location to the new location, we only have a 4 minutes drive, 1.2 miles away. Just 1
She's
mile.
moving from, the applicant is moving from 1947 Front Street.
Yes.
She's moving to 1897 Front
That's
Street.
only 200 feet.
She's moving, right,
Yes.
she's moving 200, I got 500 feet, but she's moving 500 feet. So what's your objection? She already exists.
But our objection is the store is larger than.
Well, then
existing
that's
one.
what you need to focus on.
Yes, yes. I'm going to mention that because my client went there once and took a look and know how big it is. I have no idea, but she will mention to you right away. And
That's the only thing that
Yeah,
we're dealing with here is the
yes.
size of the store. She's moving 500 feet. If you're going to argue that 500 feet is going to jeopardize your client's business, then you're wasting your time.
I understand your talk, but my situation is tell everyone about how far is it, and she know the situation because the big store just opened like last year, the end of last year, and she will let you know how big jeopardize to her business. Could you?
I don't want to hear about the big store that opened. I want to hear how her moving to across or around the corner or down the street is going to affect her business. That's all I'm worried about.
Okay, and she will let you know how big it will be.
Hi, how are you? My name is Yang Ling, Diamond Wine Liquor. I'm Stanford. I agree we're gonna move over there, but we need a size for them because it's like supermarket. It's too big for us.
You have to speak up. I can't hear you.
Sorry about that. Because I almost use my old saving to open the store.
He wants to know how big it will be.
No, I know how big it's going to be, but that's what you're arguing about, that you have no problem with the moving, just the size of it.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
That's what we get.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Understood. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Vijesh. We own a store in East Meadow about 1 mile, and we are objecting about the size of it.
Okay. Thank you.
How far away are you? Do you know?
About 1 mile.
Yeah.
And what road are you on?
New Bridge Road, 479 New Bridge Road.
Okay. I don't have.
Yeah, I know. Do we not get sales on these things?
These are the removals, and we did ask for gross sales, but they weren't put in the report.
Okay. We need them.
Yeah, we do. It's just a little, this would have been normally a
Thank you.
neighborhood removal.
All right.
My name is Sasikant Tolia. I'm in the same store. I joined them last year and with my significant saving. And then when I hear this store is coming, which is much bigger, I think they're going to crush me. That's my concern.
Okay,
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Jagjim Sharma. I own the store Mahakali Wine and Spirits on East Meadow. This is less than 1.2 mile from this store. They are just moving. But I don't have objection to move. But this store is too bigger, like about 3 times whatever they have. This is hard for my sales. I just spent all the money I get from 6 months before. I don't have it before any sales. They ask me, I already sent the letters before, but that time I don't have any sales. Now business is going hard before with the Total Wines on the big store, and this store, if it goes more bigger, they're gonna hurt. We're gonna close the store.
All right, thank you.
Close everything from there.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
He just transferred in 2017 to a store.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Bhumika Patel, and I'm in East Meadow too, 2685 North Jerusalem Road. These stores is opening, it's only like it's close to like less than 1 mile. And this is like 4 or 5 times bigger than my stores. And I'm very small and like just in close neighborhood. And I don't have even basement and anything else. I'm not compete with those people. And we also like putting our all money to in these stores. We only have like 1 store. And if they're going to open, then we're not going to survive at all. We already not surviving in front of those other bigger liquor stores. We trying to be doing our best to stand in front of those bigger stores. And if they open in like sooner, then we're going to be finished from the bottom and we
Okay.
lose all our money.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
My store is only just 0.2 miles. Very closest, my store is closest from everybody.
How far?
Just 0.2 miles.
0.2 miles? Okay.
2/10 of a mile.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Harbhajan Badwan. I'm from AJ7 Wine and Liquor from Levittown. My store is 2 mile radiation with this store. We don't have objection to move from this location to another location. But I saw last week his store. He making like big, giant, big stores. So if he make a bigger store,
It's not he, it's she.
I don't know, sir, she or he, but we know is under the Stu Leonard. So they have already big stores. We are like, this is our family business. We know are very wealthy people, or, we work 7 days a week, family, so no social life, and we try to stay on the business, that's it.
Yeah.
But see, we worry about, they can move the store, but if they're making the big, like a grocery store, giant store, so then everybody, the first lady, she's only quarter mile. She's a 1.2 mile, no. She is just quarter mile from that store.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I think you know what direction this is heading in.
I certainly do.
So explain to me why this needs to be.
I would first like to
Before you start,
Sure.
what size is the store now, and what size is it? It says 6985 square feet. What is it now?
3,000.
The existing is 3,000 with 2,500 square feet of retail. The current total space of the new store is 6,985. Of that, 5,300 is somewhat retail, and per our submission on Friday, which I trust you received,
Yes.
really we're only looking at 4,600 square feet of retail, because there's a significant portion in the front of the store that's customer service, point of sale, that will not be used for actual sale of retail items. So we're talking about a bigger space, but not an astronomically bigger space the way it has been described, and I think anyone who goes by the space right now, it's empty, it's going to look a lot bigger than it's going to be when we put product in it. That being said, I also think we need to discuss the fact.
Just to correct you there, because I've been doing this long enough to know a 6,000 square foot liquor store is as big as it looks.
I'll concede that point to you. But the point I'm going to make is that space is not necessarily created equal. So right now we have 2,500 square feet of retail space, and if you go in the store, it's not enough space to even be able to push a cart down the aisle. I mean, it is a small, narrow, long space. The new store would enable us to spread everything out a lot more so that there's wider aisles, we have a lot more natural light. The idea is that we're creating a much more appealing and customer-friendly space so that our customers actually want to be in the store. And if you are enjoying the space, then you might, stroll around a little bit, look for a product that you otherwise wouldn't if the store is kind of dark and small and unappealing. And the other point is that having that new space also gives us opportunity to be a little bit innovative and to capture market trends, try some new and different products and see if those products work. Because I think that a large part of, and what we're hearing, and certainly Total Wine was a big game-changing addition to the community, but the answer to that, to serve the public convenience and advantage, is not to simply say, we can't compete. The answer is to do what Ms. Leonard is trying to do, and that is to innovate and give your customers the best possible experience so that they keep coming back to your store. And I think that having the new space and having it adjacent to the grocery store gives us that ability. And I'm not going to harp on the location because everyone has already said they have no objection to us moving. But I think, as Senator Hannan and Congressman Swazi both noted in their letters, which I trust you've received, that the additional space is going to be key to allowing Ms. Leonard to keep her customers coming back and to keep promoting the products of the region. And that does serve the public convenience and advantage, as well as the fact that moving to the new space would mean that she will need to hire a number of new employees, thus generating further jobs in the region.
I see my notes here, too. I missed something. It says they're 4,597 square feet.
Correct. That's going to be
Sorry.
the actual retail floor space.
Got
So
it.
we're not talking about 7,000 square feet. A lot of that is actually going to be break rooms because right now the whole storage space is only 500 square feet, and that also includes where the staff break room is. All the staff can't even fit in the break room. So part of the new store was to devote a large portion of the space to making it a better experience for the people who work there, because happy staff.
So
serve
how big
customers better.
how big can you make that break room?
The break room right now, I believe, is 320 square feet.
So how does 1,000 square feet sound? Or 1,500?
I don't know that we could do that without making significant changes to the space.
You're going to have to make some kind of changes, because you're not,
We're
it's
having
not,
to make a concession.
this is not, and I don't know if you were here when the first or second case we did, but this area, and I've said it every time we get an application for it, and she's heard it from me before, is the hardest area probably in the state, if not the country, to get a liquor store. And you're now, and you got one, and you bought it, and great, and you're moving it, and I understand why you're moving it, but that doesn't mean you get to double it. And that's what you're doing. So I understand the whole business model, and we want to be next to Stu Leonard's, and if we get more space, yeah, we can provide new products, but we also can get huge discounts, and there's enough liquor in this area already that they don't need another 2,500 square feet. And if this was someone who, if you were moving a mile away, it wouldn't even be happening.
Correct. I mean, the shortness of the distance is important here, and I would respectfully request that we do get some further space. Just as I said, right now the way the store is set up, you can't even run a shopping cart down it. If two people are trying to go down an aisle, they have to hedge backwards and try to get around each other. So the additional
Yeah, I'll give you additional space, but you're not. I mean, it's not going to be 7,000 square feet. I don't.
Would Ms. Leonard be allowed to address you briefly?
Sure.
One thing I just wanted to add, something that's important to me is wine education in the area, especially bringing in local New York winemakers. And my dream and what I want to have is an area where people can come in and taste wine and talk to the winemakers, get to know people in their area. And right now, like I was at the store last weekend, I had a purse on my shoulder and I was walking down the aisle and like basically knocked over a whole thing of wine. And I don't want people to have that experience. You know, people who are shopping at grocery stores, families with children, carts, like I want it to be an inviting space for people to come in. And right now everything's just packed on top of each other. And moving to something like this would give me that opportunity to make it a really enjoyable experience, to educate people and give them things that they can't find elsewhere.
And again, we're not talking about trying to be a discount store. This is a wine-focused store. So yes, the ability to have more space certainly gives us the ability to carry more products. But as I indicated before, a large portion of the reason for the move and the additional space is to be able to create a bigger space for the customers to move about in. So it's not going to be one of those stores where you walk in and there's floor-to-ceiling product stacked everywhere. What we're looking to do is be able to take what we have, put a bit more product in, but spread it out so that customers want to be in the store and can more easily find the products they're looking for.
All that being said, I'm not going to approve that size space. I don't know where the chairman is at, but
I'm kind of waiting to see where you are. So.
yeah, I understand you have a little more space and you want to be able to use it, have a little bit more flexibility. You're currently 2,500 retail?
2,500 retail,
2,500 retail, you know. I'd be willing to go like another 1,000 to 3,500, but I'm not inclined to go any more than that.
Could we agree
Retail.
with 3,500, not 1,000, 3,500 retail and a designated education area? That way we don't have to
Yeah,
reconfigure the space
that's what I
as
meant,
much.
3,500 retail,
Plus a designated space that can be non-retail space, but education.
yes.
Of what size?
However much we need to fill the space that we are not using for retail.
I mean, I think what he's saying is that you can use. Is this already built?
It's being built out. It's in
I
the
mean,
process
I
of
think
being-
what he's saying is that the 3,500 retail, the rest of it could be used for storage, correct?
Could be storage, whatever else you want to use it for.
I know in a number of other stores, Total Wine included, for instance, they consider their education center to be a separate space from their retail floor space. So I guess what I'm inquiring is, can we agree to 3,500 retail floor space plus a designated space that's going to be, it can be carved out separately, that would be education, so it wouldn't be product
Yes.
there. Okay.
Yes, that's how I see it.
I just don't know how we enforce that.
We're happy to
Well-
submit a new diagram showing
Yeah, don't we have to have
what
a
the
floor
space
plan?
would be.
All right, so that's what he's gonna, all right, so I'll do,
We have to have a floor plan that's part of your license.
Absolutely.
Um,
I assume that would be a condition of approval. We'll
Yes.
submit
so how,
something.
how many square feet? You're gonna say all the square feet? So they proposed 5,300 square feet retail. You're saying you're gonna give them 3,500.
Right.
And then the other 2,000 square feet they
We
can
can
make.
increase
Could be
storage for that.
storage, could be break room, it could be classrooms, whatever you want, but actually.
Well, no, I think what she's talking about is doing a tasting area in the middle of the store, correct?
No, but my point is, that was our original plan, but if what we're saying is we can have 3,500 square feet of retail, we would then designate a specific space.
Within the
No.
retail area?
A separate area for education, so we'd have the 3,500 be our retail space.
All right, I can live with that, but you need to show us a diagram. It's conditioned us showing a diagram.
Absolutely. Thank you.
And Ms. Leonard, it's my understanding that pursuant to the last time that we spoke, that you're still not engaged in any advertising with the rest of the Stu Leonard's
Operating the
enterprises.
way we
That's what I thought.
told you we
And I don't have any information otherwise, so I don't want to, yeah.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
3,500, they just do only storage, without storage, or if they
3,500 is the retail area.
retail area.
Right,
The rest of it is storage or education.
right. But we're talking about just selling floor space.
Yeah, saying
Yes.
like this is sampling.
Oh, I'm
thing,
sorry.
It's not, that is, this should be included on the 35. If we are sampling, they do any time on the sample.
The sampling could be education, yes. They could use that space for sampling.
But they're not show, if he's showing this one, this.
We're going to see a diagram, we don't have it.
We're requiring that to be submitted, a new diagram showing that, delineating it. Yeah. To the microphone, please. Yeah.
We need a specific description about how do they showing, how do they give the cash, because all these people here want to know that such large like a store, only 35 to be like a retail space. The other will be storage, classroom, but we need to specify how do they do.
How do they do what?
Do the class, how
What
do they,
cash?
classroom. Yeah,
They're going to show us a diagram.
yes, diagram, but still with the description, how do they do that? I mean, not only diagram, we want to know specifically how do they do with that room.
The members have required that they submit a diagram showing the 3,500 retail area.
Yes.
And then the other areas. That's how they're going to show it.
Right.
Are you asking
what
what goes
do they
on in the
do?
classroom? Is that what you're asking?
Because Commissioner just mentioned,
Oh, to see
All it has to be is delineated. We don't care, as long as they're not using it to sell alcohol in, that's all we're concerned about.
displays
They
of
can put a
alcohol
tent up
in
if they want.
Yeah. It can't be selling space. That's where. it can't
All right,
be
thank you.
retail
Next.
selling.
We have a lot of other matters to go on. The members have voted. The next two items, they're separate. It's 430 and 500. They're two separate matters involving New York Food Corp. Mr. Buscemi is here. Just to,
I think I know.
you know,
Yeah,
Mr. Mailer was here last meeting.
Right, and asked it to be
With a case against this licensee. And my understanding, and counsel can correct me, that there was an understanding that everything was going to be wrapped up in one matter. These two defaults went to the board anyway. So Mr. Mailer spoke to me. He's looking to have it sent back to counsel's office.
Both of them?
Yeah.
What are
Yes.
you saying?
I thought these were being put over.
Okay.
That's and
Back to
that's in the
council.
back.
Yeah.
We're going to send them back to counsel's office.
Back to council, thank you.
Which means I don't,
Back to.
Alex will be in touch with Marty.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next item is 514. Is this you?
go ahead. Let me-
Folta NA Ltd.
Yes. This again was one of Mr. Mailer's cases. He asked me to step in. The applicant was going to be here. My office received a call this morning. My secretary contacted me here. Unfortunately, he was called to the hospital, some family situation. So he's unable to come here today. My understanding is that the community board did approve this. This is stipulation. The licensee will abide by the terms of the stipulation with regard to the, what's in it. This is a restaurant. There was some type of adverse history here.
Well, he indicates in the application that there's pending disciplinary actions against the applicant. Page 11. Applicant, current licensee, or prior licensee. Do we have anything pending on this guy? Or the place?
I didn't think so, but I can double check.
Or is that just a mistake?
I don't know, but it would be going to the, I believe, the licensee, if there's anything against PromD Global. I have a feeling it may be a mistake, but it lists the licensees PromD Global Enterprises, Inc.
But I don't think it matters. I'm going to have to put this over anyway, because this is a bad street, and I need to talk to him.
So over to April 4th for the
Yeah,
applicant to
I mean, I'm not saying that I'm not going to give it to him, and that's
No,
why I want to talk to
I
him.
understand. You want to see the applicant himself.
Because it's Roosevelt Avenue.
That's April 4th hearing?
Yes. The next item, 542B, Tomatoes of LI Corp.
Right, this was a hearing,
You were on a good run. You were.
Summary suspension.
But I've never said this is a blowout right here.
Just for the
Look, I
record,
think this was a lot of overcharge.
Just
Be
for
that
the-
as may, let me just point out a few things.
I want to actually make something for you, actually, so for everybody's clear. I know that there's 3 charges that supposedly were not sustained. I think number 8 and number 29 were withdrawn. I believe the opinion reflects that, but I just wanted to make sure that was.
Number 8 and number 29 are withdrawn?
Yes, those are.
So let me just run through them. Sustain 1 through 7, withdraw 8. Sustain 9 through 13, dismiss 14. Sustain 15 through 28, withdraw 29. And sustain 30, 31, 32, and 33. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. 13, right. First, I just want to point out, this licensee is a licensee. He has a restaurant since 2009, I believe, Donna Mercedes Corp. He's never had any adverse history there. At this location, since 2010, no adverse history. Also has El Shade Deli Corp. For, I don't know how long, but a good many years. And I don't believe there's any adverse history there, although there is the pending disciplinary proceeding on that, which mirrors a lot of the code violations that are in here.
Is the building still condemned? Still shut down?
This
So-
is not reopened. This is the town of Brookhaven.
Right.
They opened up the deli without him doing any work in the deli, and that came out at the hearing.
Yeah.
So El Shade Deli, they reopened that. There's a couple of little minor things that have to be done, but other than that, they just vacated the condemnation order without anything being done to it and let El Shade Deli reopen. And that's been in business. That hasn't happened, and again, it goes to, in my mind, it goes to the issue. I mean, it shouldn't have been condemned in the first place. In this particular case, on this license premises, there was some structural problems that were pointed out. Again, violations that were issued to the landlord. This is structural work for the landlord to do. The lease was put into
Mr.
evidence.
Buscemi, let's be frank here. I mean, this is another. I mean, we have a machete attack.
This is.
We have a number of. I mean, so as much as I'm worried about the falling out underneath everybody in this establishment, I don't know if after that point the machete person comes in and attacks them. I mean, this is ridiculous.
No one attacked anyone inside. No one attacked any.
Well, we have.
Read
we
the
have,
specifics.
I can.
But the machete was a first for me. I do.
I mean,
And that's March 26th.
But
And I
Mr.
think
Buscemi-
that's really what was
Mr.
swinging
Buscemi,
this whole thing.
I certainly can read the specifics. I mean, we have 13 occasions of, there's a number of 911 calls, 13 occasions the calls required a response of 3 or more police units, 7 times required 5 or more police units. I mean, that's incredible.
I lay out the specifics of each one of these and what pertains to the premises, what does not pertain to the
As
premises.
soon as this place is closed, no one's calling 911. That's the definition of focal point. That's the definition of noise nuisance. These are the most serious charges we have at the agency. The ALJ found them responsible for these charges. So as much as I understand that there's question, that the ALJ found unsafe structure, unsafe equipment, all of these, code violations, we also have machete attacks. We have 1066. We
Police
have
officer
118.
testified that the machete attack was approximately 90 feet from the premises. All right.
But I mean, I think what his point he's making is we have the police focal point, we have the fact that they have to go there and actually do surveillance of the place because it's so violent, and then we also have the technical violations that make the building dangerous, and then we also have the fact that the number of employees aren't even on the books, that they're paying them in cash. So this place has been run, they run the gamut of charges. That's the problem, is that there's not we can't just say, oh, you can fix the technical violations. Oh, you can fix the employee paid with cash, nobody's paying taxes. Oh, you can stop the fighting so the police don't have to show up anymore. I mean, there's so many things that need to be fixed. And as he said, they're not getting calls now. So whatever we did, we solved it.
I do want to, again, I want to point out that this never had an adverse history.
No, I know.
And
It's
two other
shocking what went on.
licenses also.
I'm wondering if that's our fault.
It's never had, well, it's just, if the police aren't going there, if there are no issues, no problems, I don't think it's his fault or your fault.
The police were definitely going to this location.
They were going, for the most part, they were going to the parking lot, which is an open parking lot. You don't have
No,
any
but you're still ignoring
disorders taking place
the
on the
corporation.
premises
The
itself.
corporation got dissolved. I mean, everything they did was wrong.
It did get reinstated.
Well, I know, but
I mean, I strongly suggest that the members revoke this license and proscript this premises.
And again,
This
I'm
is
going
pretty
to ask,
ridiculous.
will ever be done, that not be done. There were two other licenses involved. The guy's never had any prior. He's
I know,
not-
but
never
this
had
is,
any prior.
I'm going to agree with him simply because this took an enormous amount of our resources. It took an enormous amount of police resources, and it was dangerous. So I'm going to revoke and bond with the
You have
prescription.
a restaurant and you have a deli.
Anybody that has a license like this does not deserve to be running and trafficking in alcohol in the state of New York.
So I'm revoking and bonding with the prescription.
You know, Counselor, I just wanted to tell you, I read all your point counterpoint, and I think you did an excellent job. I mean, you really earned your pay for this one, you know, making your points.
Not good enough,
But
apparently.
in totality,
Again, I just asked you to reconsider this business about revocation.
yeah.
He has a restaurant since 2009
I
without
get that,
any
but
issues.
this is he checked off every box on this one. I mean, that's the problem.
Yeah. So revoke and
All right,
bond.
so this one's gone, but he doesn't have an issue with the other places.
Yet.
Yeah, good.
Well,
Since
he does now.
2009.
Does now.
Since 2009.
I mean, I don't know what happened, but I'm not really interested in finding out if it happens again. So.
Yep.
Next item, 468, La Chimosa Corp.
Don't.
You've got a couple.
Where you
Sorry,
going?
Mr. Buscemi. This
one's
one will be
already
easier.
Oh, this one's easy.
Yeah, revoke for the record.
Yeah, no fights in the area since closing. Okay, good.
And we, 6 out of the 10 charges were dismissed.
Oh, I got to go through those.
Yeah.
Dismiss 1, sustain 2, dismiss 3, dismiss 4, sustain 5, dismiss 6 and 7, sustain 8, dismiss 9, and sustain 10. Revoke for the record.
Doug, get back here.
Not yet.
You signed in for 457? What is? Okay.
I think I'm done.
La Cafe 107 LTD?
For the licensee, Louis Chisari of Marcotti and Associates. Good morning. I was informed when I spoke to Counsel Riano that we had asked for an adjournment and it was denied. We hadn't seen that decision, but he and I had spoke and we would make an offer of $2,500.
I think regardless what the members want, I think it makes less sense to send this back.
That particular manager was fired literally.
I'll take 3,000.
That's fine, we agree with that.
Sustain 1 and sustain 2.
Could I ask just one favor of the State Liquor Authority? Could I get a copy of that judge's decision
Yeah.
for my records?
Of
That's all.
course. Jonathan's, yeah.
That's all right.
We'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out.
The next item,
And for the record, 3,000.
Yeah, I got it.
All right.
451, Vino by the Sea, Inc.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Good afternoon. Elsie Hoffman, I'm an attorney for the applicant. With me is Samantha Lynette, the principal of the proposed store. This is a boutique store proposed to go in as part of the Arbor and by the Sea. It's one of the first apartment buildings that's nearing construction completion. Will include a retail ground floor.
So let me stop you there. Is there anybody here in protest to this? Okay, go ahead.
Across the street is another shopping plaza that's right underneath the subway. This is part of like the area of the Rockaways that is a little bit of a walking retail area. People are commuting by train, and there's not any boutique wine and liquor store anywhere nearby. The only,
Of the ones that are nearby, who's bulletproof, if any, do you know?
I don't know if they're bulletproof or just mainstream.
Yeah, I believe most of them are just, as far as I know, they're just sort of mainstream packaged stores.
You have pictures of the storefronts. I think one of them is open, but I mean.
And one of these stores is literally 114 square feet. It's a tiny, is one of them really tiny? The one on 8704 Rockaway Beach Boulevard? Dave's Liquor.
Liquors. Oh, Dave's Liquor, yes.
It's really tiny?
Well,
Like, could you
guys-
fit a
guys
person in
approved-
there?
You guys approved Chips Ashore across the street after 3 hearings. That was, Chips Ashore was the wine store that had started out as a liquor store application that was literally like right on top of Dave's, and I think a couple of years ago, because I just watched all of the hearings.
Where is it?
They're in Rockaway Beach.
No, I'm saying that though Dave's is 0.8 miles away, but the one you're talking about isn't on our
It
list.
didn't show up on your list. Your list and my list were, literally, I don't know why Ship to Shore didn't show up, but it's in our, we disclosed 5 closest stores, and it was on our list, but it didn't show up on the SLA.
And that's
website.
just a wine store?
Correct.
Those 2 stores are not only, I mean, it's, you have to get on, it's a completely different train stop, and you have to transfer to a different train or take a shuttle, so it's 0.8 miles.
No, I was just asking, I'm not really focusing on that store.
Yeah, the SLA lamp here on this one, like the 4 closest didn't make, you guys had one that was like 10,000 feet away as one of the 4 closest that was, instead of Ship to Shore.
Would a wine store not come up, Jackie? Is
It
that?
should come, it should come up.
So you're saying that the Ship to Shore is right across the street from Dave's? Okay. All right, go ahead.
And is wine only. This is in Arvern. This is right across the street from the 67th Street Beach Stop, which is where, that part of the beach is where there are surfing classes, there's a retail plaza, the Stop and Shop is half a block away, the YMCA is just a block from there. This lot is still being developed. This particular building is adding 8,100 square feet of retail space, so it's sort of creating a new retail block that doesn't exist. This is the first building. There's 126 apartments in this one. The second building is right behind, and ultimately, that whole block is going to be developed with higher-end rental apartments.
Yeah, the Google Earth shot that I looked at, or whatever I looked at, didn't even show anything being built yet, so it's fairly new
Yeah,
construction.
I included the packet from the Tide. You can see where the building is, and I
Yeah.
included a picture taken just last week showing the state of construction for this building.
Completion for the first building is estimated for June.
Yeah, that Ship to Shore is at 8808 Rockaway Boulevard.
I see it. So it shows up at on the questionnaire, but it didn't show up when we did the 5 closest? Why is that?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
I think regardless, it's.
So what's her business model?
So this is a boutique, this is definitely a boutique wine store, small producers, not mainstream, really designed to fit in with the higher-end retail community that is coming into the Tides, where there's going to be a nice restaurant with a rooftop patio. This is definitely going to cater to the more luxury residential apartments that are being constructed on that big vacant lot.
Why a liquor store? She has no experience, or that I can tell at least. Do you have experience?
In terms of running a liquor store, no, but I've been in the wine and food beverage for years before I took up my new jobs. I worked in a high-end wine bar a number of years ago, been catering, been in the industry. It's sort of what I wanted to do, personal reasons, step back from it, but now I'm in a position where I am able to get back into
And when were you in the wine bar business? Or work for the wine bar?
for school 2014 to 2015 is when I was working at a wine bar.
It's not on here. Well, I'm just, you want to open a wine store and you have experience and you didn't put it on here.
It would help your case, is what he's telling you.
Just so you know, Dave's Liquor, he's all over the place with the square footage. The 114, 125, he has 2 gross sales that he said he has at 1,000 square feet. And it's an older licensed, issued probably.
That can't be 114
I know, it
square
can't
feet.
be.
That's 2 people.
Well, in 2 reports, he did put 125. I mean, just, I don't know if he understands what square
That's
footage
like the
is.
aisle of a movie theater.
Any more questions, Chairman?
How are you going to do this and keep your current job? Oh, that's also wrong.
That we had amended, because they were gonna initially have a manager, now she's actually gonna leave her job, and she lives in Auburn, so is going to manage the store.
Okay. No, I don't have anything else.
So you're going from social worker to owning a liquor store?
And I'm so sure you'd understand why.
I do. I will vote to approve. I think there's development going up around you and stuff like that, and based on that alone, I just think that there's a public convenience and advantage to be met.
I'll vote to approve as well, on the same grounds.
Good luck.
All right, next item, 542C, First Hospitality LLC.
Good afternoon. My name is Frank Palillo. I must have other clients with me. Chairman, there's a store vacant in this building on the corner.
What-
When I come
what
to you-
store?
There's a store vacant on the corner of this building, 126th and.
You want to put a liquor store in
When I come
it?
to you for a liquor store, please don't oppose it. Once every other Wednesday, it'd be in the public convenience and advantage. You can please introduce yourselves.
I just gave a license out right before you. What are you even talking
I
about?
need-
Talking about location to here.
Location.
Robert Pearl, I'm one of the principals.
Yes,
William Wyatt, I'm going to be one of the principals and running the beverage program.
Jeremy Spector, chef.
Right.
It's an application that was filed for a restaurant. The community board basically approved it, but they approved it with a 1 o'clock closing, which cannot possibly work in this neighborhood. This is First Avenue, 5 traffic lanes plus a bike lane.
First and what?
First between 6 and 7. So this is a very, very, very commercial area where all the.
Well, it worked for the guys before them. Or it
didn't.
didn't, I guess.
It didn't, because the community board imposed.
What was
those
in there?
hours. Empalon, a Spanish restaurant. Because the community board imposed those hours, they couldn't possibly survive.
So
I'm sorry, sir.
you've agreed to the community board stipulations? Is that what I read here or not?
The other stipulations, not the 1 AM closing.
Just everything but the 1 a.m.
Everything but the
closing?
1 AM closing, we had no problem with.
And what's the restaurant going to be? Is it open now with a temp or no?
Was not a transfer.
So what is it going to be?
You want to speak to the concept, Jeffrey, or Blue?
It's going to be a new American restaurant. We're going to have Jeremy Spector is currently the chef and operator of the Brindle Room right nearby as well. We're going to do a sort of a marrying of fine dining and also neighborhood. I'm trying to keep prices as low as possible, but most of my experience comes from fine dining. And I'm going to try to take as much of that and bring it into the East Village neighborhood, which I've lived in for most of my time in New York for the past 11 years.
We submitted also a list of all the 4 AM closings in the neighborhood. We're not seeking 4 AM. We're seeking a 3 AM closing on the weekends. There are many places in that particular neighborhood, because it is so commercial. There is some mixed use.
You're right on First Avenue?
This is on First Avenue. As far as the operators who are before you, I want to tell you a quick story. Mr. Pearl was here at the end of January on a location called Cocktail Art. He came before you because he's the investor. He was appalled by what he found about how the place is being operated. He paid the fine, met with management, the person who's on the license who was managing it, was unsatisfied with the response, and 1 week later placed the license in safekeeping to the authority. The premises has not been operating since. This is the type of operator we're looking at. He will not allow a premises to operate that's going to be a nuisance. It's still currently in safekeeping nearly 2 months later. 6 weeks. This is responsibility.
And that was in,
January 24th, we were before
no,
you.
that, where was it located?
14 Avenue C. Which,
So you can live with 1 AM Sunday through Thursday, but Friday, Saturday, you need 3.
2 AM through 3 AM on the weekend. That's what we were hoping for. We believe that we have the proven track record for those hours. Bob is licensed, Jesus, quite a number of places over the years with minimal.
Several ongoing concerns that are a lot of them right in this neighborhood, and none of them with problems.
Meaning the neighborhood of the applicant. Yes.
Like what?
DBA, which is down the street on First Avenue, that does not serve food. I'm an investor in Bowery Meat Company.
Of course it serves food. Go ahead.
Which is
Do you want to go consult with your attorney?
Bolton and Watt, which is corner of Avenue A, Drexler's 2 doors up from there, Blind Barber, are all ongoing concerns.
It's a premises that Mr. Rano is not overly familiar with. And I do know there's a referral for cocktail art, which I,
Are you right there on the corner?
Which space, sir?
First Avenue.
First Avenue, no, we're in the it's mid-block. This commercial, the owner of the building has a commercial space above us.
Okay.
So we're surrounded by commercial, and we have a very large kitchen.
At the community board meeting, two people who actually live in the building came and spoke in support of the application. They actually live in the building. Live above.
Sir, come in here and show me which is what it is.
Well, you know the story.
On the front, please. So it's right in the middle of the block. This is the kitchen. I believe it's this building here.
Okay.
I think it's one of these two. It's kind of hard to see with that picture. So it's right here in the middle. Is this one, Will, or what? Yeah, like that.
Did you, at one point, did you agree with the community board?
No, that was a confusion from my office. We can.
Because the
agreed to
500-foot
certain-
judge indicates that you did,
We agreed to certain stipulations except for the hours. I think
except
that
for
was-
this. So you agreed to all their stipulations except you want another hour during the week and 2 on the weekend.
Yes.
What, they offered 1, right, or
1
12?
a.m. across the board because they said that's what the prior place had. The prior place couldn't survive with that. Especially in that neighborhood, it's First Avenue. It's not Ludlow Street or,
So you're saying they couldn't survive with it, but you could with an extra 2 hours a week?
that's what we believe. And
No,
plus,
no,
our rent's significantly higher than theirs was.
4, and then 9 hours a week. 1 hour during the week and 2 hours on the weekends. They're only offering 1. They want 2 and 3.
We wouldn't be asking for this if I didn't feel I had the experience behind me. I represented Jeremy on his current restaurant, and he's quite an accomplished chef. Yeah, he'll say so himself.
I don't have a problem with those hours, because I'm just going to hold Frank personally responsible for it. So,
I'm going to Sunday through Wednesday, I'm going to stick to their 1, but then you can have 3 on Thursday, Friday, Saturday. As long as
Yeah.
you agree with
yeah,
that.
that's even better.
So, okay.
You can come back.
We will.
I know
Can
you
you
will.
just,
We'll prove it, and we'll come back.
can you just
So can we
repeat the
just-
hours, please?
for the
'Cause
record, yes.
you got me all over the
Sunday
place.
through Wednesday, 1 a.m.
Wednesday.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 3 a.m.
Thank you.
All right.
Good luck, guys.
And then the stipulations with the community board, all the other ones are
All other
part
steps
of the
but
license.
the hours.
yeah.
Got it.
509 El Bafungo Restaurant, Inc.
El Mofongo.
Chairman, Commissioner Louis E. Rodriguez, 1 Fulton Avenue, Suite 20 for the applicant.
Do we have anything from the town on this?
Beat me to it.
It's not in there then.
Do you have anything from the town on this?
I spoke to Deputy Mayor Pettis. He's actually the one that helped us get the CO. So he has no objection.
Is it open now? Do you have a temporary?
No temporary. She's been open for over a year without the license.
And the hours are going to remain 8 to 11?
Yes.
Okay.
I've got nothing, but
All right, so I'll waive, given that we don't have anything from the village, I'm assuming they don't have an objection, because they usually would object if they did. I'll approve with the hours 8 to 11 every day. No DJs, recorded music only, no live music, and no dancing.
Same here.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good evening.
Next item, 507, Shipwreck Bar and Grill, Inc. Where did Mr. Pizzolo go? See if you can grab him for a second.
Sorry. This is a decision after a hearing. It was a split decision.
507?
Yeah, so it's dismiss 1, sustain 2.
I would just like to point out that security guards are not a regular thing. When the police precinct says we think you should have security guards on for a particular event, they do employ security guards. But they're
But why
not on a
don't they
regular
just
basis.
tell it? Well, yeah, but why don't they just tell us?
Because they don't do it on a regular basis.
I know, but say
But if
that,
I tell you, and then don't bring the security guard in, I violated my steps of the authority.
no, because you sit there and say, you come in, you change, and you say, when we have private events, which I'm assuming that's what we're talking
No,
about,
it's
or
not private events. It's the particular neighborhood. He's very hands-on with the precinct. Works with the community.
well, how
council.
do they predict that they're going to need a security
There's
guard?
an event at one of the other places, the Bitter End or any of the other clubs on that strip, then they'll all put on security for the night. To at least stand on the sidewalk and deterring the activity.
Well, then you should just have one, I guess.
Why don't you phrase it that the licensee may have security, not that he has to have security?
That you talk to Jackie and you can work out what you should be saying. But right now, we're going to pay.
I thought a letter of warning was appropriate.
No,
I didn't think so.
1,500.
Thank you.
1,500 it is.
Next item, 474, Bridgeton F&B Management LLC.
All right, I have to take 1 minute.
All right, we are back on the record with item 474, Bridgeton F&B Management LLC.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Good afternoon, Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Ford. My name is Alexander Victor. I'm the attorney for Bridgeton F&B Management. I'm with Atit Jariwala, who's the applicant's sole principal. I know that Jeffrey Ehrlich from the Community Board is here. I just want to very briefly introduce this application as one for an upscale.
No, we got to move this. You'll have all the time you need, but Mr. Ehrlich can come and say his piece.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Ford, hi. The community would love to have this place. That's not the issue. They came, we had an issue at the committee because they had not posted correctly, at least the way we like them to post, which is to announce where the meeting is, the community board meeting. They sent out a letter instead, or posted a letter somewhere, and had people call them. The letter did not mention the roof. It mentioned bar, restaurant. We asked them to come back after proper posting. Mr. Victor, I believe, had said he'd sat through a fairly long meeting at that point and said that unless he could get a promise that we would give him 4 a.m. in the roof, he saw no reason to come back. Now, we had just sat through 3 other hotel applications, one of which had come back. We had told them, I think it was 5 Beekman, that you can come back at a certain time and ask for later hours if you have no complaints, which they did, and we gave them that. The other 2 hotels.
What was that hotel?
5 Beekman, hang on. 5 Beekman Street, 5 Beekman Hotel,
Okay.
LLC.
So that you gave them 2 and they came back and you gave them 4, or is that what the?
All I could find was the 2013 resolution, which gave them, I believe, 12 and 1. They must have gotten an upbeat in between there. They came back, I believe they were working at 2 a.m. at this point, and we agreed to extend the hours until 4 a.m. They also wanted a live DJ, but we said, great, but only until 2 a.m.
Okay.
We have the problem with the hours, we have the problem with the rooftop, because that's very close to a lot of residential buildings. Walker Street going to the east is getting residential buildings. They're in progress, and I didn't get it in time to submit it by Friday, but there's a block association composed of business people and the tenants, the few tenants that are there, who are much in favor of this. They want something like this to anchor the area, but they didn't like those hours.
Now, this is the situation where which is generally what you guys do, you want to track record.
Test it out.
Yeah, you want a track record.
Yeah. And the owner apparently has a track record with other hotels. We don't have that problem, actually.
Okay.
I do have one question.
So the DJ you didn't have an issue with, it's just the roof and the closing time?
The roof and the closing times, yeah. I do have a question for you, actually, that this is not a 500-foot case.
Right.
But there was a license approved in January, which was after their 30-day notice, for one that would be the third.
Where's that on? What street's that on? West Broadway?
It's on Walker. It's 79 Walker. I think you heard it in January. There was, apparently, I just found out a provisional license in October, November, and I watched the webcast last
It's
night.
not open yet?
I doubt it.
No, it's not.
No.
It was approved at the January 24th meeting with stipulated hours, 6 a.m. to 2 a.m.
What's the name of it?
It is, 79 Walker Street Restaurant.
It was a good hamburger place that came out of Chicago.
Oh, I remember that. Okay. Oh, so you're asking whether that in and of itself would make it a 500-foot
Yeah, I'm
law?
not looking to delay this or go to a
I don't know.
500-foot
It's not
hearing,
issued.
but.
I don't think so.
It's not issued, yeah, no.
Okay. Just ask.
Because it's still conditionally approved but not issued.
Okay.
So they came in under the bell. Anything else? Or
No, I don't think.
you can, after they go, if you think of anything, just raise your hand.
All right. Thank you.
So where he left off with, I'm going to start with, this is not a 500-foot case. I'll address his points, Mr. Ehrlich's points first. Regarding the notices, we did the required notice to the community board, and then we went above and beyond that. We had someone go out at least twice to 395 Broadway, which is the closest, tallest residential building to the hotel, and it's 85 feet away across Broadway. We had them stand on the corner and try to solicit petition signatures, and in the process, telling everybody about what this hotel would be.
Did you do that every day for a month?
Did not do that every day.
How long did you do it?
They did, I think, twice, maybe 3 times.
And for how long?
That was the first
No,
round.
I get that, but I think his point was that they have a process, and I'm not saying legally you had to required to follow it, but generally when I'm trying to do something, the person that's going to vote for me, I try to do what they're asking if it's not ridiculous. And well, hold on. So now you're saying what you did. You stood on a corner with a petition for 9 hours over a week, and you think you hit the majority of the people that are going to be affected by this?
No, I don't.
That's what they're saying. They, if you had posted what they wanted, the people would have seen it.
But what we did after that is we took the top of the petition, which describes what this place will be, and I can show you that it includes a description of the rooftop. And we had that same person distribute that notice to every residential building in a 2-block radius. After we did that, we then mailed those notices to the 5
So
floors.
if you did all this, why didn't you just do what they asked?
Because we were trying to engage the community before we went to the community board and avoid that brouhaha and have a stipulation on the rooftop. The responses we got were few to none.
I'm just talking about what they ask, which is pretty clear, and whether I agree with it or not is irrelevant, but it's pretty clear what they want as far as posting. And I'm asking, why didn't you just do what they want?
We had that conversation, and if it makes everybody feel better, I'll take the fault, but we sincerely felt at the time that doing 4 lines of communication to the people that would be most affected.
You could have done that too. Well, I mean, the point I'm making here, and I said this to somebody earlier today, no one forced you to drop a hotel into the middle of one of the toughest neighborhoods in New York City to get a license. No one, you could have put it in Queens, and you could have got one and not even had to show up here. You guys decided to go there. And it's very difficult to get licenses there, and part of the deal is dealing with them. And you need to do that as best you can so it's beneficial when you come here. Now what I have is you have walked out of a meeting because you decided that the 500-foot law didn't apply, and it doesn't matter what you do. And it does.
I agree, but I want to comment on that too. When we went to the meeting, we had a discussion on their history, their other licenses, the sound study, every aspect of this hotel. We then got to the topic of the roof and the indoor hours of the hotel. There was a lot of pushback on what we were asking for inside, even before we got to the roof. I did not say we want 4 a.m. for the roof, because even though our petitions and our support was in favor of 4 a.m. rooftop, we came to them with a 2 a.m. rooftop. We then said...
Is there anybody in this area that has a 4 a.m. rooftop?
In this, well, first of all, there's less than 3 licenses within 500 feet.
No, I'm talking about in Tribeca. Is there anybody with a 4 a.m. rooftop? Because the only rooftops I know that are 4 a.m. are in Herald Square.
Flatiron, well, I don't know if it's called Flatiron in North Madison. I would have a tough time, and I agree with you, finding a 4 a.m. rooftop license, but I did list, I think, about 6 that are between 1 and 3 a.m. Throughout Manhattan. In other similar areas where we have Broadway separating us from the nearest residential, and they are separated by their closest residential by an avenue. For example, I think Yotel has 130. I note that actually, parenthetically, I was at another community board meeting on Monday, and Community Board 3 approved a hotel on the Bowery until 2 a.m. this past Monday, or its licensing committee. The full board did not. There's a hotel at 180 Orchard that has a 2 a.m. on Friday and Saturday.
Well, what are you looking for?
Yeah, what are you?
What we're looking for, what we asked for was at 2 a.m., but just to flesh out what happened at that community board meeting, we said if we came back, would there be a discussion about the rooftop? And that was a resounding no, that no matter what we did between then and a month from then, that the rooftop was a non-starter. And then everything else became a moot discussion, and it was not an antagonistic.
But why, see, that's the point I can't get to. Why is it a moot discussion? Because you're asking for 4 a.m. in the hotel.
Correct.
And I don't think they're comfortable giving you that.
Correct.
So therefore, you could have had that discussion. You're asking for DJs, and basically to make 2 rooms have DJs in them, I believe. Am I wrong about that?
So first,
Well, I mean, answer my question. You're looking for DJs in 1 room in the basement and then one in the sub-basement.
but I was careful to specify that.
But that's something you could have talked to them about. Like, why do I got to decide this?
But you don't. Their approval was not about the intended use of any area.
But you understand, if that's worked out before you come here and the only thing I got to deal with is a rooftop, this is done. I mean, I'm just, I don't understand walking out of a community board meeting.
It wasn't a walk out of a community.
Well, that's
board.
the way it appears. But
if
go
we-
ahead.
If we couldn't talk about the roof, then it was somewhat moot for us to come back next month when their stipulation or their resolution approved the intended use of every other area, albeit till 2 a.m. So they didn't have a problem. And if you, with the intended use of any area, except not using the roof at all, and doing what we want to do in the sub-cellar and the cellar, which will not get heard. The ground floor is very subdued and modest, will not get heard. They were okay with that in accordance with their policy. What I'm trying to show or try to establish is that this policy is a bit of a uniformly applied blanket policy.
And I would tell you, having been here for 3 years and seen their level of flexibility, that it's not.
But there's different.
They are required, and I asked them to deal with every application on a case-by-case basis. Do they start at 2 o'clock? Yeah. But as you've heard, they're willing to change once you show that you're a good neighbor.
They change when you show that you're a good neighbor. We've presented enough evidence to show we are a good operator. And what we have seen is that the community board will speculate on how you're going to operate the space rather than give any deference to how you've operated all of your other spaces.
I've looked at your other spaces. There's not one space on the list of his hotels that is remotely close to this. You're using the only outdoor space that you operate. It's not in Manhattan. It's in Montauk.
But no. So the first.
So how are they supposed to compare what goes on in Montauk to what goes on in Tribeca?
It wasn't meant for that connection. It was, well, there are a lot of problem places in Montauk with a lot of outdoor space. So this is one that has not had any problems. The second is.
But see, here's what, I don't know how familiar you are with Tribeca, but I'm very familiar with it. And you don't have to have problems for there to be a problem in this neighborhood. Everybody is on top of everybody. It's very, very quiet. If it's not the quietest neighborhood in New York City at night, I don't know what is. And you want to put something there outside it until 4 a.m. I mean, I get what they're concerned about.
We don't want to put it outside till 4 a.m.
2 a.m., I'm sorry.
And then we proposed additional modifications or stipulations in our submission to you. There are parts of Tribeca that are very quiet. This is not one of them. This hotel is on Broadway and Walker Street. It's 1 block south of Canal.
I know exactly where it is.
So those.
And he's correct. Those streets are becoming much more residential. I just don't like the way this was dealt with, but whatever. Do you have any questions?
Are you planning on using like the entire roof? It's a long building, correct, if I'm looking at it correctly?
It extends from Broadway to Cortlandt Alley, which is the block that separates this block from.
I see it. It looks like a really long roof. Do you plan on using all of it or just a portion of it or what?
There's a large part of it that's mechanical.
Yep.
And then I think there's some offices and restrooms, and then there's seating that's
more than 50% of it is mechanical and other restrooms and stuff like that.
So how many people are capable of being on the roof?
The C of O will say 195. Fire code.
Yeah. I don't know, there's other buildings around you that are taller than you.
The only building that's taller than us is the 395 Broadway, which is across Broadway, the 85 feet, which is why we had the sound study done.
I'm looking 1, 2, 3, 4. I see several buildings around you that are taller than you.
Oh, I think most of those are office.
There's 401 Broadway. There's 395, what you said across the street.
395 is the residential building, then to the north of that is a commercial office building. So what I thought might be helpful is in Exhibit E, there's a color-coded map that shows the use of each building.
Yeah.
The ones that are in purple or pink are all commercial office. The ones that are orange are mixed use, so they have residential above, and the ones that are yellow are residential.
And I see another building actually just a couple down from you that.
To the south?
Have a pretty big rooftop terrace or something like that. I'm not sure what that is, if that's a. See that right there?
No, that's somebody's house.
All right,
If
nice
it's-
place.
yeah.
This is the hotel right there, that they're talking about, okay.
That's a penthouse.
Oh, geez, must be nice, all right.
I'm not sure which picture you're looking at.
He's looking at Google Maps. The satellite view, not yours.
Yeah.
Well, go ahead. Now, is this outdoor deck all along Walker?
It's along Walker, yes. So.
Well, it's about.
It has partial frontage on Broadway. It's mostly along Walker. It's totally unobstructed along Walker and to the east. There are residential buildings that are 3 or 4 buildings away. They are much shorter than this one. So 395 Walker is the taller one. That's the one that we had our sound engineer focus on. And so he did the study on the quietest night in November, Tuesday, between the hours of 9 and 4 in the morning. So he measured the ambient levels on a cold Tuesday when it will be at its quietest and found that there's significant noise coming from Broadway, Walker, and Canal Street. He also assumed that everybody would be talking at the same time at a loud level. He also assumed that there'd be.
No, he didn't. He assumed half the people would be talking at the same time.
Half the people.
Not all.
I'm sorry, that all of the people would be distributed towards the west side of the building, closest to 395 Broadway. But he also assumed that people would be talking in different directions, and that half the people would be talking at the same time. So what we propose to do is to curtail the weekday Sunday to Wednesday hours. We propose to shut off the music earlier than that, and propose that no new entries at the same time the music shuts off at 12 o'clock Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and music shuts off 1 a.m. on Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
So what hours are you proposing for during the week to close?
As a hard close?
Yes.
1 a.m. on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 2 a.m. Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
And then you want the whole hotel till 4 a.m. and 2 a.m. on the sub-basement and the basement.
Well, the indoor portion we asked for all 4 a.m.
Oh, they want to, okay.
This is a hotel that will have 170 guest rooms, hopefully over 300 guests. Everyone's going to have a different preference of when they eat and drink. And the ground floor will have only background recorded or non-amplified live music. This space with the DJ that you're talking about, the subcellar, has a maximum patron capacity of 58 people. The floor above it is the only sort of meeting banquet event space. That holds about 85 people.
And the ground floor has a bar as well?
The ground floor has a bar in the restaurant.
In a restaurant, okay.
The rest of it is going to be sort of the open lobby. There'll be a Blue Bottle branded cafe and the front desk.
Is it the only entrance downstairs from inside the building?
That's right.
Okay.
What are you saying? Entrance to the restaurant?
Entrance to the restaurant and the sub-basement is only from the inside of the building. I'm just saying there's no doors open to the street to go downstairs.
Portland Alley, is
There's
there?
no direct door. You have to enter the building first.
Okay, all right.
There'll
I'm
be
just saying,
hotel
so a door
security.
doesn't open and all of a sudden you start hearing music
coming out.
That's what I mean. All right.
There'll be hotel security 24 hours in front, I guess, baggage people 24 hours outside.
Yeah, we'll have doorman, we have bellman, and it's a nice hotel.
They have our contact information at the at the board meeting. We gave them a Teats cell phone number. They'll have a hotline to the manager 24 hours. We will meet with them on an ongoing basis. And there were a few responses to our notices. Most of them were solicitations for construction work. But to the individuals that responded to, we've been engaged with them. We've offered to meet with them and are continuing that dialogue.
All right.
Our success is, it will require the neighborhood for us to be great neighbors. We obviously want them to come to our restaurants. But the way this works is it's a competitive world today, a lot of hotels, so you have these small amenities.
And
Yes.
Chairman, I know you said that the other three hotels, you don't find them representative of this, but the first one I listed is for the Walker Greenwich Village. This hotel will be the Walker Tribeca. The two have the same.
See, the problem isn't the hotel, the problem is the roof and the neighborhood you put it in. And the way you dealt with the community board. I mean, the one in Greenwich Village doesn't have a roof, right? It doesn't have an outside space. Correct?
Correct.
Right. I mean, the only outside space is in Montauk, and I recognize, we have had issues in Montauk, not with his hotel, and maybe that's just because we haven't heard about it, I don't know. But that's different than a rooftop in Tribeca.
It's a space that, for what it's worth, it's as of right, it's zoned for it. They're complying with the sound study or the sound engineer's reports to make sure it does not impact neighbors. If it does, they have a Teats number, and they can call them at any time.
Any other questions, Chairman?
No.
I don't have a problem with the 4 a.m. inside. Inside is inside, It's your, I think what I would propose for the first year or so, maybe 12 during the week and maybe 1 on the weekends. And after that, we'll see how things go. If we don't have any complaints, then you can come back. That's where I'm.
So you can serve to your guests till 4 a.m. inside, but everything inside shuts at 2, because I think that's reasonable. Given the nature of the neighborhood, which, as I said, in my estimation, is the quietest neighborhood in Manhattan, if not the entire city. And the roof, I'm not aware of another rooftop bar in Tribeca. And I understand the lack of comfort with just opening one up. But as you said, it's not a 500-foot case, but I am, because of the nature of the neighborhood, going to put hours on that during the week, Monday through Thursday, close at 11, and Friday and Saturday, 12. Background music only. They can have DJs inside. No dancing anywhere.
What about Sunday?
Sunday is 11 as well. And then I would suggest, if you want us to reevaluate those in a year, which I'm willing to do, you go through them first.
Can you repeat those a bit slower?
So it's, the rooftop is 11 p.m. every night except Friday and Saturday, when you can close at 12. The entire hotel for your guests is 4 a.m. For anyone else, it's, meaning the restaurant and the downstairs basement, they have to shut at 2. Until you come back and we'll reevaluate it. As I've said, this is one of the more flexible community boards that I've dealt with, and if you do the right thing, they're going to do the right thing. I mean, I think the nature of this neighborhood, I think there's good cause to put those hours in. And the fact that there is not a track record for outdoor space in New York City.
The only 2 questions, maybe. If the zoning and the certificate of occupancy permit dancing, and there's a private event in the cellar, or as part of the bar lounge's operation that we've indicated there may be incidental dancing.
Just because there's no cabaret license doesn't mean that you get to dance.
I understand.
So
that.
no,
I'm
there's
not
there's
talking
no
about the
dancing. In
cabaret.
a year, if he wants to come back and ask for dancing, he can. There's no dancing. I mean, there's a big, there's a place that I'm very familiar with that's right up the street from this place that has been an absolute nightmare for these people.
The M15?
Yeah, and that's my concern, because he does own hotels, but in my view, reading this, he doesn't have a track record. And my fear is you're going to turn that basement into something that no one intends it to be. And you can tell me till you're blue in the face that you're not, but until I see what you're going to do for a year, I'm not going to believe you.
I can only tell you what you've seen, and that's a 58-person space, but I understand.
All right, for clarity, hold on one second. The inside, Chairman, you said inside till 4 a.m. However,
They
you put a
can- no.
2 a.m. What was the 2 a.m. you
The
indicated?
2 a.m. is the restaurant and the.
In the downstairs?
Yeah.
All right,
They can serve to their guests up in their rooms till 4 a.m., whatever.
all right.
Is there any flexibility on the roof of the 11 and 12 being the last entry music off time, but people can stay until 12 and 1?
No. For a year. I mean, yeah, normally, and you really, he's correct. You missed it by about 3 months. You wouldn't have any roof. If that other place was open, I wouldn't open the roof.
Understood. This hotel's been in the process for 4 years, though, too.
No, but we already have a license. All he had to do was be open, and you would have been a 500-foot case.
Commissioner, are you on board with all those?
Yes, absolutely.
The 2014 resolution, 2 a.m., 1 a.m., 2 a.m., we agreed.
Pardon me?
There was a 2014 Richton 396,
It involved, involved the same location. I was not involved with the matter. I don't know.
Well, it was at 1 a.m., 2 a.m., there was no, that's it.
It's a dead.
I get that, but they.
All right, so we're all set?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Next item, 428, J&C Angel Liquor and Wine, Inc.
Good afternoon, Frank Palillo. Along with me is
Joel Garcia.
I don't know if I really need to summarize this for you. I'm sure you're very familiar with it.
Yeah, I did.
Joel came to see me. I don't do a whole lot of liquor stores, truthfully, but I honestly believed in this application, largely because while this is a bulletproof store, we are dedicating an area outside of the bulletproofing and within the licensed premises where the wine tastings and the liquor tastings can take place. I've submitted photographs of the other liquor stores' shelves, which are in some instances half empty. Some of the liquor stores open and close as they see fit. We are planning to be operating, I have opposition.
I know, but it's, I think, a reconsideration, so I can hear you
It is a
first. Go ahead.
I have submitted a list of wines and liquors that are not available at the other liquor stores. And these are wines and liquors that are well, there are, it's a mix across the board, but there are a large number of Latin alcohol. And in conjunction with that, I think the prior issue was whether or not a liquor store was closed, and I think there was a misunderstanding. But the store is not closed, although it is not one of the four nearest.
And is this place within 200 feet of a church? Because somebody indicated it was.
No.
One of the opposition.
No.
All right. Do you have a vote to whether you're going to reconsider? Because then we can hear from the.
I'll vote to reconsider.
I'll vote to reconsider too, so step aside, Mr. Palillo.
Chairman, just for clarification, are we limiting this to the issues that resulted in the licensing board disapproval?
No, they didn't disapprove it. Oh, they did.
Yeah, so you already approved this public convenience and advantage. It got disapproved because they didn't meet
Right.
some conditions. So I guess my question is, are you just limiting this to?
No. I'm not.
You're going back to square one?
Yes.
Thank you, Chairman. So Argelio Rodriguez, on behalf of two of the closest liquor stores in opposition. With
So
me-
are you the one who indicated it was?
Yes, and
What's
I indicated
what's the
many
church?
points. So it's, to be specific, I was there personally doing the measurement. The licensees did it with a
No,
measuring
what's the
wheel.
church?
It's El Buen Camino Iglesia Cristiana. And they have two doors, and it was measured from the door of the liquor store to each of the two doors of the church. and the numbers were 183 feet and 193 feet.
And what else is in that building?
So they're so it's the whole building. Our position is that the whole building is a church. So it looks like we haven't been inside, but it looks like it's the first floor is a church, and then there's residences.
You took pictures, and there's clearly apartments upstairs. Do you know who's in the apartments?
We didn't have a way to inquire about that, but
So you don't know that it's only a church.
we don't know. But however,
I mean, we can't even do this.
Our position though is that should have been disclosed on the application.
Well,
And it wasn't.
There's no question.
And there's numerous
Let me
misrepresentations
just
here.
hear, Mr. Palillo, can you come up here for a second? So, look, this is what do you have this?
I don't. Why don't you take a look?
They're saying they measured that, and it's 183 feet from that door. Now, I can't tell from that it's actually exclusively a church, and my guess is it isn't, but I can't go forward. But there's a cross outside it. So we gotta look into this.
Yeah.
As do we.
Okay. Put it over.
As do we.
You're gonna have to come back. Well, this is now being reconsidered because it's new information, so I can't go, why waste our time arguing about this if this would end it right there?
Can I get a copy of those photos, please?
You can take mine.
All right, so it's to be held over to April 4th.
No, yeah,
Yeah.
4-4, right. Sorry about that.
Next item, 542A, the Catskill 7 LLC.
So Jackie, you're gonna send somebody out
Yeah,
there?
got it on there. Send somebody out.
Well, you guys have been here all day. Oh, good. I'm happy for you.
Actually signed in early today for this one, too. So good afternoon, Joseph Levy here on behalf of the applicant, Catskill 7 LLC. The application before you is actually for a new liquor store, but I think it's worth kind of going through the past recent procedural history here because it's a bit of a unique situation. This application was originally filed with the authority as a transfer. It was an asset purchase agreement to purchase an existing liquor store that had been there for 30 years or thereabouts. The ST permit was issued. My client started operating the store legally, operated the store for 2 months. It was then brought to our attention there was a deficiency in the asset purchase agreement that needed to be amended. We called the other side, the seller's attorney. They wanted $10,000 to amend the agreement.
What was the amendment?
The amendment, so they really pushed back in sort of an unusual way on the language, the goodwill of the business to be included in the asset purchase agreement. And where we wound up was the rights, title, and interest in the business and the phone number. And we submitted it. It was.
He wanted $10,000 for the phone number?
No, he wanted $10,000 to amend the language to remove the phone number and just have right, title, interest in the business or the goodwill of the business to add that additional language, sort of like a little extortion tactic here. My client took a look at it and financially to pay $10,000 or shut his store for 10 days in the hopes that we could come here and reopen based on the fact this is a technicality of sorts and this is a replacement store of one that's existed for 30 plus years.
Okay, so I get all that. So are you actually paying $9,000 a month in rent? That's a year?
$750 a month. Yeah. So this is
Oh,
not.
so I'm just reading what I have, and it had to be wrong. That's why I'm.
This is Delhi, New York.
Yeah, no, I know, and I'm familiar with Delhi.
I know. So,
That's why I looked at it, and I'm like, I don't think they're selling even.
and if you look at the four closest, there is one that is very close. Both of these stores actually have been in operation for over 25 years and different style stores and both servicing different parts of the community. And the other three stores are 16 miles, 20 miles, 25 miles away, very significant distances. And what makes this store specifically unique from a public convenience and advantage standpoint, in addition to the fact that it's a replacement store of one that's been there and has a long-standing relationship with the neighborhood, is the type of store this is. This is more of your New York City type of store, more boutique brands, sort of bringing products to the neighborhood that aren't usually found there, so much so that the prior owner of the store that's been there forever has a longstanding relationship with the local university to actually teach courses on, wine pairings and things like that in the culinary world as part of their hospitality program. And my client plans to continue with that relationship so that they are sort of involved in the neighborhood, in the community. And we've done a canvassing of the 4 closest stores. There's really zero overlap in terms of products being offered. And if you'd like to see some sales that my client's generated over the 2 months he's been in business, you'll see that they are significant. They're in line with everyone else. And, the stores that have been there all in harmony for 20 plus years.
Is this store adjacent to your restaurant?
My name's Sohail Zani.
Yeah.
It's about 10 miles away.
Oh, is that far away? Okay.
What streets is it? I mean, what city or town's it in?
Our restaurant's in Bovina Center.
So who's running the liquor store?
No, we have
A manager?
And it's also worth noting, as you just pointed out, Sohail's a licensee with a license for 4 years at the restaurant 10 miles away. Good track record, good history.
I love these upstate New York applications where the nearest one is 12 miles away. It's like, okay, not much to think about there.
That's for sure.
All right. Okay, I'm good with this, approved.
108 feet to 12.4 miles, but that's quite the delta there. Yeah. But that's Delhi. All right, I'll approve as well.
Thank you so much.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Next item is 446, El Placer Restaurant Corp.
Good afternoon. My name is Ariel Ferreira. I'm the representative. This is Hennis Javier Castillo, the applicant for El Placer Restaurant.
So you have seating you said 4 tables, seating 8, so that's 32, plus the counter has 8 seats, so what, 40? About 40 patrons?
No, it's a
That's
very-
8. That's two per table, right? It's 8 people. They have a total of 8 seats.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought 4 tables.
And then
seating
8 seats at
each.
the counter.
That's why I asked, all right.
So, do you still own the liquor store?
Yeah.
You kind of hesitated. What do you mean?
Huh?
Why? You do or you don't?
Yeah.
Who's running it?
My brother and me.
But you're going to work here full time now?
Food in the liquor store part-time.
Well, you removed yourself from the liquor store, right? Just recently? They have removed via corporate change on February 2018?
Yeah.
So you're not.
You don't own the liquor store.
Huh?
Then you don't own it.
Yeah, I mean, we try to make the transaction little by little because now we're gonna stay with the liquor store 100%, but we're waiting other process.
So your brother owns it now, not you.
I mean, oh, I still there, helping him and do what I have to do and giving him.
The community board is against this because they think it's too close to a drug and alcoholism treatment center, which that's not part of the 200-foot law, is it? No.
And
This is relatively a very small restaurant. It's 400 square feet.
What's the music?
It's just recorded music.
What are the hours?
Right now, he's operating from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. He's going to expand to 7 a.m. To midnight once he starts doing delivery. If the restaurant wine license is approved, only Fridays and Saturdays till 2. Everything else, every other day will be to midnight.
Friday and Saturday to 2, you said?
Why would he need to be open till 2 with with 8 seats? I mean, he's not a bar.
Because this is also a takeout restaurant.
So why isn't, if it's a takeout though, what would be stopping them from being open till 2 right now?
Well, he's right now, he just opened a month ago. So he's in process of, growing the business, transitioning phase by phase. So the next phase is to expand to 12, to start doing delivery to 11 o'clock. I have pictures of the establishment in operation if you would like to see them.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing it. Because everything I'm seeing here is before. Small spot.
You're gonna hand those to Tom, they're the same as your.
Okay, so you're asking for 7 a.m. to, let's say during the week, Sunday through Thursday, Sunday through Wednesday,
It's midnight.
till midnight?
Yeah.
And Friday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday,
Just Friday and Saturday too.
till 2? Yeah. I don't really have a problem with that. I don't see how such a small establishment like this is going to make a difference to a neighborhood's detriment. I mean, yeah, you're close to a drug and alcoholism treatment plan program. There's also, you're in close proximity to a high school and house of worship, but not within the 200-foot. So I'll give you till midnight during the week and 2 on Friday and Saturday.
I'll do the same. I'll vote to approve on those grounds, plus waive the 1 bathroom rule, or the 2 bathroom rule, I mean.
Thank you very much.
Good luck.
The next item, 5:30, Monkey Bar in Staten Island, Inc.
Bon Kolecki, representing the Funky Monkey.
Say that name again, I mean number, Tom?
5:30.
Bon Kolecki, KOLECI, representing Funky Monkey, and this is Mr. Tommy DeGala, the owner.
No. This is a reconsideration to reevaluate the penalty amount.
Yes, yes, it is. Also, it's written in a small brief that we wrote, that one of the, I think it's number 5, sustained. There was really no testimony given by the police officer that issued the ticket, and it was just shocking that that particular item was sustained at all, considering there was no evidence at all that we were violating any rule.
Well, it's, that we're not reconsidering, so, what can he pay?
If you gave, he could.
He got 7,500.
About 4,000, Your Honor?
I'll give him 5 and a week suspension.
How about 5 and no suspension?
No.
What kind of suspension is a week suspension? What does he have to do? Hold up for a week?
No, he can't serve alcohol for a week. He can stay open.
He only serves alcohol.
Well, then he has to close up.
And can we pick the week?
Sure.
All right, and how much time does he have to pay?
In fact, I'll give you 4 in a week. 4,000 in a week suspension, he can pick the week, but you gotta pick it right now.
Last week of August?
Not that far out.
Well, that's probably the slowest week he has. Can't do last week of August?
I think that's too
Some
far
months
out.
are dead
That's
anyway.
kind of,
First week of August then?
That's not that much closer, counsel.
How about first week of April?
First week of April, okay.
That way you get your St. Patty's Day crowd, all right?
All right, 4,000 first week of April.
And how much time does he have to pay that?
You'll get a letter, and it'll give you how many days, Tom?
You've got 20 days to pay it.
From the date you get the letter.
Thank you.
So it's probably going to be like 25 days.
And you're okay with that, Commissioner?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Next item, 429, Ilias Gourmet Deli Corp.
You're going to step up here?
Yep.
and-
My name is Eddie Estrella. I'm the accountant for Gamal, and this is Ms. Soto. There was an application that was denied because on the application, Mrs. Soto was very ill and she couldn't sign, so she gave a power of attorney.
Well, counsel, that's actually, or Representative, that's one of the problems we have here, because after looking at this and noticing, and I don't know who drafted this quote-unquote power of attorney, but this is not sufficient under the laws of the state of New York, specifically the General Obligations Law 51501B. This is not a power of attorney. This is nothing other than what seems to be some sort of repurposed affidavit that doesn't in any way, shape, or form transfer any sort of ability to act on somebody else's behalf.
Right,
Well-
so that was the problem that she had. So that's what they told her, her prior accountant had her sign that document and telling her that that would give her power to act, her daughter had power to act on her behalf in case she couldn't come back from the Dominican Republic to New York. At that time, they found us a prospective buyer, Mr. Gamal, so he purchased the business on the condition that everything was going to go well. Then, as soon as we learned that, they weren't going to approve the temporary license, then I advised him to discontinue all alcoholic sales, and I told him to contact them so that she could come back and surrender the license because he would be in violation under those circumstances. So now he doesn't have a license. His businesses, sales are very down, and he's being affected by this. So he doesn't want to, he doesn't want to be seen as someone who's conducted a criminal.
Well, I don't know what you want us to do, because you just, we don't have any, am I correct that the sale actually didn't go through because there's no proper signature?
Nothing that I have in my paperwork is a valid power of attorney under the laws of the state of New York. The laws are very particular, and actually one of the things that's great about the powers of attorney now is there's actually a form that's subscribed to within the general obligations law, but the law contains certain things that are required in any power of attorney, and I don't see anything here that meets those standards.
So what happens in that case? Does he needs to reapply for license? Because there's no license in this premise anymore. So, what's his options? Because
I don't even know,
they already surrendered.
I don't know how he proves he owns it if we don't have either a contract of sale that she signs, which you're indicating you can't get.
No, she signed. Well, her daughter signed the contract.
Yeah, but the daughter signed it without power of attorney.
Right. Then she came back and and then they
So now you have a contract of sale.
yeah.
But
Then
can
they
I-
revised the contract. and
Between,
had her
between,
move
between who? Who signed it?
Well, the mother signed.
She's the former owner.
The former owner. She came back to sign.
So you now have a contract she signed between she and he.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, then we're good.
On
Right?
this one, or do you want him to reapply with a clean one?
Yeah, you better do it with a clean one. So you need to reapply.
It's been already 3 months.
Well, what we have here is an affidavit. It's sitting in this application, and it's not a legal document. It's better if you just have a new application.
The only concern that the only.
I know what your concern is, but I'm telling you that put the new contract with the new application and send it in.
That's all. That's the only option.
Yes.
You're okay with that, Commissioner?
Yes.
All right. Next item,
We did grant your reconsideration for this, so, all right.
next item is 471, 48 West 21st Street Corp.
Lisa here.
Okay, dismiss one. Right?
That's what it was.
Yeah. That's it. I know you got to vote.
Dismiss.
Thank you.
Next item, 535, El Tequila Bar and Restaurant, Inc.
Good afternoon, everyone. Argelio Rodriguez for the former licensee El Tequilero Bar and Restaurant, Inc. So this license was canceled with bond in November of.
Yeah, we're just going to
2017.
cancel for the record, no bond.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Cancel for the record.
Next item is 542, Las Vegas Sport Bar Corp.
Last one.
542?
542, Las Vegas Sport Bar Corp.
Why don't I have it?
Hi, good afternoon. Just I come by myself because my lawyer's in vacation, so just I come to present myself. If
You're
you wanna
Miss
give me
Soto?
Yeah, Glendy. Yeah, Glendy.
So
yeah.
he offered cancellation, I'll accept. There's no bond. You understand? Your license has already been canceled, correct?
Yeah.
So we're just for this going to do another cancellation, no bond, it's not going to cost you anything.
Okay.
All right.
So we need another appointment, nothing like that?
You have no other, that I'm aware of, you have no other appointments, no?
I don't think
No other cases, no, that should be it.
So it's done.
All right?
Commissioner?
Yep. Cancel
Okay.
for the record.
Next item, 441, Baja Tapas Restaurant and Bar, Inc.
Name's Miguel Acosta for the record, representing Baja's Top
Bless you.
Restaurant Bar. It's Jairo Mendez, principal owner.
So you got 6 licenses within 500 feet. We canceled this license since 2016. And she previously applied for this, and we denied it because she lied on her application.
Well, this application was resubmitted and under a new corporation, and reason that there was a resubmission is due to the fact that on the previous application, under the purchase of interest that she had on a previous corporation that existed in this location, there was a felon that had misled the authority to get the license.
But she also misled the authority. She told us she wasn't married, yet
She's
her
not
husband testified, well, he testified he was her husband in a hearing.
Well, basically express the relationship that they have, but not legally married. I provided affidavits of
And
singleness.
then she also indicated that she hadn't applied for a sidewalk cafe, and she had.
Well, the previous person that had the interest on the application on Maha's Tapas Bar had applied for a license, which she wasn't aware of, and she wasn't on the application for Maha's Tapas. So that's why there was a sort of like a confusion, because there were certain things that were being done with the other shareholder that she wasn't aware of when she became an interest owner. Therefore,
Did she work at the place? Did she ever work here before?
well, she helped out because her boyfriend, or however you want to call it, was related to the previous owner. So she actually helped out, and
So she did work at the place we canceled.
no, she helped out occasionally, but
Doing what?
not as an employee. So for example,
What does that mean?
Let's say if he was present helping his aunt out, and she came to see him, and she assisted him, and it was kind of busy before.
And and the boyfriend / husband, whatever he is to her, he worked there as well, and he was an employee.
Yes, he was an employee.
And he's guaranteed personally all the loans on this one.
On the lease, basically. So basically what happened.
Do you know why we canceled the former place?
No, I'm not 100% aware.
Well, no, I know why we canceled it. I'm fully aware. I'm asking if he's aware. I mean, and now she wants recorded background music only.
Yeah, that's it. We're just looking to see if Ms. Mendez can get an opportunity to.
But she says recorded background music only, yet the application in the MO section says a DJ.
No, we removed that. We also notified the community.
Somehow I knew about it.
Yes, I resubmitted that on my deficiency notice back in October, removing the DJ. Also, I have the notification that was sent to the community board, just indicating it's recorded music. The hours of operation are going to be to midnight.
Where is her uncle now, who owned the former place?
No, it was her boyfriend's aunt.
All right, where is she?
She's operating a salon. She has no relationship to them, no existing. We have a new lease that was issued to Ms. Mendez back in 2017, and that's why, because of her previous interest, and she didn't want to lose her money after the license was canceled. She discussed with the landlord to see if it was possible that she was given the opportunity to get the new lease and was able.
Whoa. She didn't want to lose her money on the lease? Who's she?
No. Ms. Mendez invested and purchased an interest in the previous corporation.
So she owned the one that was before it was canceled or after?
That's what she came here for. But when she applied for that, she had previously purchased interest from the previous owner.
She purchased interest in a restaurant that we had canceled the license on?
Before that, that's why she came up in front of the board, and that license was canceled. When she came,
that license was canceled because of an investigation by the Office of Special Narcotics.
I used to work there.
Oh, yeah. So basically,
based on investment checks and banking records, I mean, this is an incredible report that I'm looking at right now for why this previous license was canceled.
Yeah, but that was I believe it was what's her name, Wendy? Yeah, Wendy.
No, right, but I can ascribe to the person standing right next to you a number of lies.
And she's related to the people that were doing this, or through her boyfriend, who's already guaranteed this lease, and I'm assuming will be involved in this restaurant.
Well, there's no affiliation with.
You say it because it's not on paper, but there already has been an affiliation. She was affiliated with the old one.
But unaware of the situation that had transpired.
Well, that remains to be seen, but when we have multiple felonies going on, and the same people are involved.
I understand, Ms. Mendez.
Not to mention, it's a 500-foot case. The ALJ has indicated that there is no public interest because there's enough Spanish restaurants in this neighborhood, which is a problematic neighborhood to begin with, because of the number of establishments.
That's why we requested to change the hours of operation and propose that in order for her to be given an opportunity, at least to be able to.
Well, here she can have an opportunity. She's going to have to go to another neighborhood. She's going to have to make sure he's not the guarantor on the lease, and she's going to have to make sure that he's not involved in the restaurant. And then I'll give her an opportunity. But there's enough Spanish restaurants on this street. We canceled this license for very bad reasons previously, and the same people appear to be involved in it. Not to mention, as I said, the community board doesn't want it. And they've made that very clear to us. And they don't really make a lot of objections to restaurants, this community board. So I'm going to vote to deny for cause.
We've also got objections from, is it Moving Forward Unidos?
Yeah, I got about 100 emails from them.
Quite a few from them too. So yeah, I'm going to vote to deny as well.
The next item, 452, Eliana Wine and Liquor, Inc.
I think we have opposition here. Good afternoon, Chairman Bradley. members of the
452.
authority.
Can you put your name on the record? No.
Aurelia Tavares for the applicants.
Okay, and then why don't we hear from them? No, can you get to the microphone?
I haven't been feeling well. I want to apologize
No problem.
for my behavior. I manage and I'm also an investor.
Could you just state your name, please?
My name is Jessie Anderson. I manage and I work at 26 Mastic Road, Cheatin Liquor in Mastic Beach, New York. I've been there for about, also an investor. I'm trying to buy the place. The place changed hands about 5 years ago. It's been there, the building has some history. It's been there for about 70 years. It's changed hands many times. I'm familiar with the community there. I've worked there for about, again, 5 years, I think I said. It's been a difficult transition. The neighborhood is very multicultural. Try to get along with everybody, have compassion for people, work with people politely. There has been some crime in the area. There's been issues in the area. But yet, I'm able to, again, gain a rapport with people. It's quite difficult every day running a liquor store when we have things like Hennessy, which is a need there, and we're on a very tight budget. And then we have to fill in with the rest of the things like famous brands like Bacardi and Jack Daniels and other things where you have to also buy 50 cases, 25 cases, 35 cases to get the best deal. And every day is a struggle trying to keep up with this and trying to fill in. But we've been doing it, and we've been staying above water. And then again, of course, you have to pay taxes every 3 months. And then the employees and the other
Ma'am, I need you to
bills.
focus on what you're,
But I'm focusing, okay, I'm sorry.
what the public advantage that you're giving that they're not, what do you do where you are that as far as tastings and things like that go?
We do tastings also. We've done tastings with Empire. We've also done tastings with Southern Wine and Spirits, with O-Pee-Chee. We have a good rapport with them, and we have a very good rapport with Royal. And
How often do you do them?
well, I would say we just started doing them within the past 3 years or so, and I try to do them.
How often?
I try to do them at least twice a month, and I've also had food vendors there to try to
Why don't we move on to another topic?
upbeat.
What about, are you carrying New York products? Any?
New York products? Yes, we do. We carry from Osprey Dominion. Long Island.
Okay.
Long Island wines, and also Pindar. The biggest issue that I have is, again, it's a struggle, and we're trying to stay within the community, and of course, we're trying to survive personally and the employees that we have, and we're trying to keep the building there, and I put my heart into this place also, and there's about 5 other liquor stores already in the area. The one that they want to go into is over there by the school. There's a drug rehab program now in the school. There's a big heroin epidemic in the area.
And they're trying to open.
I also personally live in the area, and I also have nieces that go to that school. There's a lot of community. Not everybody really knows about it. There are some people in the community that know about it that I don't have evidence at this time because I didn't have enough time to get a petition, but that are against that liquor store going over there. It would hurt us incredibly because they are right smack there, a couple miles down on Mastic Road. The reservation, Indian reservation is right there. That's at least 85% of our clientele, which they have to hit their liquor store before they come down to our liquor store. Same thing with rush hour. You have to come from Montauk Highway and also William Floyd Highway. You have to pass their liquor store before you get to our liquor store. That would kill the store.
What about
It would-
traffic coming from the south that would hit your liquor store first?
No, we're near the water.
Well, there's Ryan's. There's also Ryan's liquor store, and they would have to pass his first.
Yeah,
But
and he's on William Floyd.
he closes at different times. That store doesn't really affect us. And I also know Paul at the other liquor store on Montauk Highway. And we realize we have to have some type of competition, of course. But I feel that just putting one more into the area would really be detrimental to the store.
Okay, thank
We'd
you.
basically go out of business.
Thank you.
May I speak? As a resident, I have nieces and nephews that go to the school, and they're going through enough, and a liquor store next to the churches and the rehabs and everything near that school, not a good idea.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, good afternoon.
So my first question is, I thought this was Mr. Springer's case.
It is. Mr. Springer happens to be out of town, so I'm handling it for him.
Okay. Go ahead.
I'm here with the owner, Juan Cortez, his son, Juan Jr., and his other son, Michael, who doesn't want to come up in the back. This is Aliana Wine and Liquors located at 524 Mastic Road in Mastic, New York. The square footage for this location is 1,400 square feet. 500 feet of it is going to be basement, 900 square feet is going to be retail, a negligible amount for a well-distributed area of liquor stores within the zone. It's an open model, non-bulletproof. The hours are 11 a.m. to 8 p.m., and they have an original sales model. They're going to be focused on online sales. They're going to have, in addition to that, they're going to have tastings and pairings because Juan Jr. went to the Culinary Institute, and he wants to bring in something original to the area rather than just liquor, liquor, liquor. There's an educational component to this model as well. It's an original concept also in beverage sales and designs there of Puerto Rican origin. They plan to bring in some of the rum from Puerto Rico to help the needy area, but also
From where?
From Puerto Rico. Rum is made in Puerto Rico.
No, I
as
understand
well.
that, but they're not going to get it from Puerto Rico. They're going to buy it from a wholesaler,
They're going to
right?
buy it from a wholesaler,
Okay.
but this is for, they're trying to help the area as well, sales for Puerto Rican rum makers in the Puerto Rican region.
And he owns the pizzeria across
They
the
own the
street, is that-
pizzeria across the street, and their pizzeria is mainly, and I think that this is also that helps with the online sales and the delivery. They have an immense, their pizza is mostly stand-up, and it's a delivery service. That's why this complements their delivery of alcohol with the delivery of pizza, because most of the people that come there want to go to one-stop shopping. They want to go to get a pizza and then get a bottle of wine or something and head home. Even though there's 1 and 1.5 miles, which is Chetan Liquors, nobody's hurting in the area. Everybody's sales are holding strong, and we want an opportunity to bring
What are the population numbers?
12,850 increase in 2010, and it was, one moment, and it was, I'm sorry, in 2000, it increased 12,794, and in 2010, 13,680. The population is increasing. It is 40% Latino, 30% African American, and 30% other. So between the population rates, the original concept and design, also
This is a standalone shop, right? He's not in a shopping center. He's not in a.
No, he is not.
Does he have parking?
He does.
For how many?
How much is the parking?
Is the pizzeria in the same location?
Yeah, probably about from door to door, maybe 25 feet. We also,
Across the street from each other.
we also invest heavily into our community. We own 6 houses on top of this.
And they're going to be hiring local. I'm sorry, and let me go back to my here. They have 8 employees in the pizzeria alone. Juan Cortez and his son, Juan is going to manage both locations because they're literally across the street from each other. And his sons, one runs the store and one is going to work with him in the liquor store. One runs the pizzeria and the other one's going to work with him in the liquor store. We have petitions of support that were submitted to the authority, and it's everybody from the pizzeria saying, hey, we would appreciate a liquor store closer to when we go and get either pickup or to get pizza delivery. Also, no one has significantly declining sales in the area, and everyone's holding their own. We believe this is in the public interest and advantage because it's a gateway to the developing east end of Long Island and area, and is growing and developing rapidly. The customers for Valentino Brick Pizzeria, the pizzeria is called Valentino's. on 520 Mastic Road, 50 feet from the liquor store's proposed location. The customers were eager to sign a petition in support of this application, plus they're a staple in their community. He's a senior restaurant owner with experience who is a good neighbor to his community. One of his sons went to the Syosset Culinary Academy, and he wants to bring some of this training to the liquor store, and I think that it's a welcome addition. This store distinguishes itself from the other stores as well.
The store that your pizza place right now, there's no beer
Alcohol.
license there, nothing like
No.
that, is it?
And the closest store, which is 1.1 mile away, their sales have dropped 20% in 4 years.
I actually asked that question because I knew you would bring that up, and the reason he says that, this is, mind you, hearsay, but he's gone into the store often, and it's the customer service. He believes that he's going to bring an original.
So of the 4 closest stores, he's blowing everybody away in sales, but he has the worst customer service?
That guy-
Nobody's even remotely close to him in sales numbers.
He said, well, they have decreasing sales because he's saying it's the customer service.
Okay.
And all the stores are well dispersed and evenly spaced. Nobody's taking food out of anybody else's mouth here,
Well, that is impossible.
except for the pizzeria. I'm sorry, I just thought I'd be humorous since it's almost
No,
4
we're
p.m.
good, I think. Are you good?
Yeah, yeah. I'm looking at these numbers, and I mean, I don't think anybody's doing anything. Everyone's just treading water, if not just dipping below the surface.
Remember, this is a beach community, Chairman Ford, so it's seasonal as well. So the numbers, this is not.
That's not helping your argument.
Yeah.
Well, no-
Because the closest store, they're in 2017, they're heading for 900,000. If you're telling me,
I just don't see the need for another store. I don't see the demand for it. So, looking at the figures for everyone, I mean, maybe in a different location, maybe a little further east or something like that, but at this location, I just don't see it, so I'm going to vote to deny.
I'm going to vote to deny as well. The sales numbers to me just don't support the demand for another store, and the population hasn't increased significantly. I think they're fine applicants. I just think
Right.
there's no convenience other than the pizza place to putting it there, and I don't think that's enough. I mean, if they were in a plaza or something, I could work with it.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Next item, 531 Hasselhoff Enterprise, Inc.
How you doing? Good.
You get to sit down.
Hats off.
Mr. Shannon?
Can you put your name on the record?
Ronald Shannon.
Are you the licensee?
Yes, sir.
So what happened here?
Well, we had, I opened up a social club. We had the first social club we were opening up because we were affiliated with the American Legion in Hempstead, but the person that we were dealing with there for years, he died last year. And no one renewed their license. So we found another location, which was in Uniondale. We applied and we put in for all the permits, and we were waiting on a public assembly license. So one day, my wife and the members of the social club, it's a private organization, were there. They normally come there on Fridays, like once a month.
I'm not following you. You got Hats Off Enterprise Inc. was a restaurant and bar.
Yes,
correct?
we have.
And you're telling me that was a private social
No,
club?
Hats Off Enterprise Inc. is a restaurant and bar.
All right.
And we also have Hats Off nonprofit organization, which is a private club.
Where's that located?
Uniondale, New York.
So you took Hats Off Restaurant and Bar and took their license and used it in Uniondale, or vice versa?
No, neither one.
Well, what did you do?
We didn't do anything.
You must have done something.
Well, there's, I
You
mean,
wouldn't be here.
We wouldn't, I mean, we have a
That's,
photo.
that's what I'm here to attest to.
Well, I mean, and I'm just looking very, closely at the referral that I have, which discusses the fact that there was a photocopied license, which is incredibly egregious, that was issued to Hats Off Entertainment, that seems to have been floating around at different
First,
locations.
yeah, you guys have access to the record. There is no Hats Off Entertainment.
Hats Off Enterprise.
Hats Off Enterprise, Inc. And in the initial notification, because we applied for a license, also for a club license for Hats Off Nonprofit Organization for Uniondale. So the notice that we got from there, they said that we were using the previous license, person's license that was there previously, which was not correct
Whose
because
license were you using?
we weren't using anybody. We weren't even open. We got approved here conditionally. We're waiting on a public assembly license for Hats Off Nonprofit Organization. That's what we were waiting on. We had permits and everything. They told us that we had to, the building department told us that we had to make one of the bathrooms handicap. So that's what we were waiting on. We'd already been conditionally approved for them.
Why'd you plead no contest?
The attorney that I had, we went to the hearing, he said, go to the board. When we first went there, he said, I spoke to, I think
So
he
wait,
said,
so let me go back to September 22nd. Were you there that day when the cops came in?
no, I wasn't there, but I spoke to the officer on the phone.
All right, and
My
that
wife
was
was
at, they
there.
went to Jerusalem Avenue.
Yes.
And inspected it.
Yes.
And during that inspection, they saw that there were people consuming alcohol.
No, that's not correct.
That's what they're saying.
And they're saying at that time, a photocopied license issued to a different establishment known as Hats Off Entertainment was on the unlicensed premise and presented to the police when asked to produce the liquor license.
That is incorrect because if
Well, how do you know you weren't there?
I have video surveillance cameras in there. Also, if you're serving alcohol and 9 police officers came there because they said that they were doing stings for the liquor authority. This place was closed. Like I said, one of the bathrooms didn't even have a toilet in it because we were complying with
So
the
let
building
me ask you
department.
then, did this happen? Then Sergeant Descala said he spoke with you
Yes.
over the phone, and that you stated that he uses his license to host catering parties off premises at unlicensed venues, including 680 Jerusalem Avenue.
That is incorrect. I never said anything to him of that effect. And if we're selling alcohol and you're representing the liquor authority and we don't have a valid license, you would be issuing a summons or a violation or a ticket. And you have 9 police officers with you. You got 5 women, one of them who was my wife. This is a nonprofit organization that's not even open. The doors was locked. It's not even open. You come inside there and we cooperate 100%. When they call me, I say, give him the folder. It's a folder like this with all my information, all of my business records, everything. I own both locations.
How long has this place been licensed?
Which location?
Hats Off Enterprise.
We've been
Since
licensed
2010.
Since 2010. We haven't had any problems there.
I have nothing else except for what you see. There's not a lot in there.
Has this ever gone to a hearing? Where the police officers have been brought in to testify?
Did it? He pled straight no contest before that.
The attorney told me, we came to the hearing with an attorney. And the attorney came out and said, you can go in front of the board. That's what they told me to do. I came there to fight the case because we were innocent.
And who's Alex Flores?
He's an employee of mine. He's been with me since I had the convenience store back in 2007. He worked for me. He closes up at night and helps me out and stuff.
Met with Alex Flores. The police then said they went to your bar or restaurant and met Alex Flores, who stated she, I assume she's not a she,
Oh, he said he.
has owned the bar for the past 5 years and is the holder of the liquor license.
That is not true.
Additionally, the premise was using the name La Candela 2. Is that true?
Yeah, we have a name out there. That's like for promotion. You know, we do a lot of promotion because we get a lot of Latin food and stuff. That's where most of our business come from. I started this business from scratch. We started at Soul Food. Then I had a Caribbean cook, but she went back to her country. Now we're selling mostly Spanish food. But we've been doing pretty good with the business, though.
So what's the deal with this social club?
It's a nonprofit organization. We were always doing business with American Legion in Hempstead. When the owners that was running it died, that they were all of age. Then they lost their license because they didn't renew it. So then we found this location so our members could come there.
And that's 680 Jerusalem Avenue.
680 Jerusalem.
And you're saying when the cops came in there, you guys were locked up, there was no bathroom.
Right, there was nothing there. If there was anything there, they would have issued a violation. I spoke to the officer on the phone. He said there was no problem. There was nothing there. They come to have meetings.
So what'd they do, send a referral to us?
That's what it looks like. I'm just very quickly pulling up 680 Jerusalem Avenue, Hats Off Social Club, correct? And you still have a valid club license at that location?
We had applied for a license. It was pending because we had to get the public assembly license. And for the public assembly license,
They were
they want
conditionally
the bathrooms.
All right, I'm dismissing this. Goodbye. It's over. Good. You're done.
Dismiss.
They've granted reconsideration. They've dismissed the charge.
You won.
We'll be here till next week trying to figure this out.
No, I believed them.
Yeah.
Probably my weakness.
Next item, 517, is 122, 124 Rivington Corp.
You gotta whisper better.
Good afternoon.
Or try to whisper.
Approximately 6 weeks ago, you denied our request to change the method of operation and alterations, add 2 floors. We have since reached an accommodation with our landlord. We're not keeping the 2 floors, obviously, but we are requesting permission to change our method of operation, which operation is not a stipulation with the community board. We do not have one. We are just requesting that we're allowed to add dancing to our premises and security guards, which I think we
No, you
discussed
want
last-
I thought you wanted DJ 4
No,
a.m. wait lines and bottle service.
Moving away from the DJs, moving away from the bottle service.
So how are you gonna have dancing?
Should I show you?
No, please.
No, don't.
I'm saying, there is a very small dance floor in the premises.
No, but what, you're just gonna have background music? Or do you already have live music?
No, just background music. No live music. We can dance the background. And we won't have a DJ. We don't need a DJ. We do want security guards, something I think we need.
Okay, so what you have in your letter of the 12th isn't quite right.
Isn't it?
'Cause you said you would, the only change in the method of operation would be to utilize the DJ on weekends. So no DJ anymore?
I'm sorry, since then he's told me no DJ.
Okay.
I should have updated that.
Yeah,
It's about a month old, but that's what I've been told.
See, the only thing you want is to permit dancing and employ security guards.
Correct.
And this is gonna be an Italian restaurant, which it's supposed to be.
That's what it is.
What are the closing hours now?
Or is it?
No, I don't think they are.
I think they are. I think there's no stipulation governing the hours. It's a very old license. How many years? 16 years.
Can you look, Jackie?
I'm doing it.
I'm going to ask for executive
Recorded
session, too, in a
music,
moment
that's
here,
all I
too.
have.
You have what?
The only thing that's listed that we have in the data screen is recorded music.
We have no restrictions on our hours.
Well, then this wasn't 500 foot when he got it?
No. It was, but the community, I don't think, was doing stipulations back
All
then.
right, he wants to talk.
Yes.
Yes.
Jonathan, whenever you're ready. And, not yet. Okay, now we're back on the record.
Do you have any questions?
No.
But did you find that out, Jackie?
Yeah, we do ask that question. The answer was no.
Licensee with a pretty good track record over 16 years. I think just 2 violations. A certain amount of trust that should be, I think, extended.
Were you not here at the last time it was on?
Was?
I mean, I think the problem with the community board is that when he signed on, he said he was going to be an Italian restaurant that closed at 10:30.
Okay.
Well, he's clearly not.
Really? There's no agreement with the community board.
I know.
Back then, when the community board said what time, it was, this is the time I think I'm going to close.
I know, but
No one said to him close earlier. No one said a problem with him operating later.
we've
man-
had some problems.
The man tried to transform everything he was doing.
I know, but he's
and
doing
now
it.
back to just one thing, dancing.
I know, but we've done it, and he was doing it in a neighborhood that is not really conducive. But where are you?
At this point, the guards, you want dancing and guards, is that correct?
Because of the neighborhood, we believe the guards are a good idea to keep it
Yeah,
straight.
so do I. So, I'll give you that one. And I'm also willing to give you dancing. We're on the cusp of that not being an issue anyway, so I'll give it to you.
That's taking too long.
Yeah, I'm not going to give you the dancing. I'll give you the security guards. But
Thank you.
This is, I realize you didn't make a deal with the community board because they weren't making deals back then, but what he did, he turned from a restaurant and then decided he wasn't making any money or for whatever reason didn't want to do it anymore. Now he's a nightclub.
Oh, he's still a restaurant.
Well,
His food served at all hours.
he's a
of
what they,
operation.
he's a Lower East Side nightclub. That's what he is.
But, Mr. Chairman, how does dancing change what we're doing in the neighborhood?
Because it
doesn't.
pushes it closer to the edge, and they're not here to defend what's going on. I think the security is a good idea, but the dancing, I'm going to say no to.
Thank you.
If you can get them to sign off on it, I'll.
Neighborhood 3.
All right, the next items, 528, 529, A&M Lounge Rest, Inc.
Yeah, I'm for the licensee. I'd like to ask to put this over one more time. I really want my client to be here. Wasn't able to be here today. I put it over from the last time.
Okay.
April 4th.
April 4th, thank you.
I mean, why does it need to be here, though? Okay, April 4th.
Next item is 454, Len's Bar and Grill. Mr. Leone appeared in that matter.
Good afternoon, Matthew Leone for the licensee.
454, you said?
Yes.
This is before you on a default on a notice of pleading. For whatever it's worth, I spoke to the licensee. He said that he did not receive the notice of pleading. I know you hear that a lot. I think probably what happened is he was dealing with 2 or 3 other notices of pleading at the same time, that this one was sent out, and it probably just got mixed up with the other ones. So I don't know if you would be willing to either send it back to counsel's office. If
I
you-
would prefer that a fine be levied at this point, considering the history.
But that's not really going to help anybody.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, and well, in either event, if I could address the first charge, the extension of premises. I believe that violation was brought. I don't know if there was a summons or what it was, but I think it was because they were using the outside area, the backyard or the side yard.
Correct.
And we had filed an alteration application in 2012 to add that outdoor area to the license. So I have a copy,
What happened with that?
and it was approved. It was approved. I have a copy.
And what year did that happen?
2012.
What are you looking at?
I've never seen a licensee with this much history.
Past history or
Yeah,
current history?
Past history.
Hey, I don't have that much.
Yeah, all the way back to 2001, there are
Oh, we don't go,
25
oh, we only
different
go
cases.
back 10 years.
Yeah, 25, 30 cases.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
These
yeah.
guys have been around.
Yeah, he's been around a while. But, if nothing else, he does, he always responds.
He didn't
But not
respond here.
Well, that's what I'm saying,
And it's not a good excuse. I have too many notices of pleading to keep up with.
No, I know it's
is
not
his
too many,
backyard
but I'm saying
license?
I think it got mixed up with the other ones. But I have a copy, if you want to see it, I have a copy of the alteration application and the.
Let me see what you have.
Yeah, this came from, I foiled it, so I got it yesterday. This is a copy of the
Rear side yard, is that the same one?
application itself.
Yeah, this is the one I got.
So he was?
And this is a I'm looking right now, I mean, this is a referral based on owing $300,000 in money to workers' compensation.
Right. Well, yeah, and that was
That's
settled.
paid?
And that, what, yeah?
You don't need
Yeah. I mean, he worked out a payment plan with that.
He
I mean,
wants to keep
they worked out a number, I think was much less than the 300,000, but he's,
What's he selling out of this place that he's?
the workers, that was the workers' comp.
I know, but 300,000 of workers' comp is a lot of workers' comp.
No, you know what, I think most of that was the penalty. There was a number, the penalty is because he didn't pay.
Okay, so then it's apparent that this was licensed, I guess. Jackie, you agree with me on that?
What was that?
It's apparent the backyard was licensed?
Yep.
So I'll dismiss that charge.
I believe the other one's just a sign.
It was
Oh, that's not workman's comp, it's just a sign.
Yeah, it was a-
Wow,
it was
so
a-
the best thing that happened to him is he defaulted,
Did he do it?
because I was gonna cancel him.
Oh,
$250.
okay, that's great, thank you.
Here, you better hold on to that, because you're probably gonna get written up again.
Good to go with that?
Yeah.
No, I don't need it. We didn't write you up, the cops did.
Next item, 523, Barrio Chino LLC.
Wow, you're,
Hi, Dylan Dodd.
you're
Yes, sir.
having a good,
That's going to come to an end very shortly. I so want to just came in.
you're on one of those Buscemi rolls.
Nobody gets on Buscemi rolls. Forget about that.
Dismiss, okay to dismiss.
Dismiss.
Thank you.
I have one more item signed in, 453, Town Stages LLC. Is anybody here on anything else that they haven't signed in for? Okay.
Save this one for last.
So this is your crew, huh? All right.
Not all of them. Good afternoon, Joseph Levy here on behalf of the applicant. This is an application for a new on-premise liquor license located at 221 West Broadway, New York City. There are a considerable amount of people here for and against this application.
So who's here for? I
Oh,
assume.
Mr.
that-
Levy, could you just indicate which of the principals are here first?
Sure. Principals Robin and Scott are here. Bailey over there is our sound engineer, should you have any questions. Our support team here.
And you're all against? And who's from, I know you're the only community board, or? Okay, let them go.
If I could make one comment
Sure.
before that, just in the interest of time, the fact that it's so late in the day today and you guys have received hundreds of pages of paperwork from my side and my opponent's side in this case, I think you probably understand most of this case already. I just wanted to point out that, the community board's resolution that did come into you did offer up a set of stipulations that the community board was comfortable if we would accept, and we would accept some of them we would not. So to sort of focus the discussion so we're not here all day, we did the 500-foot rule hearing in this room and it lasted for 2 or 3 hours. The community board meeting itself lasted for 90 minutes. I'm sure you guys don't want to do that again. So that's my comment for what it's worth.
So
Obviously,
who,
the
what
board's
ones aren't you, what ones don't you want?
So the soundproofing to be completed, absolutely okay with that. We've taken considerable measures to take care of that already, and we're in process, and we're very encouraged by what we were able to do. When it is my turn to present in full, I will present you with the sound reports that I just received late last night. That's okay. The glass window being an issue, we have a sound technician here to speak to that. That's okay. Happy to do that. The White Street entrance not being used as an entrance or an exit, DOB is going to require that that door be available, but we're certainly willing to restrict how it's used to make everyone comfortable. The owners providing their cell phone numbers to people in the community, we're okay there too. So the sticking points really here are the hours of operation. The community board proposed an 11 p.m. close during the week and 1 a.m. on the weekends. We originally requested 1 and 2, which is in line with the community board's guidelines. We would be willing to move somewhere there, but certainly not to 11 during the week because that would destroy our business. And the limit on how many high-impact events we're going to have, that's going to be tough to quantify. And if we're going to curtail our hours, which we are prepared to, we certainly do not want to kind of have any micromanaging of our programming within those limited hours. So those are our issues.
But
those
what is your understanding of a high-impact event?
Well, that's sort of an open-ended question. If we were asking to have, closing at 1 o'clock every night and then we're allowed to go later than that X amount of times a month, sure, we could come up with criteria that makes sense there, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about actually, these high-impact events. I don't know what that means. Maybe that means 100 people. Maybe that means a ticketed event, and I think it's going to be very difficult to do that because as you have seen in the submissions, this is sort of an interesting use of a space, and I think it's going to be really difficult to kind of get into the nitty-gritty and make that call as to what's high impact and what's not. So if we can come to a decision on hours that makes sense, then I think that obviates the need for that stipulation altogether.
Okay.
Thank you.
Go ahead, guys. Just the only thing I would ask is that you guys don't repeat yourselves, because as he pointed out, there's a multitude of documents. We have read all of them, and we don't need to hear stuff twice.
You usually know them better than I do, Mr.
Oh,
Chairman.
I don't know about that.
Jeff Ehrlich, CB1. I think what you just heard, the inability to define these events is crucial. What did not come through in the ALJ's report is this location. Everything, Walker Street was talked about. I'm sorry, White Street as a small side street, but West Broadway at that point, I don't know if you want to do Google again, I have a map here. It's 3 blocks long before it merges with Varick. It's a very quiet street. There's no traffic other than people that live there. You come off the tunnel, you get on the beach, and you go east on Walker, or you go down Varick if you're going downtown. Nobody goes on West Broadway at that point until, okay, that is sort of the basis of a lot of our resolution stipulations. The ALJ report said we were too flexible, basically.
You were what?
They said that we were too flexible. He did not like, he said he disagreed with the community board's position, which I believe he was talking about our resolution, the limits we were putting on. We spent a lot of time trying to understand this, trying to understand how it could fit into this space geographically. It did not seem like a really good fit, which is why we adjusted our guidelines to bring it down to something that the neighbors still weren't happy with, but we felt we needed to do something. I've consulted with my co-chair and with the chair of the board. We're not really looking to be flexible on what we initially wrote.
So I'm just, because I didn't read the ALJ opinion the way you're reading it. I think he disagrees with your position entirely, basically saying that your stipulations put enough control over the location and they'd become part of the method of operation if this license is issued. And he says that those issues would be adequately addressed by the conditions placed on the operation.
I guess I read it a little differently.
Is that the way you
But
read it, or?
that's,
Well, I
you know,
thought we can
we're-
deal with that
we're-
later.
we're
Okay, go
ready-
ahead.
You know, those were the stipulations we put in, we're ready to go with those, if that's what it is. But we
Okay.
don't want to give in more. It's an event space. The only way these people can make this plan work, the business model, is to have events. All of their promotions talk about, we need events. We're going to have any event that pays money, gives us more of a chance to do theater and this and that. It's in a quiet, small little area. There is one issue that came up at the 500 hearing that we didn't know about. They need a BSA special permit. Now, I know you can do this is not your concern, but the BSA special permit comes through the community board. So we will have to approve that, and that's,
Once it goes through you, who does it?
well, Borough Standard and Appeals, I believe they apply to Borough Standard Appeals. They send it to the community board for review.
And then you review it and send it back to them?
Yes, as far as I understand it. I'm not sure if it comes to our licensing committee or our land use, but to the board. Senator Kavanaugh sent a letter late last night. Did that get to you?
Yes.
Okay. I think Mr. Moline could explain a bunch
Sure.
more than I could. And if there's a chance, I think three residents want to speak. I'm sorry.
They're welcome to. But before you get going, Mr. Moline, we're not going to have a legal argument here because I have a legal representative next to me who guides me on that. I don't need you to do it. We did read all your submissions, obviously, but if I start getting into legal arguments here, it's going to be a long day, and it already is, so.
I understand. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Matthew Moline from Barry Mallon Associates, and you already have our two memorandums of law, and I'm sure that you've read through them. I'm just going to briefly summarize and clarify. If there's any questions, I can hopefully answer them, and then I'm going to turn it over to the residents. And just in summary of our position is that this building is not the correct place for this proposed use. It's going to be an event space. That's how they're billing it on their website. That's how they're billing it before the community board, although they wouldn't define what exactly those events would necessarily be. And given this particular location, especially it's in the Tribeca Special Mixed Use District, which has additional regulations on gathering spaces of 200 or more, given this was a warehouse, which was then converted with apartments on top, commercial on the bottom, this isn't the right place for that type of event space. And this applicant is also the wrong applicant for this area. Has a disturbing history in its prior locations, which it admits that there were some issues. And here, it admits that when it signed its lease, it knew that there would be sound issues. Then in November, it went to the community board and was faced with these community concerns and sound issues again. And it waited until this past Friday to send anybody out to look at that. We don't think that they're going to be very responsive to the issues of this community, and we think they've shown that. So just in summary, because I know that you've read all the legal arguments regarding the zoning and other issues, this is the wrong place for this type of use. And this is the wrong operator for this type of place. Are there any questions about that?
Do we have any history with her?
I didn't see
Or
anything,
any of the
but-
people on this? Because I don't, in my
Number of people.
paperwork, we have no history whatsoever. So what history are you talking about?
We were talking about the history that was attached to the 500-foot hearing report and was addressed at the 500-foot hearing.
But it's not related to alcohol sales.
No, it's related to their events that they had at their prior location and that they were disturbing to their neighbors. And they've admitted that, I think, in their subsequent papers, that there were issues there. And so what we're just trying to explain is that this isn't speculative, that they might cause a disturbance, but we believe that their past behavior and their behavior since they submitted this application to the community board shows that they're not going to completely clarify this issue. And now they, at the last minute, I suppose they're submitting a sound report, but there was a prior sound report which said that there was going to need to be extensive soundproofing just for ambient music of the restaurant that was being proposed. And now they're proposing to have DJs and late night dancing and events, and that's going to cause a lot more problems and need a lot more substantive soundproofing, if it's indeed possible at all, which we don't know. And since they're submitting it at this late date, it's very hard for the community board to even evaluate that, or the residents. And so we'd ask that it gets kicked back to the community board at the very least to evaluate this with their new information.
I don't think that's going to happen. But go ahead. Anything else?
No, that is it. We just believe this is not in the public interest. It's a 500-foot rule case. It's an area that's already has more than 3 other licenses.
So you don't think the fact that there's a aspect of this that is devoted to emerging art has any public interest whatsoever?
It has maybe a small public interest, but that's not the principal licensed use.
I didn't ask you that, but you told me there was no public interest.
Well, I don't think that that is part of the public interest that should be considered by the SLA when what you're looking at is...
Making a facility available for aspiring artists is not in the public interest? And we shouldn't be looking at that?
No, not the SLA. That is.
Why?
It has nothing to do with their
Then what
licensed
does
use.
public interest mean?
The public interest, so in a typical situation, you're going to have a restaurant or a bar or something where the alcohol, there's a nexus between the licensing for alcohol and the use that they're putting it towards here.
So if someone is watching a play, you don't think there's any nexus between socializing and watching a cultural event and alcohol?
Well, I don't think that's the main thrust of their application. There might be some. So maybe there's
Actually, I think, I mean, whether it's accurate or not, I don't know, but I think that is the main thrust of their application, is that they want to make this space available for artists that don't have the opportunity to use these types of spaces. I mean, I think that's the thrust of it. Now, whether they have events in order to support that and how many events they have, I guess that's debatable.
Well, I think their main licensed use is going to be these events. And they're kind of, as an offshoot of that, they're going to have some small aspect that is related to the arts in some fashion. But their main licensed use is event. They're event promoter. That's what they do. And that's what they're
Okay.
going to do here, and it will be very disruptive to this community.
Okay.
Do we have complaints about noise from previous licensee here at this location?
This location?
I don't think we did.
We did attach 2311 complaints to our supplemental memorandum.
Hold on.
No, we have no.
226 West. No, I don't see any.
No history whatsoever. We have no charges, at least. Okay. Okay, why don't we let,
So this is the first resident.
okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Peter Fox. I live with my wife, my 10-year-old son, and my mother-in-law, Diana Heller, who's here as well, in the apartment directly above the proposed Town Stages location. I'd just like to say that there actually were a number of 311 complaints about the prior location, about the air handling unit as well as noise there that we submitted to the community board and that was submitted to the 500-foot hearing, just for your information. I'm a musician and a sound engineer, and I've built many studio spaces in my career. I've also played with wedding and party bands and venues of all sizes. In addition, I'm a former restaurateur with experience negotiating leases and building out spaces. Town Stage's proposed use of 221 West Broadway is wrong for the location. The building was built in 1918. It's a non-fireproof factory building with wood floors, tin ceilings, and cast iron columns, and has not been upgraded. Sounds, especially bass sound, reverberates throughout the entire structure. The application before you today is to operate a nearly 10,000 square foot 24/7 event space with 3 bars, DJs, live bands, subwoofers, and patron and employee dancing. Other than the ground floor, the rest of the building is residential. The proposed use will cause regular high volume sound from music and patrons that's not compatible with the building in the residential neighborhood that it's in. The report that was done by Al Fierstein of Acoustalog, who's an approved New York City acoustic consultant, found that levels of transmission from music, the AC system, and the kitchen equipment reached our apartment at levels in excess of New York City noise code. This is consistent with my own experience and a history of 311 complaints and prior DEP and ECB fines that were issued to previous operators. Al recommended several measures, including a new acoustically decoupled ceiling, a new AC unit, and other repairs. There's no demonstrated evidence that Town Stages will do the sound mitigation required to prevent unacceptable levels of sound being transmitted to the residents of the building. Most recently, instead of using a New York City DEP-approved acoustic consultant as requested by the Community Board and the ALJ, they used a non-approved consultant. And I think they're gonna-
Approved by who?
there is an actual list of New York City approved, DEP-approved acoustic consultants for commercial noise mitigation. The applicant's track record demonstrates that they have no history of working with neighbors and landlords to address sound and other disturbances from their regular events. At two previous Town Stages event spaces, one was called Loft 227, the other was called Scene Space, their activities caused numerous complaints from neighbors and multiple material violations of their lease that resulted in default. That was the history we're speaking of. Given the structure of the building and their history as tenants, we strongly recommend that they not be granted a license. However, should a license be considered, we believe they must be required to complete soundproofing design and installed by an approved New York City acoustic consultant. Residents must have the right to inspect the work and the installed sound system prior to ceiling being closed up. In addition, we believe third-party sound systems must be prohibited and a hard cap sound level must be enforced. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Before the next resident comes up, I have a list here of New York City approved consultants, if you'd like to see it.
No, I don't need to see that. Can I ask you a question, sir, again? I'm sorry. You said something about third-party sound. What were we talking about?
Well, typically, they've said they were going to do weddings and parties and that kind of stuff. You know, a band will bring in their own sound equipment.
Okay.
And
so whatever equipment, you're saying whatever equipment they have to produce sound should be what's used for every event or whatever they have?
Well, that seems to be the only way to really control it, because I believe Mr. Ford is also in a band, and if you have one loud guitar player in a band, it's pretty hard to keep.
Well, as I learned from him yesterday, he kicks them out of the band if they're louder than he is.
Well, that's the point. I mean, like it's always the guitar player, and so it's hard to keep these things under control. Is my point, and they're planning to have
I got it. I just
DJ
didn't understand
parties.
what you're saying. I understand.
Thank you.
It's always the guitar player for the sake of the record, so.
Hello. My name is Lori Fendrick. I'm a resident of 5 White Street, and that's part of the building that we're talking about. It's an L-shaped building, so my entrance is on White Street. I'm on the 5th floor. I thank you for the opportunity to talk to you. I'm a 33-year resident of Tribeca, 27 years spent at 5 White Street, raised my child there. My husband and I still live there with our daughter and her husband. I'm a professor emerita of Hofstra University, where I headed the Fine Arts Department, and I worked with the dance and theater departments on many collaborative enterprises. I continue to teach at Hofstra as an emerita professor, adjunct professor in the Honors College. I'm mentioning all this, and I'm going to add even more. I'm a national I'm an artist with a New York and national exhibition record. I'm a 2016 Guggenheim Fellow, and I write regularly about art and culture for the Chronicle of Higher Education. My husband's name is Peter Plegans. He's the art critic for Wall Street Journal, was the art critic for Newsweek magazine for many years, and has written a couple of books on art, which include the performance arts and theater. We are deeply opposed to Town Stages being in our building. I'm going to take a slightly different angle on this than my neighbors, who are going to talk about the sound and drinking issues per se, and I'm going to challenge the idea, based on my expertise as someone in the arts community, that Town Stages is a legitimate arts organization, and that it's in the public interest because they have on their website, and Ms. Sokoloff has referred to the idea of supporting emerging artists. This is what I want to begin with. Consider Town Stage's home page on its own website. I urge you to take a look at that closely. This is what it says: New York's premier venue to celebrate, collaborate, and put on a show.
I've already looked at it, so you don't need to read it.
Okay, I won't read it then. I'll simply mention this part. When you click on Rent Our Space, did you see the options? Nothing mentioning art. Nothing mentioning emergent artists, click here. Aspiring artists, click here. Not anything. It ranges from celebration to fashion gallery and business corporate clicks, but nothing for an artist to click on. If you didn't hear the word art anywhere in there, you're right, it's not there. It's not there because it doesn't fit into what arts organizations do on their websites, because it's not by any means a typical arts organization. Now, they're trying to make that into a virtue, that somehow it's outside of the corrupt art world because it's helping emerging artists. As someone who has helped emerging artists my whole professional career, I take insult to that. There are many, many ways we help emerging artists besides having a large events organization where we're going to have an event space with large parties for corporations and weddings and whatnot, as if that's the only way emerging artists can find a venue. It's not true.
I don't think that, I'm not getting the impression they're saying that's the only way.
Well, I don't think it's...
In fact, based on your argument, you're saying that their way is the way you shouldn't be doing it.
I do think it's the way you shouldn't be doing it. It's not part of the serious arts.
Aren't you saying the same thing you're saying they're saying?
No, I'm not. I'm saying that the serious arts do not come about with the backing of things like big event stage settings with loud music and dancing and alcohol drinking. That's not what goes on in the serious art world, whether it's theater at the Cherry Lane Theater, whether it's Ann Hamilton doing a performance piece at White Columns, whether it's MoMA doing a major event. It's not done and structured around this kind of a model.
But you're saying it can't be.
I'm saying I'm very suspicious of it, especially from someone who has no track record of ever trying it before.
Okay.
I want to also point out that the statement and the mission statement says that they provide world-class cultural events. I'm quoting their experiences, excuse me, world-class cultural experiences and opportunities for all. I just want to say something. As someone who writes about the arts all the time, that is such a tacky thing. You would never say that if you're a legitimate arts organization. World-class cultural experience and opportunities for all. It's you may not take my word for it. I've offered you my credentials, but it doesn't fit what real organizations in the arts offer. I want to just move really quickly through two other things. Town Stages does occasionally offer legitimate theater. No questions asked about that. But that shouldn't fool anyone into thinking that that means that this is somehow to excuse loud events that would disrupt our neighborhood. Ms. Sokoloff says that she is, quote, this is from an interview, like Robin Hood, we redistribute wealth. That's very nice, too, but I do not think that should be something that anyone is taking consideration of. Whether the profits are used to support a good cause or a bad cause should be irrelevant. The question at hand is not whether this is a good cause. It's not a charity organization. That's clear from that website. Finally, let me finish with this. Ms. Sokoloff stated in an interview this year, and I quote, "We'll create tens of thousands of jobs for local artists, business people, event makers, and curators." I've been in the art world a really long time. There is no arts organization anywhere that would lay claim to being able to create tens of thousands of jobs for local arts, et cetera. I have deep familiarity with MassMocha in North Adams, Massachusetts. They did not create tens of thousands of jobs for local people. This is pie in the sky stuff that's just out there in her interviews. In some Town Stages is exactly what it looks like it is on the website. It's a nightclub, theatrical, entertainment, wedding, and general events venue, masquerading as an arts organization. I don't want to completely impugn her intentions. She may have very lofty goals for emerging artists, but this route of going to support them is not a legitimate route. It was going to harm many, many people in its process. So I believe that Town Stages belongs in a commercial or an industrial area of the city, and the state liquor authority should not grant it a liquor license in its current space.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Ann Craven, and I live at 10 White Street, which is right across the street from Town Stages. Both my husband, Peter Halley, and myself are artists, and our residence has been on White Street since 1980, and I'm here in support of the community interest. Others have or will speak about various issues we, as a community, find quite disturbing about Town Stages' proposed business model, and I'm speaking regarding the impact on the quiet enjoyment of our overwhelmingly residential block, both with respect to increased noise and traffic. As I stated, White Street is overwhelmingly residential. While West Broadway has 4 or 5 restaurants in the vicinity of Town Stages, both blocks, White Street and West Broadway, are very, very quiet even on the weekends. Anyone observing the blocks on a regular basis could confirm that for themselves. Town Stages has stated in their application and anecdotally that the impact will be minimal, but that is not the case for the following reasons. Town Stages states that the capacity is 230 people, and during events, there are likely to be mass exits. The prior use of the space was a restaurant, and people entered and exited only during certain hours, which are much earlier than Town Stage's proposed operating hours. And, to my preceding point, people only entered and exited a few at a time. It was a restaurant. Town Stages states that most people will take mass transit to come to the venue. Perhaps, but even if a percentage of people take Ubers when leaving, that could result in many Ubers and many cabs on White Street and on West Broadway, and a great deal of traffic congestion with the accompanying noise, fumes, etc. Looking at a map, it may not be obvious, but White Street is a narrow, thin, one-lane street where cars are parked on both sides of the street day and night. White Street has a short traffic light into a T section at West Broadway. This is the primary access to West Broadway from all downtown avenues, as the other is actually a Holland Tunnel exit. Further, this traffic light that all cars passing in front of Town Stages must pass is extremely short. If one car stops to pick up someone on White Street, there will be additional congestion and all that it brings, especially for the fire department. On behalf of the residents surrounding Town Stages, I implore you to limit their hours, their events, and their ability to serve alcohol. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you for hearing me, gentlemen and madam. My name's Diana Heller. I've lived, well, my son-in-law mentioned, in apartment 2B above the space on the ground floor since 1980. I raised my children there. My daughter and a family live there now with me. I did submit a statement. I'll read it again if you want me to.
No, we got it.
Fine. But I did want to remind you from the point of view of the families, and there are several that live in our building, what it has been like to have music pounding through our space on a nightly business. I've dealt with it for the past 25 years. It has made me ill. I have been seriously, seriously ill. I believe that is because I have been unable to sleep, because I've had to wait till 2 o'clock in the morning to go to sleep. I'm a lawyer. I'm an ALJ myself. I'm a criminal defense lawyer. I still work. I prepare my work in my loft. I entertain in my loft. It has been excruciating, absolutely excruciating to live through the kinds of events that Town Stages will obviously have. Their supporters write in their letters submitted to you that they need a liquor license in order to, quote, wine and dine their sponsors. They don't need to be doing that at 1 and 2 o'clock in the morning. And I would remind you that every restaurant that's had a liquor license has had music, and even without the kind of a deep, intense sound that they're going to produce, it has been painful every night to have to deal with that. When the special parties and special events are held, it is unbearable. It is totally and completely unbearable. I just want to remind you how painful that has been and that we cannot tolerate it anymore. Thank you.
Thank you.
That is all the residents who are going to speak in opposition.
All right, thank you.
How would you gentlemen like me to proceed? Would you like me to address all the comments that came from our opponents first? Would you like to hear what I have to say first and then get to that?
Why don't we go with you first?
Okay.
What was above, there's a restaurant right on the corner of West Broadway right there, right?
That's this restaurant.
No.
Distilled?
Distilled?
On the lower, on the south block, that's Distilled.
Oh, across?
There's a cafe, there's Distilled, a bar restaurant.
Yeah, right, okay. Okay, go ahead.
So the space we're talking about here, 221 West Broadway, this has been a restaurant and bar for at least 14 years, as my research can tell. And I know part of the history because I represented the prior licensee in this space, who was there for about 4 years. And I have a copy of the community board stipulation with me, if you'd like to see it, if you don't have it already somewhere, indicating that this was something that was approved with the hours of 12 closing Sunday through Wednesday, 1 a.m. closing Thursday, Friday, Saturday. This was a large format restaurant with a lot of tables, a lot of seats, a big bar in the front, and it operated there for the last 4 or so years. Before that, it was a Brazilian steakhouse. It had tons of
Okay,
seats.
I know where this is. All right.
Right, so
There's a wine
Platforma.
store right next door to it, or?
There was right there, yes. So, okay, so great, you know the space. So this is a space that's had a full liquor license for a while. Clean history, generally speaking, at least the violations that I looked at in the past. And this was a space that was widely accepted and approved by the local community board. If there was a misstep that was made here, I believe in our presentation to the community board back in November of this year, we erred on the side of giving too much information to be fully transparent. When we were explaining the application and the method of operation and that we were going to be within the community board guidelines for the avenue, that part was fine. When we got into how the space was going to be used outside of the regular operating hours, that's when this hysteria started that we're going to be 24/7 nightclub, promoters, renting the place out, to third parties, and we're just going to hand over the keys and walk away. Those are representations that we specifically refuted. We will not be renting out the space and giving people the keys. People will hire this team to curate an experience, to curate an evening. They've received 3 calls to host bat mitzvahs there in the last few weeks from local Tribeca residents who don't have a place to do this. We're not talking about flying in DJs from all over the world to sell tickets, have lines outside, and have ragers till 4 o'clock in the morning. That was never on the table. This is a space that had a full liquor license for a long time. We're putting people in there who have a great track record of actually curating these events and working in theater. Now, you heard from the attorney representing the opposition that there's a disturbing history here. And at the 500-foot rule hearing, if you looked at the transcript, they brought up this disturbing history that there were liquor violations, things like that associated with places where Robin was the creative director. She wasn't in control of the space. She didn't have a liquor license. She was controlling the entertainment. And part of the rationale for them opening this space is that they wanted to be in control of the whole environment. That way they could make sure things are being done properly. As far as being in default of their lease and being evicted, if you'd like to see it, you tell me. I have a letter here, I've got a couple copies for you, from the attorney who represented them in that action to indicate that that's actually not quite true and that they actually were successful when it did go before a judge in Supreme Court. And there were a lot of other things at play. This wasn't just a landlord identifying a problem tenant and trying to evict them for breaching their lease. This is a much different situation. So, please give that some weight and don't take that at face value. As far as the sound issue goes, yes, it would have been great if we got this sound report weeks ago. But we couldn't get it weeks ago. And part of the reason we couldn't get it weeks ago is because a lot of what had to happen here is there's real building that had to happen. There's real construction that had to happen here. And we engaged a sound engineer who's here months ago. So just because sound tests weren't done until the last few weeks doesn't mean she hasn't been involved. We haven't been doing testing, and we haven't installed significant soundproofing, tens of thousands of dollars worth of soundproofing into the space thus far, and we're not done. The prior licensees here were supposed to install soundproofing. When we got in there and took a look at what was installed, it was found that what they had installed was not appropriate, was not installed the right way, and of course it wasn't doing anything for the residents upstairs. It just wasn't the appropriate materials and wasn't installed the right way. We're committed to doing things the right way here. That's why we've waited till certain construction was done to do soundproofing the right way. I have a copy of the acoustic report I'd like to hand up here. And I'd like to introduce our sound engineer to speak to you about this report, what it means, what her findings were at the space, and she's been pretty intimately involved for the past few months. And just a note before I introduce her, the document that was referenced earlier about New York City approved acoustic engineers, from what I understand, that document hasn't been updated in a very long time, and the company whose name is on the sound report has actually done work for New York City before. So, for what that's worth.
Hi, how are you guys? My name is Bailey Cook. I'm their acoustic consultant, and I can go over the report with you. If you have any direct questions you want to ask first, or if you want me just to walk you through it, let me know. I don't want to take up too much of your time. As you know, the noise ordinance strictly states that sound cannot go above 42 decibels. Just to give you a perspective, a jackhammer is about 100 decibels in sound level. And when we did these tests, we were at 95 dBs, so pretty much as loud as you could go. I know previously they had said that they were going to let other people come in with their own equipment and do stuff like that. They've been very clear that they're not doing it, and after assessing the sound system, it's very meager for this type of space, and it's it's very clear that they have no intentions of going above the normal limit. If you kind of flip through here, the places that were tested, where the apartments upstairs, outside the space, and inside the building, of course, and just to the recommended noise changes that people should make, recommended by the city, testing being one of them. We wanted to make sure we hit every point that was recommended to us by the city, which we did. And as you'll see, just to clarify it first before we get through it, pink noise is basically ambient noise. It's just a more accurate reading of ambient noise. Program material is in reference to the music that we are playing on the speakers, so at 95 decibels, and the control is the limit that we're referencing. So when you look at the graph, you can kind of cross-reference those. Of course, within reason, sometimes there's lots of construction and stuff, so when we were reading certain parts of the building, it was difficult because the street noise was actually much louder than even the jackhammer music at that same level. But I think a really important one to take note of is, I believe it's apartment 2B. That apartment, or that room that we tested, was like the closest possible space to their speakers and the closest space in the building potentially to be near the source of the sound, and we were still a good 3 or 4 dBs below the limit, and as well as outside as well. So, I know a lot of people have a lot of complaints about the noise, but especially given that sound and our psychology and perception of sound is very subjective and just cannot be quantified like a test can. I think it's really important to look at the actual test results that were taken and judge upon that over, a perception of sound. So, do you have any questions other than that?
Do you ever use white noise for testing?
Yeah, so if you look, there's a little tidbit about that. So basically, pink noise is a more accurate version. If you look under test methods, pink noise is defined as a random noise having equal energy per octave, and so having more low-frequency components than white noise. So it's actually a harsher reading than white noise, but it's kind of more of a modern way to read white noise, so to speak. But all in all, every single test we did passed, and it was well below 42 decibels. So even though, and as far as,
you were playing music at 95 decibels in the place?
so I wasn't the actual acoustician that came on site and did it. He was unable, and so they contacted me and hired me to analyze the report and review it with you guys today. Also, I went through their
So
entire
how loud was the music that was played while you were doing while the testing was being done?
95 decibels, and just to give you a reference, a jackhammer is about 100 decibels. So it's pretty much as loud as you can go. Also, as far as the construction goes and the soundproofing, since they have moved in, they have applied methods with double levels of sheetrock on each wall, also using specific specialty materials like sound dampening insulation over normal insulation that has a 30% increase in your sound isolation. And as someone who is not only an acoustic consultant but has operated over 300 music studios in New York City and built them myself, and I also work for a contracting company that specializes in soundproofing, the methods that they're using are better than most music studios and recording studios are utilizing right now, and they've spent way more than I would expect out of anyone on isolation. So I think just in general, in good faith, they are really putting their foot forward here as far as spending thousands and tens of thousands of dollars to isolate the space properly.
Okay, thank you. You have any questions for her?
So, you never played like like an Aerosmith tune or something like that,
No, but I do know they had a drum line in there during the Women's March, and they had absolutely no complaints.
I think some might disagree with you there, but
No, that's
thank
fine.
you. All right.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Now, Mr. Levy, I just want to make one comment, since there's a lot of talk about noise and a lot of talk about sound. Mr. Levy, you're well aware that under 24-231, what the law looks like in the city of New York, correct? And, correct?
Yes.
Yes. And obviously, there are people on both sides of this particular issue that are well aware of how they can measure sound, including 42 decibels within their residential units, correct?
Correct.
You're well aware that that would be a violation of our law, and I'm assuming that your client would be well aware that that would be a violation of our law. Were they to come in and testify in a hearing, were we to bring charges, correct? Mr. Levy,
Yes.
correct? So I'm only making that point because regardless of what the board does, if we begin getting complaints, should the board license this place, this is not a hard case for us to make. And after a couple of these, you can start to see questions that come up under 53.1Q. You can see questions that start to come up under 118. Just making that point because obviously the people in this building are well aware of what this law looks like. They're in residential units, and it's pretty rare that we see that. That's not hard for us to prove if that's the case. So I just want to make that exceedingly clear on the record that that's something that your client should be exceedingly well aware of.
Understood. All right. So as far as locational history, again, place has had a license for quite some time.
Did that license have a DJ or no? You know?
Previously?
Yeah. Because I actually ate in the Argentinian restaurant years ago, and they did not have a DJ. I can
don't
tell
know
you
if
that.
let me take a look at the stipulations and see if it's explicitly referenced.
Jackie, can you check?
I'm doing that.
This is from stipulation from 2014, midnight during the week, one on the weekends. They did have a sidewalk cafe, no cabaret license.
That's all right. Go ahead. She's checking.
Okay. So I wanted to just point out a few things. You guys received a number of letters from elected officials, number in opposition. You did receive one in support from Councilman Espinal, who was here earlier today, and actually just sent me a message to tell me that unfortunately he can't come back because he's being called into the mayor's office, but he did.
About the letter?
No,
Oh.
but he did want me to just make a note and certainly drop his name and say that he's actually taken the time to get to know these applicants. He understands what their model is, and he is staunchly in support of them. And I did want to commend.
Is that his jurisdiction, though?
No, but he is the chair of the Consumer Affairs part of City Council, so he's very involved in nightlife and restaurants. He was instrumental in the cabaret law repeal, and this is something that's right in his particular wheelhouse. I did want to just point out that I really was very happy with the way that Councilman Espinal and Senator Kavanaugh approached this. I know you received a letter from Senator Kavanaugh that was not necessarily in support of this application, but for what it's worth, he did take the time to spend 45 minutes on the phone with us to understand more about the project and didn't know half of what we were actually doing. So the letter you did receive, although it tells you that, he's going to side with the community board here, it certainly was not, a standard form letter. It certainly was not a cut and paste, boilerplate denial letter. So I do appreciate his approach to that. And again, I just want to bring this back to the fact that the community board was willing to approve this with certain stipulations. And as you've already heard from us, the soundproofing issue, a non-issue. We're already in the process of doing it. We've already committed to doing it the right way and have spent way more money than we ever intended to do it the right way. As far as, that glass window able to be soundproofed, our engineers say it absolutely can be. We're happy to agree to all of these things, but the hours issue and the cap on number of events issue. So as far as hours go, we originally requested 1 and 2, which are the community board's guidelines for places that are on an avenue. We would really be thrilled with 12 during the week and 1 on the weekends, which are consistent with the stipulations that the community board approved for the prior licensee in this space. So, from an hours standpoint, we're happy to accept what was given out previously. We're happy to take that haircut on time, and we think we can still make our model work. What we can't make work is that 11 o'clock closing during the week, because that really does handcuff us in terms of the shows we can put on, how late we can show with the gallery, things like that, that really do impact our ability to function as a business. Again, the other items, cell phone numbers being available, happy to agree to that.
you know, if we did let you stay open that late, does there need to be that level of music and noise being created?
Absolutely not. So what we've done.
So what I'm thinking, and I'm not telling you how I'm going to vote one way or the other, but does music need to go way past the hours that annoy the people who live in this building? I'm a bass player. You can show me all the acoustical studies you want. I play bass. I've played in front of 50, 60,000 people at a time in my life. I built sound systems. No one needs to explain to me how sound works. Whenever it's too loud on stage, I always get blamed for it. I get that. So,
Or he fires the guitar.
or I fire the guy. That's how I get rid of the problem. But I'm just saying, does it need to go that late for your business plan to make you money? Does it need to go, past the reasonable bedtime hour? Especially during the week. On a Friday and Saturday, I can see maybe going a little bit later, but even then, not till 12 or 1 o'clock in the morning.
Sure. So the community board's comfortable with 1 o'clock on the weekends, which is what we're happy with. The issue is during the week, they're asking for 11, we're asking for 12. So to answer your question, does there need to be music till 12 every night? I don't know if there needs to be music till 12 every single night. What I do know is that we want to have the ability, if someone's going to book an event, to be able to have that event. If it's a wedding, if it's a bat mitzvah, if it's an event where a company's bringing their staff in for an immersive experience, for kind of dinner in a theater kind of thing, there's going to be elements of theater and music, and these guys have made a career curating events, and that's just part of this, and the other part of this is actually the rehearsing, the sound booths, the people who can use the facility, the fellows that they've given fellowships to that will be performing in the space. And, we're committed to 100% not making any food or alcohol available beyond that scope of whatever the public times would be. We're comfortable with that. But, 12 and 1 puts us beneath the limits of the community board guidelines. It's actually the guidelines for the community board for side street spaces, and we think that's a compromise that we can make to allow us to fully effectuate our business model, or effectuate it enough to have it make sense and have it work, but with also having some accommodation there.
Chairman, to answer your question before, no DJ, no live music, no dancing, just recorded music only.
And that was 12 and 1?
The hours, I didn't find those.
12 and 1, I have the
Yeah,
step from the prior person if you'd like to see it.
Oh, but they were allowed to.
That's one from 2014.
What's the capacity of this place? As is?
236.
Over 2 floors, right?
Yeah, 2 floors. One floor is the beneath ground level.
So one floor is beneath ground level. Oh, basement ground level, okay.
The floor was about 5,000 square feet on the ground floor.
Right.
4,000. We relegated a good portion of our rental studios to a lower level in the basement where
So those are recording studios down below?
So the 2 things that I also wanted to make a point of mentioning, because I think they're really worth pointing out. There's been made mention of the fact that we're going to have these load-ins of sound equipment in the middle of the night that are going to be disturbing to neighbors. So it's not necessarily music, it's not necessarily members of the public, but noise nonetheless. And these guys have gone to the trouble to install sound equipment in their space that will obviate the need for those load-ins. So instead of someone coming with their own speakers or own equipment, they're installed there, so we don't have that issue. The other issue is the air handling unit, and another, I believe it was the HVAC system with respect to the kitchen, making a lot of noise. They've had contractors come. Those machines do not work. They are off. These guys have no control over it. They're actually fighting with their landlord or discussing with their landlord at the moment whether this is his responsibility to install new machines. But right now, they actually don't work and are off. So any noise coming from them, it actually must be coming from somewhere else because they're inoperable.
So you'd have house sound? And that would be primarily in the basement?
no, house sound is installed on the ground floor
Yeah.
and the basement.
All right.
The speaker system is specifically rated for restaurants and hotel lounges.
Okay.
Photographs, if you want to see it.
I don't.
And with
I'm
respect
good.
to some of the issues with construction and issues without permits, I have a letter here from the architect indicating that they're engaged, they're involved with taking care of the permitting, curing any issues, and moving forward fully. If you're interested in seeing it, I have copies for you.
No, can I just take a minute to
You all set, Jonathan? Okay, we are back on the record.
Hold on one sec.
Oh, we're still on the record.
No, you can go on the record.
Yeah.
He's raising his hand. Anything?
The last point I just want to end with is I want to bring it back to the public interest argument here. I've been doing this exclusively for the last decade or so, and it's very rare that I actually get a case that is really such a home run from a public interest argument standpoint. Most times you're arguing that this chef is going to make a better type of Italian food than the other Italian food restaurants in the neighborhood. And this is actually something really unique. And this is something that, like I said, I think objectively really does serve the public benefit. In the materials that we provided, we included bios and information on the 20-plus fellowships that we've given out. So in terms of not being a real arts organization or not supporting people in the arts for real or the real arts or whoever makes that decision, we are certainly helping to put people in position to make careers for themselves and to get jobs. And we are fostering an environment where every show they put on is going to hire 30 to 50 people. And we are going to showcase people who otherwise don't really have a platform to be heard or to be seen. So I do think that what they're doing here is unique. It certainly serves the public benefit, and I hope the board sees that as well.
Okay.
Briefly, what Commissioner Ford asked is exactly what we were trying to ask at the meeting. Is there some way you can get earlier events on the weekdays? We got nowhere with that. We have a place, not sure what I can say, we're putting in complaints about it, but it's a very large hybrid thing that we've got. We have a 15-page set of stipulations there they can have 30 events up to this amount, 20 events this amount. The longest hour they can go to is midnight on those events, and we got down to 10 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 6 o'clock. It's why our guidelines are flexible both ways. And in this case, we couldn't get any kind of commitment to the type of events that were coming. The best we could do was say, all right, if it's going to be a wild card, we don't want them to go past 10 on the weekdays. And we said, all right, take the weekends, which the neighbors were not happy about, but that's what we did.
All right, thank you.
You actually said 11, though, didn't you? 11 what I have from you guys is 11 on the weekdays and 1 on the weekends. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Please.
Robin, one of the principals who can tell you a little bit about the events that they're going to be doing.
Gentlemen, thank you for your time. I want to be very specific about what we do. We do film screenings. We do fundraisers. We do weddings. We do bar mitzvahs. We're celebrating with people the most important days of their lives. We're giving them a platform for their work. We've already raised money for domestic violence and sexual assault. We are raising money for the National Suicide Prevention Hotline. These are the kinds of events that we do. We were just written up in the New York Times for our fellowship that is currently running a show in the space. It's called Bright Ridge Farm. So we are indeed an arts organization. And as an arts organization, a lot of what comes with that is events, galas, fundraisers, presentations for producers. The particular reason for staying open till midnight is we have a very big roster of equity performers. They tend to get off stage on Broadway and come downtown, get on stage and do their own work in our space. It's why we're asking to be closing at midnight on those days, because they're going to be performing from 11 to midnight. If we shun all of our equity members and we are relegated to non-union work, that really limits us as an arts organization, that really limits people's representation in the arts and their ability to do a variety of work. So that's specifically why the midnight. We will not close every night at midnight. There will be nights where we end at 8. There will be nights that we end at 9. But we are letting the community and the people who work with us dictate what specific date on the calendar they would like to do their work. So that is why it's tricky to specifically define how many events, when will they end. But we do not operate every day. Sometimes we do 2 things in a day. So I know that sounds challenging and I know that sounds different, but it's a model that we've been doing for the past 5 years and it's been hugely successful. It's why we were able to grow and expand and make more room for more underrepresented communities. So I just, This is my life's work. It's very important to me. And, you know, midnight is a magic hour in New York City. People go out till midnight and then leave, or they first go out at 11:30 and then stay out all night. We are not that second space. We are the former. And that is the community we're serving. That is what people who have already been to shows and done events in our space are expecting. They've been walking up to our bar, hoping that we could serve them, and they've been leaving disappointed. We've been sending them everywhere else, and we just want that to change.
You know, the only thing I'm grappling with, I mean, what you do inside the space is I don't want to say it's completely your business, because it's not, but that's not my big concern. My big concern is what emanates from your place and how it affects the other people in the building. That's my big concern.
Absolutely.
And that is what I would want to be addressed more than anything. And that is why I would have to have some kind of cap on the noise. Noise, for lack of a better word, the sound. I don't mean it like that.
Is there a level of noise that you'd want us to fall underneath after a certain time, or can we talk about something like that?
There's a time at which I want it to be cut off. I'm not saying you have to close. I'm just saying the noise, the other than just the ambient noise of people being in the place, the music, whatever, I think there needs to be a cutoff time for that.
So a cutoff time for the music, but we're allowed to be open, we're allowed to still continue to have people in the space, but cut the
Yes. Yes.
It's always been our plan to wind down carefully,
Right.
so that everyone isn't dumped onto the street all at once at a
Right.
cutoff point that they're not used to in New York City.
Right.
11 is awkward. Midnight,
Yeah.
people are already making their way out naturally. They've already had their drink, they're done, they're on their way home. So that is why we are asking for midnight.
Yeah.
I am super happy to close at midnight on the weekends. 1 a.m. is not my need. I'm not doing those kinds of events.
Midnight is better than, what was it, 2 a.m. before, if I remember right? So, you know, midnight is palatable to me.
Great.
For the weekends.
Absolutely.
Could we go earlier than that during the week?
That is an issue. Again, we'd be
I'm sorry,
losing.
earlier with the music or earlier with the actual closing?
Earlier with the music.
With the music, okay. So if we were to stick with what our concession would have been, which was 12 and 1, can we talk about, you know, maybe music ending at 12 on the weekends, but we're able to keep people there till 1? Or maybe turning the music off earlier during the week, but still having people in the space till 12.
Yeah, that would work. So let's say you shut the music off during the week at say, by 11.
I just want to be perfectly clear here, that eliminates a great part of our program for our fellowship and all the young musicians and everyone who would potentially be singing at that time. So I'm not looking to party hard between 11 and midnight. We have live performers on stage
So
singing.
how are they performing? They're performing with a band or a guitar player or acoustic guitar, piano? What do you mean by performing?
All of the above, and we have been doing this for 5 months with no issue. We have not received complaints. No one has come by. We've been
Yeah.
operating this way. We've just been unable to serve.
All right.
Just this week, we had a fundraiser for musical theater performers. They were learning how to audition for their future BFA programs. We were operating all night into 11:30. They were singing loud musical theater stuff on stage, so.
Yeah. All right, well.
Could we have a carve out for live performances and just?
I mean, see, and the problem I'm having, and I don't want to waste anybody else's time on this, is, and this is the third time I've said this today, but this is a great thing you're doing. I'm not trying to minimize that. But you're popping it into a place, and I don't mean the building, I mean the neighborhood, that, one, they don't want it. Two, and I don't know that anyone would want it, but that's beside the point because not everybody has a right to say they don't want it. But two, it's a situation where this neighborhood just is not conducive to this. And I'm not saying I'm not going to approve it at all, but I right now don't know exactly what you're doing. I know that you have good intentions, and I'm not questioning them, but I don't know exactly what this is going to be. And I think I need time to figure that out myself. And so the only way I can really do that is, and I know, and I've said this about Mr. Ehrlich before, they're very flexible, well, not very, but they're flexible when someone proves to them that they are what they say they are. And I'm not saying you're not what you say you are, I just don't really understand what you are.
Can I answer any questions you have?
Well, I mean, you have answered them, but like you brought up, you're going to do weddings, bar mitzvahs, then a film screening, and then you're going to have recording studio downstairs. It sounds like you want to be everything to everybody, which is great, but it's not great in Tribeca with a liquor license. And that's the problem I'm having, is...
If I could, and I understand completely what you're saying. In the last situation where you made the same comment was with a place that was outdoor space 4 a.m., so very different than the 12.
No, yeah, and I'm not comparing them, yeah.
So what I would offer is this, the community board stipulation with respect to hours was 11 during the week and 1 on the weekends. As Robin said, we're fine at midnight on the weekends. That lets us do our programming. It's the 11 during the week that doesn't. So if we're talking about 11 and 1...
But I'm wondering if you can live with that for a period of time until they show or they're confident that you are what they can live with.
I hear you, and what I'm suggesting as a way to show you that and show them that and still give us the ability to do our program is if 11 and 1 isn't going to work, could 12 across the board work? Because that, like you said
We
before...
want a chance to prove that we are doing exactly what we intended to do in the space.
I know, but if we were to give you what the community board wants to give you, which is 11 during the week, but 1 on weekends. I know, I understand that you're going to lose an hour of time for a period of time, but that's going to, and I'm not going to push it out a year. I would push you 6 months to say, come back here with Mr. Ehrlich, and he'll give me a report about what the neighbors are complaining about, what they're not complaining about, whether you're having issues with the music bounding through the building, because it is an old building. I've been in it. And like I said, there's a part of this that really, really is a good thing, and there's a part of it that could be bad, and I'm not convinced it's not going to be bad yet. But if you can prove it's not going to be, then we're good.
Sure. Thank you for that. We've had a number of Tribeca residents from across the street on either block already book future events in this space, and they did book until midnight. So is there
that you can have. If you already have events booked, yes.
I would be very happy
But
to
after
prove-
that, no more. But I mean, so what I'm saying is, other than the 4 major high-impact evening events, I'm going to recommend that all of the community board stipulations, who, by the way, he made clear the neighbors aren't happy with them either.
I'm sorry to cut you off, but can I just sneak one thing in, because I think it might alleviate a problem. So after just a brief discussion, is there a way that we could get to a compromise of maybe 11 Sunday, Monday, midnight, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then the weekend we can take the 1 a.m., because that would make a huge difference for us, because it would give us a few extra nights.
No, I'm going to stick with the 11 for 6 months.
Okay.
And then give you the 1, which you already backed off of, on the weekends.
Can we get it for Thursday then at least, or 12 for
We
Thursday?
rarely operate Sunday. It doesn't actually, we're happy to close earlier.
No, I'm going to stick with the Thursday at 11.
12 for Thursday?
No, 11.
Okay.
But the high-impact events, for that 6-month period, right now they're offering 4.
Can we, I mean, if we're gonna go 11 during the week, which is already going to limit what we have the ability to do, can we at least get rid of the cap for those 6
No,
months?
but I'll give you 6 a month for the 6 months. And in my view, a high-impact event is anything with over 125 people and music that is...
Our space is divided into 3 specific performance spaces that are running theater repertory together at the same time. There will be more...
Those are 3 separate events then.
They're theater shows, yes.
Right, so that would not be a high-impact event. I'm talking about a high-impact event would be a wedding with 125-plus people at it.
Okay, so you're talking about a private event separate than the regular program?
Yes.
Great, okay.
And non-acoustic music would be, meaning that would be included in the 125 people. If you're having a DJ or a live band.
So a private event with 125-plus people coming from the outside, not to one of our curated shows or theater performances?
Yes.
That's going to have a DJ or something like that?
Or live music.
Okay. And you'd like us to keep a record of that? How are we, because it seems not so easy for us to.
Well, it's just if it's amplified music and over 125 people, it's a high-impact event. You can have 6 a month.
Okay, so in terms of the reporting of that, they want
You don't have to report it, just keep records.
track and
Yeah.
limit it to that. Understood.
But Mr. Ehrlich's going to be back here in 6 months with you, and if there's problems, it's probably going to be changed.
Sure.
Chairman, would you want a list of the events that are already booked, so we know?
No, we'll know by the date. I don't.
Well, how far in advance have you booked?
2 years?
We need a list of dates.
The community needed.
How many?
2 years.
No, how many?
I'm sorry?
How many in 2 years?
3.
Oh,
Weddings and bar mitzvahs, they tend to book out.
so you got 3.
In advance, yeah.
All right, so those 3, that's it.
No, there's multiple events in the book. She asked.
How many were 2 years out?
Yeah, well, you indicated before that you already have booked events until midnight.
Yes.
So that's going to be outside.
Yeah, how many of them are there?
In the next 6 months, how many?
We'd have to get you a list. Can we
That would
email
be,
you a
that
list?
would end up being a condition. I would want those in advance.
we
And
email
it's
you
a
a
hard
list then?
list.
Does that work?
Yeah.
Mhm.
And then the soundproofing has to be completed. And I don't know, what's a qualified soundproofing contractor?
I mean, to speak to that point.
I don't know that, I think you're kind of biased in that regard.
You know, the materials they use, they've, since, you know, I know there's been a bad history, I know there's a bad history in this building, but since they have moved in, we're talking about 4 levels of sheetrock on every single wall. We're talking about fully isolated spaces with insulation that has an NRC rating of 0.95.
Well, let me ask you,
which
so
means-
Mr. Ehrlich, what are you looking for in this regard? No, as far as the report.
The acoustic guy, this is not acoustic guy, whatever that company is, Mr. Firestein,
with totally different tenants,
No,
with
I know,
totally different
they're just
speakers,
asking for a
totally different
report, though.
operations.
we would like a report of that quality from a company of that quality.
So did you see this report? All right.
I thought things were not allowed after Friday.
To their point, it wasn't their fault. It was the Crosley Acoustics had a hard time getting it done. They had a busy week, and we were pushing them for weeks to get it done sooner. It was not intentional.
Oh, you don't work for Crossley Acoustics?
No, I actually used to, but now I'm my own private consultant. And I also work with a company called Brooklyn Insulation and Soundproofing, and we're contractors that specialize in construction. So I've been doing this for about
All right,
6
so
years.
I mean, what I'm going to say is that give them this report and complete the soundproofing, which you've indicated is not completed yet.
But they have installed 4 levels of sheetrock.
No, but Mr. Levy indicated there's still some to do.
Correct.
Yeah.
But, and I do want to mention that, you know, with this report that was done, it's still every single test passed and was below limits. And so, you know, they're spending $50,000 of
No, I get
specialty
that, but I
materials,
mean,
and at some
you know,
point
and
we
it
have to
goes
say
back to, I
when.
realize what it's costing them, and I recognize that, but nobody, once again, we go back to the fact nobody told you to drop this here. I mean, that's what, you know, this neighborhood is not conducive to opening liquor
Well, you know,
licenses.
and the thing is too that it's hard to say. I mean, Philip Glass had a studio literally around the corner. There's 2
And no
other
one would know
recording
it was
studios
there, I know.
But I'm just saying, there's a lot of arts, and you know, the City Winery, a humongous venue.
But
is
it's
down
not in the middle of Tribeca. That's the point I'm making, is that these buildings and the people that live there have an expectation, and they have a right to have that expectation. That's really where we're at. I mean, I'm not making any aspersions to what they're trying to do. I get it. But there's better areas to do it in.
Can I have a clarification on your 6 events?
Yeah.
You indicated over 125 people, DJs, live bands. Is that include private events or outside?
Specifically
You just
private events.
Yeah.
They're just specifically
Because,
private.
for example, with the 3 theaters.
They're saying the community board stipulations indicated they could have 4 high-impact events. I've said that's a high-impact event, and they can have 6 of them.
They can have 6 of them.
And other than that, all the
Or
community
open.
board stipulations are intact.
So like, for example, they have 3 spaces within the actual complex, and if they were having 3 shows at once, 3 theater productions, you know, at noon on a Sunday.
Right.
That would be over 125 people, so those don't.
But that's not an event. Those are 3 separate events.
And those don't count for your purposes.
Correct. And also because there's non-amplified music. If you basically have an acoustic music going on and you're putting 200 people in there, that's not high impact either.
Great, thank you.
But it's amplified music.
Amplified and over 125.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we'd like an acoustic analysis from, that's a 2017 city analysis list. This doesn't look like anything to me. This is nothing like acoustic.
No, it's not. All right, you're going to have to get another company to come in and test it. Because I noticed that immediately upon opening it. The Acoustalog does an extremely comprehensive report, and this, while it's informative, is not. No, but have you ever seen an Acoustalog report?
Yes, and just so we're clear, again, this was a rush job. We got this late last night. We just wanted to have something to present today with the raw data. There could be a much
All right,
bigger
okay.
report for you.
Okay.
All right. What he's saying is we want a report
Comprehensive one, though.
Understood.
on that level.
Understood.
On that level of detail.
Understood.
But on those grounds, and you can come back in 6 months, notify the community board you're coming back, but I'm willing to give you a shot. But as council pointed out, it's not that hard to start, if they have problems, they're clearly going to call. We encourage them to call, and we'll deal with it. And it doesn't take long to get 3 or 4 of them, proven, and then they're heading down a bad direction.
Yep, understood.
Sunday through Thursday at 11, and Friday and Saturday, 1.
One.
Right.
And Commissioner, all those conditions,
I'm fine with the 2, except that on weekends to 1, can the music still stop at 12?
That's up to you.
Yeah. I still think the music should stop at 12. We already talked about that before, that 12 would be the magic number.
If you can give us 12 every night, we can agree to 12 every night. Otherwise, we've got to look to make up the
You're not
differences.
really in a position to negotiate here.
So I'm willing to go to the 1 on weekends too, but I still want the noise to stop at 12.
And that's what kind of noise stops at 12?
Amplified noise?
Amplified noise, yes. Bands, whatever.
Acoustic
Well,
background?
if you're in a soundproof recording booth, I don't think that, and in the basement, that's not what we're talking about.
Right.
We're talking about entertainment level music, that is entertaining your guests or your customers. But I'm assuming, from what you describe, you have recording studios downstairs. Right. Yeah, that's not what we're talking. You can use those whenever you want.
Right.
You can't, because I'm assuming they're soundproof or they'd be useless, correct?
Yeah.
Correct.
You can't serve alcohol in them whenever you want, but. Right.
All right,
Okay.
so acoustic is fine, background is fine, but amplified live entertainment level music should stop at midnight on the weekends.
Yes.
I think we're all set?
All right.
All right.
Okay, thanks.
That's the last matter I have signed in. I have a few other items for us to go through.
I would rather get hip surgery than doing it again.
I thought you were postponing it.
Oh, this is your lucky day.
I think I am actually going to go
Lucky
get
day,
it.
Chairman, it's your lucky day.
Thank you.
Come on, yeah, come on.
Oh.
No, yeah, but the hours don't change. Yeah,
Right. That way they're not all crowded to weekends for you, so.
they're probably all on the weekends.
Trying to look out for you. Okay, all right.
All right, ready to get,
Yeah, the stipulations go with the light. She can, if you email us, we'll send it to
We'll
you.
send you, yeah, send it to me.
all right, our first item is 431.
This is expired.
Did this get renewed, Jackie?
Huh? Oh, I have no idea. You know what, I think I actually looked
I
this
think
up.
this is the
Maybe do I
latest
have an
meeting we ever
idea?
had.
Mm-hmm.
Give me just 2 seconds.
You know what, I don't care. Cancel and bond. He assaulted a customer.
Yep.
432.
Accept.
Accept.
433.
It's been expired for almost, over, is it another SAPA, Jackie?
Yeah, I was just seeing if there's anything else.
We have the
Other than
second
the
set
other
of
charge,
charges.
unless-
That's
Yeah,
fine.
Unless you want to combine them.
Yeah, we have 2 sets of
Unload.
charges, yeah.
What's the other one?
487.
I'll fine him 1,500 on
Oh,
this
he's got a
one.
bunch of open stuff. I'm not touching it.
Yeah.
1,500, Commissioner?
Do 1,500 on this one?
Yep.
Okay.
434.
Both. Dial 311 and then put one into us at the same time.
It's on the website.
There are,
There's a link on the website to make complaints. There's a link on our website to make complaints.
and there are, you can do it anonymously or put your name on them.
Yep.
And another thing, ma'am, make it, legitimate complaints. You know what I mean? Be honest about it. That's all I'm saying. I didn't mean to, I wasn't accusing you of either. I'm just saying we tried to look out for your interest here. So,
I'm not a liar or an exaggerator. I've just lived there a long time, and if I
Okay.
have had complaints, I have complained, and apparently they didn't go through.
all right.
Well, they don't always come to, if the police go and investigate it, if they don't find anything or they don't believe they found anything or it was too late, they won't send it to us.
Right.
Perfect.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
434.
I don't have that one.
1,200 accept.
Accept.
435.
Accept.
435 is, where did I do it? Oh, yeah. 3,500 accept, yes.
436.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
437.
Do we get a check?
I'm looking that up right now. Nope.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
439.
Accept.
I think it should be 1,500.
All right,
Second
count,
time.
counter 1,500.
1,500.
443.
1,500.
Which, 443?
443.
Yeah, 1,500.
444.
Accept.
7,500 accept.
445.
Dismiss.
Dismiss.
448 was withdrawn. 455.
5,000.
5,000.
456.
Sustain 1 and 2, cancel for the record.
Cancel for the record.
458.
It's already been canceled.
It's already been canceled, but what's the,
It's a default.
oh, so sustain all charges, cancel for the record. So ALJ didn't write sustained.
They don't always.
default,
If
that's
it's
why.
a default, they just say impose the
Alright.
penalty.
Okay, cancel for the record.
For the record.
460.
1,500.
1,500.
461.
2,000.
2,000.
462.
Sustain 1, dismiss 2.
Oh, I'm sorry,
That's over.
462
Yep.
was held, is it held over to 44?
Right.
Oh, yeah.
It's a request to hold it over.
Who's this one?
463.
463.
Dismiss 1.
Dismiss.
464.
Sustain 1, 2, and 3. Dismiss 4. Sustain 5. 3,000.
3,000.
465.
Sustain 1. Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
That's their
time.
second time, and their argument that it's for personal use is not credible.
466.
466.
Dismiss.
Yes, dismiss.
467 is held over to the 4th. 469.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Why would we hold this over? Who is it?
This is Flynn.
All right. Hold it over.
His client is having root canal
No,
or
it's,
something
but
done?
No,
it's
it's Palillo.
dismiss. I don't know why you care about the Smiths, but, okay, go ahead. We'll hold it over.
469.
Sustain, 10,000.
$10,000.
470.
Cancel for the record.
Cancel for the record.
472, 473.
Dismiss one, sustain the rest in the first proceeding, dismiss one, sustain the rest in the second proceeding, cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
All right, 476 is also over to the fourth. 477.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
How about just cancel?
Cancel.
477?
477.
I thought that was the 44. Maybe I must have missed. Cancel for the record. Okay.
478.
3,000?
3,500.
Liquor.
What was it, younger?
Liquor store.
Oh, I always missed that one.
Yeah.
3,500, okay.
479.
3,500.
3,500.
480.
Accept.
Accept.
482.
3,500.
3,500.
483.
6,000.
6,000.
484.
The first one, hang on, the adverse history, they paid 6,000 before. Was there more to it on that one? than
There
just-
was a-
Probably.
Yeah,
There's
but one
more.
dropped off.
Okay. All right, 6,000.
Well, you can go higher if you want.
That's fine,
I
6,000.
want to talk to you at some point about, do you want me to include, go back further in the history, but that's what I mean, there's prior violations.
If there's something more to it, so
What we do, if it's not within,
We can talk about, later on, where we want to go with that.
if it's not a sale within 5 years, it drops off.
gotcha, okay.
484.
Accept.
1,500 accept,
485.
3,000,
3,000.
486.
Cancel and bond, accept. This is that other one?
Yeah, it's the other one for the same plan.
oh, yeah, it's 1,500.
No.
Well, the other one was 1,500.
Did you call 487?
No, I was just, you're good with the 486 then?
Yes,
All right.
yes.
487.
5,000.
5,000.
488, 89, 90, 91.
Accept. Bad Evans.
3,000 accept,
492.
Accept.
3,000 accept,
493.
Accept.
10,000 accept,
494.
Accept.
7,500 accept,
495.
dismiss.
Dismiss.
498.
I had
Accept. Oh, you want to raise it?
Yeah, I went 3,000 second time in 6 months. Disorderly premises.
All right.
1,500, so
Counter 3,000.
Okay. 499.
Accept.
accept,
Okay, 501 is also over to the fourth. 502.
2,500
Accept.
accept,
503.
expired, so cancel and bond.
Yeah, is that what, that's what I'm asking. Can I cancel this because you've already granted a new one?
Transfer license,
Yeah,
yeah.
you can get.
Yeah, cancel and bond.
Yeah, generally, if this is non-bona fide, we move on them.
You cancel and bond?
Yes.
504.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
505.
Accept.
Accept,
506.
We have anything pending here, Chris?
301.
this is all from 2015 too.
Hold on 1 second. And they have a history, and it looks like 105. There is one thing that, no, I don't think I have anything pending.
All right, I'll accept.
12,000 accept.
510,
I had a letter of warning.
I do too. Letter of warning,
511,
accept.
Accept.
512,
Accept.
Accept.
513,
Revoke and bond.
And I would like a name stop, too.
Well, let's just do, name stop and revoke and bond with prescription.
Yeah.
you good with that?
Yep. Yes, sir.
All right, 518 is also over to the 4th. 519,
518 went to the 4th?
yes.
Okay, go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry.
519.
3,000.
3,000.
Jesus.
520,
70, accept.
7,500 accept.
522,
22.
They still expired, Jackie?
Yeah, is that expired? No, we got the renewal.
No, we disapproved the renewal.
Oh,
You disapprove
Yeah.
permanently?
Oh, yeah.
So are they on SAPA?
well,
Probably not.
well, if they filed timely,
And we
they're on
disapproved,
SAPA.
they're on SAPA, yeah.
even if we disapproved it on
They,
the
they
last
get
day.
4 months after the decision.
So what do I do here? If I accept and they pay, what are they doing?
I don't know.
They may be trying to get it reopened. They've,
They can also-
they offered this before they knew.
All right, I'll accept.
Accept.
I was going to counter, but why waste the time?
They probably won't pay now, and we'll just do a suspension and a bond claim. 524,
Counter at 4,000.
524 is dismissed.
520.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm reading
524 is
532,
dismissed.
my bad. We almost did that. I'm reading the wrong number. Dismiss 1, dismiss 2.
525,
Dismiss.
Dismiss 1, dismiss 2.
Yeah.
526,
Prosecutor.
What'd you,
He said they charged it wrong. Tom and I talked about it.
okay. 526, sustain 1, 3,000.
3,000.
527,
I had 7,500 here. 2 sales to minors. Consumption, maybe that's even late.
Well, I actually canceled because he tried to cancel before the hearing. Charge 5, withdraw, and sustain 1, 2, 3, and 4. And it appears he sent a letter in that that tried to cancel it before the hearing, so I'm going to cancel it.
All right.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
533,
6,000.
6,000. Okay.
534,
What happened to 532?
Rochester Meat and Grocery did that one already.
yeah.
Yeah.
What happened to 432? All right, forget it. I must have missed it. Go ahead.
534.
Cancel and bond.
I think that's the one where you just agreed to accept it because Commissioner Ford had it, you didn't have it out.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what it was.
All right, okay.
536.
Sustain 1 through 11, withdraw 12.
I just want to make, for the record, my understanding is that the other companion case in Agua Roja was held over till the next full board meeting.
Yes.
Is that correct? And or was it held over to this one, Tom? I don't think it was this one, right? I just want to make sure I get this right. I think it's the next one.
It's the other case. I understand why he didn't request an adjournment of this one.
Well, he didn't, so we're
Yes, he
not giving
didn't.
him.
Well, then I would ask if we're going to hear this, that obviously based on what this report looks like, that this is revoked, prescripted with immediate service, since there is no summary suspension on this particular premise.
Yeah, no, I'm not. Sustain 1 through 11, withdraw 12 and 13, sustain 14, dismiss 15, 16, 17, 18, sustain 19, 20, 21, 22, revoke with bond and prescription.
And immediate
And,
service,
yeah, an immediate service of cancel or revocation.
as immediate as possible.
As immediate as possible.
That
You
means
okay with that,
before
Commissioner?
9 o'clock tonight.
It means right after
Well,
the meeting.
I'll do it right now, but
No.
Commissioner,
Let's go.
it's gonna be a little while before you get home.
That's all right, no.
5:37.
Sustain 1, 2, and 3, 5,500.
5,500.
5:38, 39, 40.
CV, cancel and bond.
Yes.
5:41.
Accept.
Accept.
The answer to this better be no, but Chairman, do you have any other business?
What about 542?
We did that?
I think we did.
We had a whole bunch of people here for that one?
On the one
Las
you asked
Vegas
about,
Sports Bar.
that we disapproved the renewal, they didn't timely file, so it was not operating under.
That it?
What's
Yes, that's
448?
it.
I'm sorry, I still get that one.
Are we off yet?
Drawn.
You can turn
Okay.
us off, Jonathan.
We're done.